she would lose her job for handing out personal possessions. Been meaning to post these since forever. Praise OP for opening this thread. My childhood was filled with stuff like this, mostly because of my friend group being adventurous. Story 1. Be 6th or 7th grade, anywhere from 10 to 12 years old. Be me. Play hide and seek in an old underground parking/basement area. Place was used by 3 buildings. It was huge. Also, dark as fuck. Me and 2 others get caught, so we're searching for a 4th friend. Friend comes rushing through us, literally knocking the wind out of us, and continues running. We thought that somehow he didn't see us, or he had mistaken us for someone else. As we are shouting for him to come back, we hear a distant scraping that gets closer, fast. As we are processing the sound, a sharp metallic screech comes from the direction of the scraping, like what a fox with a vocal box would sound like. Sprint the fuck out of there. Feel sunlight after what felt like hours underground. Everyone has a different perception of what that thing sounded like. I don't know if the sound was just too unorthodox to describe, or somehow it changed depending on the person. Friend who was hiding said that it was a person screaming his lungs out. Others say that it was an explosion or a loud hiss. Fast forward 9 to 10 years. Event turns into a debate with the same group of friends. Theories ranging from a water pipe problem to a schizo-homeless person. Friend who was hiding has no recollection of said event and says it's just a collective false memory. Thoughts? Story 2. This actually didn't happen that long ago, as I was 18 at the time. Be senior in high school, 2021. Summer-ish. Be at a strip mall with the same friend group from before, plus a few others. This mall is quite the popular spot for young chav types to hang around and pick fights with each other. It's almost always crowded with kids and teens. Be in crowd, waiting for friends to grab some food from a bakery. Hear whistling. Now, normally whistling in this place would be nothing out of the ordinary, but this was different. It was calculated and flawless. Get out of crowd. Whistling starts following us. We start to get annoyed, thinking it's someone trying to provoke us. The whistling is always close to us, but out of sight, and, as I said, robotic-esque. One of my friends with a non-existent temper gets heated and runs towards the whistling. Whistling stops. That's that MP4. Go to friend's house and get hammered. Leave around 2 a.m. with another friend and go home. As soon as we step out the building, the fucker is back. Now, it's more malicious in tone, like it's taunting us. We curse at the sound, but it just continues. At an area with tall hedges. Whistling is getting really close now, like just behind the hedges. Me and friend decided that we'll jump the fucker on his mark. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. Then, the fucker whistles again for the last time. The sound went over our heads, doing something of a 360, literal ear rape material. And then, nothing. Go home bewildered by what the fuck we just experienced. Story 3. Sophomore winter of 2020, pre-COVID. Chilling at home, playing Sekiro on my PlayStation. An unsaved number is ringing me. Pick up, and it's an old woman talking in Albanian. Politely inform her that I don't speak the language and that she has the wrong number, and I hang up. As soon as I put down my phone, it starts ringing again. Sigh, and just put it on silent. Continue with game. Pick up my phone after some time to see if someone has messaged me. My face went 54 missed calls, and still ringing. Oh, it's on. Pick up, and shout at them for a few minutes, mutually exchanging curses and swears in foreign languages. Hang up and block. Don't think much of it. Tell friends about these crazy-ass old people. They want to have a few rounds with them. Much shouting ensues. 30 minutes after the last call, my friend's PC literally fries itself, freezes, and emits heat like a radiator. Pull the plug and open it, 'cause something other than the cooling fan was making noise inside. The motherboard was half melted. Friend visibly upset, but doesn't attribute this to the Albanian witch. Go home. My PlayStation had all its files corrupted. Closest I've been to ending it. Another friend had something similar happen to him, but I don't remember what it was. I just know that it was with something like a boiler. We all mutually agree that all of this is 'cause we got hexed by that granny. Decide to call again. Number doesn't exist. Alright, Time for the weirdest story. Be 11 to 12 years old. Trip to some big-ass water park for summer, 'cause no camp this year. I was big into scouts and shit like that at that age. Trip was super cool. Going back home after 3 days of fun. Not even sad, 'cause I'm so satisfied with Trip. Suddenly, a feeling comes over me. Dad, I need to take a number 2. Pull up on nearby gas station. Okay, Anon, go poop and we're gonna refuel and buy some stuff. Just be quick. Go in the toilet. Pig related, except no mirrors, and stall doors were more like the shitty ones at school. Go into the stall and left. There were 3 stalls and the one in the middle was occupied. Pooping and minding my own business. When I hear an ungodly scream. Something like a mix between a deer and a bear. Scared so much, I no longer need to poop, but I don't want to leave stall. Hear a weird voice, or voices. It was hard to tell. Speak in some weird language. Latin, I think, although I'm not sure. See blood flowing on the floor from the middle stall. Jesus Christ, help me, .mp3. My stall door shakes violently. Scream like a little girl. Beg for mercy. Everything stops. Blood is gone. Bathroom empty. No clue what the fuck just happened. Want to get out. Door to outside won't open, even though it lacks a lock. The fuck do I do now? Scream for help. Dad hears me. I'll get help, Anon. Calm down a bit. Turn around. Middle stall is open, and I see this massive fucking shadow monster thing. I vividly remember that it was dark with large horns, and eyes that reflected light like animal eyes on photos, but not much beside that. Scream louder than ever in my life as it slowly approaches me. Right when it's like 3 meters from me, some biker with a crowbar, who my dad recruited, opens the door. They look and see nothing in there. They think I'm crazy. Dad is mad at me for a couple of months, 'cause he had to pay for that door. Shared experience with my little brother. Had a few other experiences as well, but nothing like this one. Be 12 years old. Find out that Transformers 2007 is going to be on TV at 11 p.m. on a school night. Want to watch it with my little brother. Ask Mom. She says no. We'll see about that, .png. Devise plan with my brother. Pretend to go to sleep. Wait till parents are asleep. Get out of bed. Tell my brother to close all the doors. And turn on the TV while I prepare snacks. Oh yeah, it's all coming together, .jpg. Don't hear TV being on. God damn it, .png. Walk into living room. See my brother frozen in place, staring at something. Hey, what's wrong? Notice it. See a pitch black entity with white face and red eyes, with its head peeking out just behind the couch. It suddenly drops behind the couch. Stand there for a couple seconds. Walk slowly in the kitchen. Take knife. Crouch walk with knife in hand to couch. Peek behind couch. Nothing. We didn't watch Transformers that night. Be me. 12:30 a.m. November 12th, 2020. Sophomore in college. Bringing my girlfriend to my place to meet the family. Home is in the middle of Tennessee. Semi-rural. There's a large forest behind my parents' house. That is hundreds of acres. We're awake at night, so we can get the PS5, which was releasing at 4 a.m. at the local GameStop. Full moon, super clear, and bright night. Let's go look at the stars up at the cat wires. There are TVA cat wires running an electrical grid through the forest. Huge clearing at the top of a hill in the forest, next to the cat wires. We see my neighbor's giant white cat playing around the entrance to the path. Pet cat. We go to the top of the hill in the forest. Was lit. Got my dick sucked too at the cat wire. Nothing suspicious yet. Appreciating the stars. Around 1 a.m., we start to walk back to my truck, which is parked at the edge of the forest. Begin to hear a strange howl, or hoo, about a mile away, and in 2 separate places. Could be a coyote, owl, or other wild animal, so we thought nothing of it. Keep walking. We're only about 500 to 1,000 feet away from my truck now. Howl proceeds to approach us, and turns into something that sounds like an Aztec death whistle, with loud clicks and 1-second intervals. Sound is very close now, coming from the treetops. At this point, my girlfriend and I didn't even say anything, but we were now running for our lives. The sound is now coming from about 4 different directions, all in the forest, and couldn't be more than 500 feet away from us, and closing in fast. We break through the forest shrubbery, ditching the regular path to my truck. I quickly jump into the bed while girlfriend is already starting the truck. Peel out. I stare into the wilderness, and at this point, I can only hear my heartbeat and the engine. Later, at GameStop parking lot, my girlfriend tells me she saw what was chasing us in the forest. Said it looked like a human-sized gray raccoon running swiftly on its hind legs. Never seen my girlfriend more afraid in my life. Never spoken of again. I was a college freshman about 10 years ago, at home for the summer, working at a burger place in Seattle. Halfway through the summer, this guy around my age joins, and I would talk with him to pass the time. He asked me a lot about college, specifically about sororities. Every conversation seemed to find its way to the topic of parties or sorority girls, but I didn't think that much of it. Move forward a month or so, and I'm at my last day, and we're talking about me going back to college. He said he was going to visit the first weekend of classes. My college is known as a party school. People visiting for big weekends is not uncommon. So, again, I didn't think much of it. I knew I wasn't going to meet up with him, but I humored him and said we would hang out. Flash forward a few weeks. I hear of some dude breaking into a sorority house and hiding under a girl's bed. It was him. Be me, about 12 years old. Used to hike behind friend's house, down a huge Texas drainage ditch. Always told his mom we stayed in the house. No cell phones, no weapons. Mostly tall grass, chain link fences that are the back of the warehouses and factories. One day, we're going through the forest, talking to friend. Turn, see a man. He's just staring at us. Realize we're in his home in the woods. He has little structures built, about 4 of them, all different shapes. One tent, the others I don't really remember. One was kind of blocky looking. Kept talking to my friend, staring at the man. He stares back. Start walking around. Don't look back. Years later. Hey, remember when we saw that guy in the woods? Friend has no recollection. I have no idea how he didn't see him. I thought him being quiet was just playing along with me, pretending like he wasn't there, signaling to the man that we weren't going to bother him. Some part of me wonders if he's still there, in the woods. From an early age, my dad would tell me stories about strange experiences that he had as a younger man. These included experiences he described as miracles, such as water manifesting inside his mouth, means spit, and angelic beings appearing over his bed at night and telling him that Jesus loves him. He also described seeing and being beamed aboard a flying saucer, an event which coincided with his born-again experience. This event also involved him collapsing in a snowbank and having 2 beams of light or lightning pierce his back from heaven. These stories inspired my interest in the paranormal from an early age. In high school, I became more interested in the occult and practiced witchcraft for a while. Be a little kid, still sleep with gate on side of the bed because of sleepwalking. Have dream where great-grandfather is lying in my bed, glowing green. Not that type of glowy. He is also sick. I am standing over him. He reaches out and touches me with his finger. I am now glowing green. Get scared. Back away. Look out bedroom window, which is wide open. Thunderstorm is brewing. Lightning crashes. Instead of thunder, a loud voice roars something at me. I have never been able to recall what it said. Wake up in that bed. Window really is open. Actual thunderstorm happening. Loud thunder. Window slams shut, seemingly on its own. Scream at the top of my lungs. Grandparents run upstairs. Tell them about my dream. Grandpa walks away. Doesn't say a word. Grandma explained. My great-grandfather had passed away overnight. Family is Catholic, so the incident is never spoken of again. Was hunting with my dad. We used a whistling system to avoid accidents. While chasing a bird, we got separated as he fell behind. I whistled and continued to get led deeper into the forest. Bird is long gone. After a good 15 minutes, I realize there is no fucking way he has somehow gotten ahead of me. I whistle once more, and still, I hear it further ahead of me. I turn back and walk to where we got separated. Dad is there wondering what the fuck I've been doing. I asked him how he got ahead of me, and he looks at me confused. Says he hasn't moved since I started chasing the bird. I fucking watched him walking parallel to me before we were separated. Never went back there. He still thinks I'm fucking insane because of it. Skinwalker, demon, any ideas? Be me, 9 years old. Mom was Burmese. Came from a very wealthy family. that apparently made its money through making tattoos and houseproofing. One day, we were on a trip to the south when we were about to enter a roundabout. In the middle of the roundabout, like 5 meters in the air, there was an old man just floating there. He looked completely normal, not translucent or anything. Asian with a white shirt, gold patterns, and a longi. Just fucking flying / floating above the roundabout. I told my family if they're seeing this too, and no one does. They think I'm crazy and talking shit. At night, my mom asks me what that man looked like. I describe him to her, and then she says that I apparently described her dad, who at the time was 81 years old. A week later, we get a letter from Burma that my mother's dad died. Mom was crying through the whole night, and I comforted her by telling her that he smiled at us. Be me. House is sort of in a woods. House faces road, but back of house faces thick woods. Playing Morrowind in room. Hear loud ass thud coming from backyard door. Get up and look outside. Something has hurled a dead rabbit at my door from the woods. Fucker is covered in blood. Lock the door and keep my rifle close. Nothing else weird happens. This was about 3 weeks ago, and nothing's happened since. Not sure if it was some cultist or a skinwalker, or whatever you friends think. This was so fucking insane. I honestly believe it. It reminds me of something I can share. Summer of 2014 or 2015, I think. I don't remember. I'm like 18 to 20 years old, hanging out with one of my best friends. Our usual MO in these times is to go hiking, or whatever, in daytime, and chill in evening, play vidya, and whatever. Go climbing around a free recreation zone by hiking trail. Basically a zone where you can do what you want, at your own discretion. Basically, a mountainous kind of series of rocks, stones, trees, and weird little paths that went up and around, and so on. Keep in mind, this isn't in a forest or anything. We're in upstate New York, and this zone is smack right in the middle of a quiet but still well-populated small town, so we can hear cars and chatter of other folk below on the actual trail. We be climbing around on rocks and shit, massive boulders, just gallivanting around. This is basically a mini mountain composed of big rocks and trees and shit. Find a very small opening that is between a bunch of rocks to the side. Can only really see into the opening from chest up because of where we were. Pretty high up in the zone at this time. Looking into the opening, there's a little clearing of sorts. It's pretty large and open. Sunlight peeking down through a pretty big hole up top. So, it's pretty well lit. Ground is warped somewhat, so it isn't perfectly level. Looks iniquitous. Like I said, it's well lit and open, so, if anything, we're curious. The opening is tiny. Friend is a bigger guy, and I'm skinny and thin, so I decide to check it out. Takes me a good 90 seconds positioning myself to get in. And like I said, we can only see into this thing from chest up, where we were standing. I'm in, and just taking it all in. Keep in mind, my friend can see me this whole time, so he has an eye on me. I'm just looking around being like, hey, this is cool. Just having a time. I'm in the middle of the clearing, just standing there looking around. Suddenly, from a patch of darkness like 75 feet away from me, I hear a hissing sound. It was incredibly quiet, almost like if you turned the volume down on a human pretending to hiss like a cat. The sound was also very brief, only lasted about half a second. What in the hell.png? I freeze and listen out of curiosity. I'm looking right at this patch of darkness, where I hear the sound, and I don't see anything. Hear the sound again. Get a horrible feeling all over. Audibly say, I'm getting out of here. Mortal fear engages, and I fucking book it out of there. Entrance to the little area was much easier to get out of than in. I slip out like a lizard in 2 seconds. Buddy and I scramble down about 500 feet from the entrance, before stopping and looking up at where we were. Nothing there. No sound. We leave immediately. And that's really all there was to it. I know I'm not describing it well, but the terror was immense and palpable. It became a joke between us for a while that I was almost eaten by a mountain lion or something. Maybe it was a snake, or a bobcat honestly. But I saw no movement or anything. Buddy also didn't see anything. Probably the one creepy experience I've had in adulthood. Story my mom keeps telling me. Be me, as a baby. Live in the middle of nowhere with my parents. I'm sleeping in my crib. Mom is laying in bed next to me. Dad is at work. It's super late at night. Room starts feeling super cold. Mom looks over at me and sees a woman standing over me in a black cloak. Mom starts feeling sad for no reason. Woman is looking at me like she wants me. Mom screams, "Get away from my child!" Woman hisses at her and runs away. Dad gets home and they search the house together. Woman is just gone. That house was so weird. I don't know what was going on in that place. Late to the thread, but this is a bad one I tell my friends and family about when we talk about stuff like this. Wake up. Girlfriend's side of the bed is empty, and our door is open with the kitchen light shining inside. Yell her name. No response. Get up and walk into kitchen. Hand on floor, leading into dark hallway. Stare at hand for a minute, pissing myself. Hand pulled away into hallway. Hyperventilating. It's my girl. I have to save her. Slowly walk and peer into dark hallway. See skeleton horse head attached to a corpse with limbs, decaying and falling off, floating above the floor. Psst. Turn around in horror at whatever the fuck just did that behind me. Nothing. Turn back around. Loud fucking static and screaming. The floating corpse with the horse head begins floating towards me at rapid speed. I wake up screaming. It was a dream. Be me, 10 to 11 years old. Friend from baseball team invited a bunch of us for some sleepover thing. 7 of us there. We're watching Avengers outside. He brings out 3 flashlights. Suggests we go into the forest behind his house. I get one, he gets one, and another kid gets one. 2 kids go with him, 1 with me, another with the 3rd flashlight kid. We go separate from the others into the woods. Boy with me says, "How deep into the woods are we going?" He's the only pussy of the group. Until we get lost. Plan to mess with him works. He's clearly scared. Walk for a few minutes. Same old trees. Nothing notable. Boy stops. Dead silent. I turn around to him. Looks like he's about to burst into tears as he points up. Turn back around. Fucking deer split down the middle. Intestines all over the place. Claw marks all over it and the trees around. Highest claw marks are 20 feet up on the trees. The deer is still breathing. We turn back and run like we've never fucking run before. We get back. Everyone has been waiting for us. We say that we're all sleeping inside. No further explanation. Tell the kid that organized the whole thing the next day what we found. Parents went into forest. Didn't find anything. No blood, deer, or claw marks. Both me and the boy with me know what we saw. I grew up on a farm, and when the sheep had babies, we would have to go out and check on them. This happened to me on one of the nights. I had a 3 a.m. shift, playing Silent Hill 1 as it had just come out, and I needed to stay awake. 3 a.m. hits, and time to go check the sheep. The weather is cold, foggy, and misty, just like Silent Hill. Great, I'm gonna die. All the sheep are good. Got 1 new lamb, put up with Mom. Seems healthy. Hear an indescribable piercing scream in the woods. Fuck, I am actually gonna die. Seriously though, what makes a sound like that? Piercing screech again. Okay, I'm not imagining it. Maybe it's a calf stuck in mud and bellowing into its horse. Didn't make much sense, but I needed a possible explanation. Well, shit, I guess I need to go check. Screeching continues periodically, and I venture into the woods where I'm hearing it. None of the cows in the pasture anywhere to be seen. Realize the source of the sound is moving away from me. Okay, it's gotta be a fox or a wounded rabbit maybe. Now, I just want to know. Keep moving towards it. It keeps moving away, eventually shouldering my way through thick pines. Can't see shit with my light in any direction. Just trying to get out of the pines into something walkable. Flashlight blinks out. Screeching sound moves closer. Fuck. Fuck. Don't panic. Banging flashlight. Nothing. Screech from maybe 20 feet away. Fuck this. Blindly pushing through trees, getting scratched and cut. Screech loudly in my ear. I feel like I felt its breath. Blind panic. I'm sprinting in the dark towards the edge of the woods. I just want moonlight, please. Arms and face are bleeding, but I make it to a clearing, and the light turns back on. Say fuck that, I'm gone for real. Keep hearing whatever it was, stay in the woods. As I'm leaving that night, hear it numerous times after that. Always in the woods. Always at night. Convince myself it was a barn owl, so I don't go insane.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Only one memory stands out for me. This took place in the early 1970s, in a house on Taunton Street in Victoria, British Columbia. The house had black trim back then, and the big tree in the yard and row of shrubs to the left of the driveway didn't exist. I was between 2 and 3 years old, and was sharing the same room with my baby brother, who was only a few months old. Late one night, I woke up for some reason, and looked down to the other end of the bedroom, where my brother's crib was. In the darkness, with a bit of a streetlight shining in the window behind me, I could see what looked like a blanket floating midair from out of my closet, and it slowly glided towards my brother. Now this got my attention, and I sat up and said something like, "Hey!" And much to my shock, that blanket zipped across the room right at me and covered me. I guess I started screaming because both my parents ran in. Mom told me years later that I was tangled up in my brother's blanket, struggling to get free when they came in. We moved out about a year later. Had a few weird things happen there. Be me. Decide to visit video game friends in Missouri. Drive 11 hours. Get there and start walking with them. Me, 2 dudes, and my girlfriend-to-be. Walking down this trail at like midnight. Smoking swishers that give. All is right with the world. Continue walking. Come across a section on the trail, canopied by trees for probably a few yards. To the left of it, from where we are, is a large pond. To the right, a tall grass field. IRL shitposting until I see these fucked up things jump across the path from the fucking bank of the pond into the tall grass field. One of the 2 dudes sees it too. They look like the height of a doe, but they're all skinny in the loins, like a greyhound. Tell everyone to just ignore it for now, and keep the remaining swisher lit. Secretly, paranoid, because I know about stories about shit like this. Make sure the others are calm. Begin to hear something like a fox whine, coming from the edge of the tall grass. That gets closer to us, but it won't leave the grass. Decide to turn around and hoof it back. Tell other dude to keep that fucking swisher lit. Fox whine sounds like it's just repeating itself, almost mechanically, still following us. Everyone on edge. Get back to the car and fuck off from the little park. Several months later, someone commits suicide on that same trail. Does anyone know what the fuck I saw? It was too big to be a coyote or a fox, and too emaciated to be deer. Went to some abandoned Soviet farmhouse that I found on Google Maps. Went there with a couple of my buddies during the blood moon. Heard voices in my head to get the fuck out of that place while walking deeper into the farm. Usually I have voices in my head before something bad happens. For example, when I drive drunk and there's police nearby. Anyway, we went deeper, and the voices in my head became louder and louder. I knew something bad would happen, but everything around became more quiet. We were walking without any light, and then we all stopped, because we all saw this huge silhouette with yellow eyes that was gazing at us. It was, at max, 7 meters away, through the window frame. We stopped and froze, and then that thing started to scream at us, with a very unpleasant voice. Sounded like something from the Left 4 Dead video game, that witch zombie, or a woman that has smoked and drank her whole life, and trying to scream at top of her lungs. So, that thing screamed for a couple of seconds, and I screamed back after that. I was hoping that it was an elk or some wild animal, and that it would fuck off, but then it started to move in our direction, and it moved some bricks. So one of us just said, "Let's run," and we did. During running away, I saw my friend falling a lot of times, and I felt so relieved that he would die, not me. That thing was following for sure, but there was too much adrenaline and I didn't see shit. It was also following in the forest, making some fucked up noises that my friend who was waiting in the car even heard. We got a bit lost in that forest because it was a young pine tree forest, and running through it was fucking crazy. My face was all fucked up after that, but we survived. After that, for like 2 months, Every time there was a full moon, I saw that bitch in my dreams, calling me back there. One night, I almost went, but I didn't go in the end. This happened like 2 to 3 years ago. Sometimes, I have an urge to stay there during a full moon, overnight in a tent, but my friends, most likely, would not go with me. B9, in my room playing Kingdom Hearts. Hear what sounds like my dad walking down the hallway towards my room. Didn't hear him coming up the stairs, kinda sets me off, but oh well. Continue working on my gummy ship. Hear a noticeable belch from the hallway near the storage room. Then, more movement. Door was wide open, and footsteps came closer. Stops near the door frame. Call out to my dad, but get no response. Think my dad is just playing a joke on me, and brace for a jump scare. Nothing. Get back to playing my game, but don't hear anything else out of the ordinary. And the TV downstairs is still in the background. Finally, head downstairs to see my parents and my brother watching something on TV. Ask my dad why he came upstairs earlier, and he told me he hadn't moved since the program came on. Our home was right on the property of a coal mine supervisor's home. My dad put a lot of work into renovating the property. I always was afraid of the storage room, as well as the third room with a crawl space. Had a few weird experiences in this room as well. We moved out a few years later, and my aunt and grandma moved into that home. The last time I was in that house was a few years ago, after my grandpa passed. I had the same feeling going near these rooms, even as an adult.
Rated PG-13.
This was my first time that I would say that I ever experienced anything remotely paranormal in my life that lasted for a long time and wasn't just some one-off sound or seeing something move. As you can probably tell, I'm generally a skeptic about these things, and I look for a rational explanation in anything, even though I definitely want to be proven wrong. Now, this happened late at night. Definitely a few hours after midnight at least. I was having trouble sleeping around this time in my life for one reason or another, but it wasn't uncommon for me to be fully awake in regular intervals throughout the night. I remember that I needed to get up to go to the bathroom, but the whole house was pitch black and everybody was asleep. The door to my room creaks like crazy and is very loud when you shut it even normally. So to avoid disturbing my family, I was very careful to slowly unlatch it so as to not make any noise, crack the door slowly, and when I returned, make sure the door shut before I released the knob slowly to not make a large click or a sound. I laid back down in bed, still unfortunately wide awake, just trying to make myself tired. Then something weird happened. I heard my doorknob slowly turn and unlatch the same way that I had done a couple of minutes before, and the door cracked open about an inch. My bed was only a couple of feet from the door, so I watched it open, wide awake. No one was behind the door when it opened, though. I half expected my dad to peek in and ask if I was okay since I was still awake, but no. At this point, I was getting a little bit spooked. I was sure that I had closed and latched the door since I was so intentional about not making any noise. I laid there for a good while, maybe 4 or 5 minutes before I reached over and just shut the door, not caring about any noise anymore. It was shut this time for sure as well, and it closed loudly, so I knew. minutes later, as I'm trying to fall asleep, I start to hear something else. Down the hallway, I can hear footsteps coming up the stairs. The cadence was slow, but I could hear each stair. I perked up to listen, and the weirdest thing happened. The steps seemed to start over as I started to pay attention. This happened a couple of times too, where the footsteps would reach almost the top of the stairs and then start over at the bottom. I know that they were starting over since a couple of the stairs at the bottom have a distinctive creaking unlike the upper ones. I was obviously very confused listening to this over and over, and I tried to lay down and ignore it. But then the steps stopped starting over and over, and this time when they reached the top of the stairs, they came down the hall and stopped just outside of my door. I remember, in the dead silence too, I heard the faint sound of feet settling into the carpet. That was when the breathing started too. It was light at first and progressively got heavier and more labored. Deep breaths turned to gasping breaths, which evolved into crackling and raspy inhales, almost like that of a lifelong smoker. It sounded like someone was right outside of my door, and for some reason just standing there breathing. At the time, this felt like it had lasted half an hour at least, when it maybe only lasted a couple of minutes. At this point, I'm laying down stiff as a board, trying to look at anything but the door. My heart was beating out of my chest, and then, finally, it stopped. But not before whatever was standing out there let out what sounded like a raspy chuckle. You could probably chalk all this up to a lack of sleep and an overactive imagination at the time. I know that. But all I can say is that, in now 24 years, I have never had anything similar like this happen to me ever again. And having the same sleep problems regularly since middle school, I still get chills thinking about that night. I wonder if anybody else has had anything similar happen to them, because if you have, then I feel deeply sorry for you. It's something that I wouldn't wish on anyone, and it's a very, very frightening experience to go through, and something that never leaves you. Yesterday, my wife wakes up at about 2:30 in the morning while freaking out. She woke up to our 9-year-old, nonverbal son putting his face against hers. Then she went back to sleep later and quickly woke up to a Mexican song all about life being pointless playing on repeat in her head, followed by hearing a voice of "kill yourself" being heard. She was reasonably scared and wakes me up every time that she gets freaked out, so we stayed up a little bit and then went back to sleep together later. Tonight, the following day, I wake up at about the same time, but I get a repeat of Britney Spears' "Hit Me Baby," but only the line of "my loneliness is killing me" for 5 straight minutes playing in my head in an almost outwardly audible fashion. I was a little bit scared at first, but I just tried to go back to sleep and ignore it. But then, I heard the little trampoline springs next to me creak loudly, as if someone had got onto it. I'm currently sitting alone and scared to sleep when I can usually brush these things off. By the way, I've been sleeping on the couch recently because my kid has also been trying to escape out of the door next to it in the middle of the night. We have bought locks and alarms, but I just still don't feel safe without being there to protect him. I can assure you too that I never listened to Britney Spears, so I was kind of shocked that that song popped into my head. I also woke up extremely hot and sweaty despite it being cold in the living room. As soon as I put on my sweater out of habit, my sweater cooled me to my core instead of heating me up as well, which was really weird. When I experience stuff like this, I usually get angry on purpose and talk out loud against the negative energy that I'm feeling. I do this because that has helped every time in the past against falling into fear to weird occurrences like this. Anyway, I can't sleep and I'm having a tough time understanding any of this. My wife, last night, when she experienced her situation, kept saying that a demon is here. She and I are both atheists, though, and I tried my best to explain to her that this was all from stress and that she had recently just heard the song in the car that day, so it was all just in her head. She seemed to buy the explanation, so she was able to sleep soon after. Now the same thing has happened to me, but with a song that I haven't heard in ages. And I've woken up with songs playing in my head obviously before, like anyone, but they always go through the whole song in a continuous stretch. Having the song only play a single and very disturbing phrase definitely is a little bit weird. Like I said, I don't really believe in this stuff, but it almost seems like I was being mocked, maybe. Especially because I was out here alone, but I've been fine with it. My loneliness is killing me, as if me being alone would lead to something being able to easily kill me or something. I didn't interpret it as the original lyrics obviously meant for 1 second. I interpreted it as if something was preying on me due to me currently being alone. And well, that's it. I apologize if it's a bit jumbled, but it's due to a lack of sleep, and I would really like your opinions on what this might be. Is it all just in our heads, or is there something more going on here? I want to preface this with saying that I've hunted and hiked in the region since I was 9 years old. In other words, I am very familiar with the wildlife and the sounds of the forest here. I'm not really a believer in any of this sort of thing, but I just don't really have an explanation for what happened tonight. So I hiked about 1.5 miles through forest and swamp, hunting deer today, and got to the pocket of woods and a field that I wanted to be in, and climbed a tree to hunt out of. By all accounts, this was an uneventful afternoon and evening until sundown. For about 30 straight minutes, I listened to a rabbit be tortured and just wouldn't die. If you'd heard a dog or a hawk get a rabbit or hunted rabbits, then you know what I'm talking about. When they're distressed, they scream bloody murder, and this just seemed to continue forever. Naturally, this can make you on edge, but I figured that a hawk got it and was just killing it. But then, the sound of a twig snapping and silence. The rabbit had stopped. Through the thicket, I could make out a figure, vaguely deer-shaped, moving through the woods at about 35 yards away, so I grabbed my bow, but the undergrowth is far too thick for me to pick out much more than a rough outline. It walked behind a tree and disappeared. The sun is now fully set, and I'm in like the last 15 minutes of post-sundown light. And that's when I hear in a flat, emotionless child's voice, coming from where that deer disappeared, help over and over again. No fluctuation or distress to the voice, not said as if it was asking for help, but just a statement. Help, help, over and over again. It must have said that probably 15 times, and then the woods went silent. There wasn't even a breeze to make a sound now. Then a crack of a limb off of a tree snapping, and at that, all hell broke loose in those woods. Squirrels, birds, and deer suddenly shot out of this wood like bats out of hell, sounding like an absolute stampede through the forest. And then suddenly, silence again. To make things worse for me, I lost my hat-clipped light on the walk in, and had to haul but 1.5 miles through the woods back to my truck in complete darkness. My path only lit up by tonight's full moon. Anyway, I went back to the woods this morning. Last night, after getting back to my truck, I called a few friends to let them know what had happened, and then had a relatively sleepless night to boot. This morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I decided that I needed to return. I grabbed my hunting dog, called up a buddy to come with me, and set out back to those woods. First, I drove around the property, but nobody was parked at any trailhead, so there shouldn't be anyone around. We took a long way around, heading north to get to the woods, though. A few miles from the parking area, stopped to talk, looked for animal signs, and listened as we go. We approached the woods from the south, keeping on the outside of it all in a tall, grassy, wet field. As we approached within 200 or so yards of where I had heard it last night, we stopped to talk for a moment and to plan how best to go about entering the woods. This isn't some sort of manicured forest, by the way, that's easy to walk in on. The undergrowth is dense and filled with thorny shrubs and buckthorn. Whereas yesterday and in the weeks past, this area was teeming with life. Deer, pheasants, hundreds of turkeys and their poults, crows, squirrels, and rabbits. Today, the woods here in the fields were completely silent. And as we discussed this, it was then that I realized that my dog was nowhere to be seen or heard. She normally wears a bell, or at least the metal pieces of her collar are sufficient for me to hear where she is, but it is completely silent. She wears an e-collar that I can press a button that will make a beeping noise that I can hear, and I press that button and there's silence. I yelled for her, but there was silence. Then, coming from the forest ahead of me, I hear the yelping of my dog in pain, loud and clearly my dog. I look at my friend and take off towards the woods, calling and beeping the collar and calling and beeping again, but it was back to silence. I look at my buddy and he asks, "What are you doing?" as if he hadn't heard it. We stop and wait for a moment on the edge of the woods. I call one more time and finally hear the jingle of her collar coming up to me, but completely unharmed and from the opposite direction of where I thought that I'd heard her crying. Confused, we distanced ourselves from the woods again and continued north along the edge. Again, we neither heard or saw any wildlife. We found a few spots where things were recently killed, staining the ground with rotted blood, but no signs of anything living. Eventually, we turned back, and as we crossed the same spot that I thought that I'd heard my dog, my friend stopped, looked at me in a panic and said, "Oh, your dog," and took off running to the woods. I called after him asking what he was doing, and he said that he'd heard her clearly crying in pain in the woods, and was confused when I said that I had heard nothing. It was just the same as when we had first walked by, and I was the one who'd heard it. I could see my dog in the opposite direction smelling around, totally unharmed and not distressed at all. I called to my friend that the dog is fine and was over by me, and at that, we decided to rush out. Now, for those that might ask what else may it be, I have heard my dog yelping before, and I can assure you that that was definitely it. It doesn't sound anything like coyotes or wolves or anything like that, and I definitely won't be returning to that area ever again. For about 10 years, my family of 5 rented a house that we just never felt was quite right. It was my wife and I, and our son and 2 daughters. The house, it shared land with a trailer park, and my kids made friends with a lot of the kids in the area. That's important for later as well, but over that time, the kids would talk about some things that they'd experienced. They had lots of dreams that took place in the house, apparently. Mostly the dreams were frightening as well, but sometimes they were warnings, they said. Now, one morning, before heading to school, my oldest told me about the nightmare that he'd had the night before. Then, when my middle woke up, she told me about the nightmare that she'd had the night before. After school, I told them both that they had experienced a shared dream because they both had told me the exact same nightmare. Once, my youngest had her leg pulled while sleeping, but thought that her big sister was just messing with her, until the following morning when she asked her about it. Things in the house would sometimes move or shake, but almost always just on the edge of vision, and we always tried to explain it away as just seeing things. The kids, they would sometimes see a shadow person wearing a tall hat in their periphery, but they also insisted that there was something masquerading as a little girl, but they weren't sure if it was the same entity taking multiple shapes. We bought a house in early 2021, maybe about half an hour away from the old place, and we eventually moved out. Over the next few weeks, the kids, at that time they were 18, 16, and 14, finally felt safe, and they opened up to my wife and I about all of the things that they had experienced there. There was a lot that they didn't talk about while we lived there, and many more details shared about some of the things that I had mentioned above. It was now all out in the open, and hearing all three of them talk about things definitely made me a bit of a believer. But now they were just spooky stories, and all of it was in our past. Or so I thought, at least. You see, last night my oldest had a dream. They were talking to their sister or middle kid in our current house. They were just chatting, and she told him that she had to get some homework done, so my son said goodnight and headed to their room. They closed the door, and their current room was gone, and they found themselves in their old bedroom and were immediately uneasy as the dream turned into a nightmare. It ended when one of our current cats, never lived at that old place by the way, scared them out of their dream by jumping out of their bedroom closet, which had always been a bit of a hotspot back in the day. He went to the closet door and slammed it shut, and immediately there were 3 hard knocks on the door from the inside. He apparently manifested a lock for the door in the dream, locked it, and woke up. It was just after midnight, and he told me about it immediately. He was visibly shaken and teary-eyed as he told me about it, but felt better after getting it out. I, though, got shivers as they told it, but told myself that I could just chalk it up to residual trauma from the old house or something. But then, this afternoon, he mentioned it to his sister, and they started talking about the old house a bit. She mentioned that she was at a Halloween bonfire a few weeks ago with friends, and found out that one of her friends is very close with the family that recently moved into that old house. Either the 3rd or 4th family that has lived there since we left, by the way. That friend told her at the bonfire, though, that the family had just had a cleansing or exorcism done on the house after the mum started seeing a shadow man in a top hat. The timing definitely worries me. That exorcism would have happened about a month ago, and now my oldest is dreaming of the place. I have heard that things can latch onto you when you leave a place, but it's been almost 4 years and there just was nothing. I've asked my daughter to get the name of whoever did the work at the old house, and we may actually have a cleansing of our own in the future. I guess I'm just worried that the cleansing just sort of kicked it out of the old place and freed it up to find its way to get back to us. I have no personal experience with cleansings, only what I've seen on TV or in movies, really. And so that's why I'm here. Is this possible, or is it just a coincidence? And if it isn't, should we do some sort of cleansing event? This happened a long time ago now, but I remember when I was younger I had a walkie-talkie that my grandma got me for my birthday at one point. And well, one night, I'm assuming someone wanted to mess with me, but out of nowhere I heard someone begging and crying for help on that radio. It was probably the scariest experience that I'd ever felt as a kid. Now, either someone found my radio channel and decided to mess with me, or someone legitimately needed help, and young me clearly didn't know what to do in that situation. It definitely felt off, and I have had odd experiences in my old house when I was younger. Like, I remember sometimes I heard my mum calling my name, but nobody being there. That was probably one of the scarier experiences that I've ever experienced up there with the walkie-talkie, but I have had vivid nightmares to which I could feel things happening to me, and this could be chalked up to an overactive imagination, I know that, but I had this problem with sleeping in my parents' room because I was scared to be alone all the time. But every time that I would walk to my parents' room, in multiple corners there were shapes of like dogs staring at me. Now, the The last experience I remember having is when I was sitting on a bed. From what I can remember of that time, I think I was sitting on my bed and I looked up at something, but as soon as I looked up at it, I felt something hit my face and I was physically pushed down. Weirdly though, as soon as I reached a certain age, I remembered it all just sort of stopped suddenly. No nightmares, seeing things in the dark, hearing voices, or having any sort of experience whatsoever. I don't know if this can all be chalked up to just normal overactive child imaginations or if it is something more. I wish that I had proof, and I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but this just suddenly came to my mind and I wanted to archive it somewhere while I still remembered it. I also wanted to share my experiences to see if anyone else has had anything similar happen to them. This happened when I was about 7 years old. I never really gave this much thought until recently when my mother reminded me that it happened, and how we never really were able to explain it. You see, I was in summer school, and during one recess, I was playing on the playground with this girl that I had become close to. Usually, when recess was over, a loud bell would ring to signal that it was time to go back to class. On this particular day, the girl and I were lost in our own little world of make-believe. We didn't hear the bell ring, and eventually we noticed that we were alone on the playground. The weird thing is that there were yard duties on site, so an adult would corral the kids if they didn't immediately respond to the bell. But that day, there was no adult to tell us to go back inside. No kids crawling on the monkey bars with us. It was just empty. It really felt like the playground had only just vacated after a few minutes, so we figured that we wouldn't get into huge trouble if we made our way back to the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, the teacher immediately yells out, "Where have you girls been? We've been looking for you." It turns out that 2 hours had passed from the time that the bell rang to when we reappeared. We got yelled at for disappearing, but as a child, I never understood why I was in trouble. I mean, I never left the playground, so why was I getting yelled at? Looking back on it, I have to wonder, did we disappear? Does this count as missing time? It really felt like to us that we had taken our recess as normal and nothing weird had happened. The creepy thing though is that both that girl I was playing with and I experienced the same thing too. So there's just no way that this is a hallucination coming from my brain alone. I kind of just shook it off as one of those guess we'll never know things, but now that I'm older, it really is one of the weirdest things that I've ever experienced. I'm really curious too as to what may have happened during that time. Did we get abducted by aliens, hence the missing time? Did we accidentally slip into a different dimension? Were the Fae trying to kidnap us or something? But when we realized we were alone, it was totally the Oz effect. No noise, just eerie silence. Anyway, I'm not sure why I'm sharing this other than to say something that might resonate with someone. I've always been curious to see if anything similar has happened to anyone else, because I cannot be the only one that this has happened to. A few years ago, my husband and I found a 3-bedroom bungalow that was cheap to rent. The owner who inherited it, it was a friend of my husband. This guy's father had passed away the previous year, and the house was sitting empty that whole time. The owner didn't want to live in it, and he didn't even bother returning to the house to remove all the furniture, clothing, or belongings from it either. I didn't even get a chance to see the place before, well, we moved in. My husband sprung it on me last minute after our apartment lease was up. It looked okay from the outside, I guess. The windows were dark, but of course no one lived there, so that was normal. Once my husband opened the door and switched on the light in the foyer, I felt that this place wasn't empty. I felt like something was in there, watching us right away. I knew that the original owner had passed away, so I just figured that I was just spooking myself that first evening. The whole house, though, was full of furniture, knickknacks, personal items, clothing, and it was dark and dusty. I was depressed just looking at it all. The part of the deal for the cheap rent, though, was that we had to clean it all. So we got a truck and cleaned out the majority of the house. We kept some things like the almost new couch, armchairs, TV, and end tables. We kept the master bedroom furniture in there because the mattress was new. The bedding and the furniture were new as well, and it hadn't been used yet. My husband, he traveled for work at the time. He left me there alone, and that is when I experienced things that were, well, for a lack of a better term, odd. That feeling of being observed, it didn't go away. I stayed in the front rooms because there was better light there, and it's where our belongings were too. The back part of the bungalow was just always dark, though. The first thing that I noticed was scratching sounds in the wall. It's Texas, so it could have been an animal doing that, I admit it. But I heard what sounded like walking along the ceiling, too. I remembered one day I was watching a movie. There was this loud stomping up there. I was distractedly thinking to myself, damn, the neighbors are loud. But then I remembered that there wasn't any upstairs neighbors. I ran outside to see what was on the roof, but nothing. But it really sounded like heavy footsteps crossing from one side of the house to the other. Well, I was also nocturnal back then, and I stayed up all night either watching live streams or painting in the living room. I was in my bedroom watching an old black and white movie on TV this particular night. Outside, I could see the pink dawn coming through the curtains, and that's when I heard the knocking. Just two sharp knocks in the upper left-hand side of my bedroom wall, over the bed. The bedroom was at the left corner side of the house, and I wondered what it was. Then, all along that side of the wall was what I can only describe as a swooshing sound. I pictured someone using a leafy branch just making swirls with it on the other side. Just a scratchy sort of swirling sound. I hopped out of bed to see what the heck that was. It had to be people. I ran outside and over to the outside of the house, and there was no one. They could have run away, I suppose, but it was just really odd to me. This happened a few more times too before I finally answered that knock with a loud hello. The knock itself sounded like a person's knock, intentional to get attention. Not like a tapping or something bouncing off the wall. It was two distinct knocks. There was a hesitation, and then it knocked 3 times. I asked who's there. Then the knocking started going hard and fast. It sounded angry and loud. At that, I took off to check the outside again, but nobody was there, and this time I got there quickly too. I went back inside, back to the bedroom. The frantic loud knocking was now accompanied by that swirling sound, and it moved from the left side of the wall to the ceiling. I won't lie, because that one scared me. I called my friend, and then she told me that I was not supposed to ever answer the knock or go outside for 2 reasons, apparently. If it had been a person scaring me, I could have been hurt, which I'll admit was good advice. And second, whatever that was, it was bad and I interacted with it. Now, this went on for nearly 30 minutes. I left the bedroom to go sit, shaking in the living room while I just chatted with my friend. She wouldn't accept any pictures or videos of it either. But after that occurrence, I made sure to ignore all noises and just act like everything was okay. And surprisingly, the activity, it died down. We painted the back room, but it didn't seem to make it brighter. It always stayed gloomy. And when we attempted to sleep in the master bedroom with the ensuite at the back of the house, neither one of us could sleep. I was facing the bedroom door, and several times when I woke up, that door would be open again. I felt as though someone was staring at us from the kitchen each time. It was also very cold and uncomfortable in there. Because of all these things and some other things that were happening in our life, we moved away after about a year. I was born in Moscow, Russia in the early 90s, but my brother was born in 1980, and this is his story. So I was about 7 to 8 years old, and me, along with my friends, were the absolute biggest idiots in terms of doing stupid and dangerous things. We would make smoke bombs, fireworks, etc., out of whatever we found, and did tons of stupid other things too. Russia in the late 80s resembled the post-apocalyptic wasteland you see in movies in a lot of places, mainly because there was really no law and order, so no one cared. You were able to buy crazy things off the streets too. My father was once offered an old rocket launcher, in fact. With this, parents often just let their kids mess around in these places, so we would do stupid things in these abandoned buildings. But one day, we were messing around when one of my friends noticed someone lurking nearby. We didn't really care, we were used to seeing weird stuff, but after a bit we noticed the person was not really moving. They just sort of stood there. When he noticed that we had seen him, the man slowly walked into view. A large, bald man with a black coat. A nice one too. Likely an import, which was expensive at the time. And American sneakers, also very expensive. He didn't really greet us or anything, but must have seen me looking at his shoes because he just said, "Like my shoes? I have more if you want them. Come on." Now, a few things really unnerved any of us, but this dude definitely did. If you know anything about Russia in that era, this dude looked like someone you did not want to mess with. The kicker, though, was once he turned around, my friend noticed that he had a gun in his pants, too. The second that he saw that, he just yelled "gun" and booked it, and we all just scattered. I heard the guy curse loudly, but I didn't see him again after that. Now, if the story ended here, it would have just been a bit of a creepy encounter, but sometime later we were no longer allowed to play in that area, and I found out much later that they had unfortunately found a child down there who was dead after horrible circumstances which I won't go into. To be honest, as a kid, I never really thought much about this until my parents told me about the death, at which point the dots connected and I realized what we potentially ran away from that day. Something unexplainable happened to me yesterday morning, and I'm curious to know if this has happened to anyone else. Note too that before this, I had been having some weird experiences happen lately in my house. Bathroom light turning off on its own, hearing a voice call out my name, noises coming from my door, etc. So yesterday morning, I woke up and went on my phone right away to check my notifications. My phone had been on all night because I play relaxing music on YouTube while I'm sleeping. I have anxiety. But when I go on my phone, my notifications are just going crazy, as though my phone had been on airplane mode for the entire night. They just continuously keep spamming all at once, which I thought was weird. That's obviously not the creepy part, but I checked my notifications and I noticed a missed call or a voicemail. At first I thought it could have been a job interviewer calling me. I'd been waiting to hear back from this place, so naturally, I click the number to call them back, and the landline phone in my house starts ringing. For context, I'm living with my grandparents, and well, they're pretty old school. I never have ever called their landline before, like ever. I only ever call my grandpa's cell. My number isn't registered on their landline, and their number has never been used to call me. But this is where it gets even weirder. So, while the landline is ringing, my grandpa had just gotten back home maybe 10 minutes prior. It's approximately about 10:15 to 10:20 a.m. He was out all morning. He starts heading down the hallway towards my room. I jump out of bed, open my door. I sort of look to him in disbelief and ask, "Why'd you call me earlier?" He responds, though, that he hadn't. Then I show him the missed call on my phone. At this point, it was apparent to me that this number that called me was definitely our landline. So I say to him, "See, you called me. You left a voicemail. And it says here, missed at 9:35 a.m. My grandpa then says, "How could I have called you when I've been gone all morning? I just got back like 10 minutes ago." Well, then, who did? Nobody else was in the house except me at the time when the call was made. A phone call definitely made inside of my own house. Mind you too, this phone would not just glitch and call a number that isn't even registered in its own phone book. At this point, I haven't listened to the voicemail yet. After me and my grandpa discuss what happened, I go and listen. Now, what I heard isn't super exciting or anything. It made sort of like a beep sound, but then the landline was calling me long enough to the point when you hit the voicemail box. I'm really not sure how to explain this, so if you have any similar stories or have an explanation for this, then I would genuinely love to hear it, just to ease my mind a bit, because it's definitely creeped me out. Also, I just re-listened to the voicemail carefully, and I don't think it was just a beep in the end. It was like when you put the phone down to end the call and then the beep. It only lasted 2 seconds, but that has me even more creeped out now. I work in a small mountain resort made of semi-private cabins. There's about 30 cabins in all, spaced out enough to feel like you're alone in the mountains. I've had paranormal experiences in 2 of the cabins at this point, and while it's nothing super crazy, yesterday left me feeling really spooked. This experience takes place in cabin number 30. So, about 3 weeks ago, I was deep cleaning cabin 30. I was in this cabin for my entire shift. I was listening to a funny show on low volume, and over my earphones, I heard what sounded like someone walking on the front deck. I opened the door, and when I did, nothing was there. Keep in mind, too, that I've worked here for a while now and can recognize any normal noises versus when someone is coming to the door. I chalked it up to my show, and so I just continued cleaning. I unplugged a nearby lamp, wrapped a cord around it, and put it securely onto a table. I walked across the cabin and then turned back towards the lamp to see the lamp cord unraveled and swinging off the side of the table. Not a gentle swing as if it had unraveled somehow, but like fully swinging with force. I froze for a second because I made sure that it was in the center of the table, secured. I really don't know how it could have slipped off and started swinging the way that it was. Nothing else happened for the remainder of the day, but that certainly left me pretty unsettled. Cut to yesterday, though, and I'm back in cabin 30 doing a regular clean. Again, I'm listening to a show. Completely forgot about the experience from the last time I cleaned the cabin. I'm wiping down the kitchen when I sort of catch movement from my peripherals, so I turned around, but there was nothing there. I'm thinking that it must have been a fly or something. I really don't know, but I turn back towards the kitchen and start getting a very eerie feeling all of a sudden, like I'm being watched. I'm a bit of a veteran in the feeling of being watched, unfortunately. I lived in a very haunted house growing up, another story for another time, but there's a light on the ceiling a little behind where I'm standing, and as I'm trying to ignore the feeling, suddenly a large shadow is cast next to me from the kitchen light onto the counter to the left of me. I can tell you that I whipped around so fast, thinking that someone came in, and I just didn't hear them due to my earphones, only to find the cabin completely empty. I was really startled by that. My heart was racing, and I once again just froze because, what the heck, right? The shadow, though, was clear as day, cast directly next to me. I genuinely thought that a maintenance worker had come into the room or something like that, but I can assure you that it was just me. I left the room to get some fresh air where I proceeded to have a bit of a mini freak out. I had to finish the cabin that day as someone was checking in, so I went back in and just said out loud, "I'm just here to clean and I'm almost done. Please just let me finish without any issues." Did I feel insane? Well, yes. Did anything else happen? No, but I sped the rest of the way through and I got out of there. Now, when I go back in tomorrow, I've gotten permission from my manager to sage the cabin. And if you have any advice on how I should cleanse whatever bad juju is in there for my mental well-being, well, I'm all ears. I've never done a sage cleanse, but I will refuse to go back in there if I don't. I will be doing this, and I really, really hope it works. To start things off, I don't really believe in angels or demons or God and the devil, but I do believe that there is dark entities that exist out there. What they are, I really don't know, but I believe that there's something. Now, when I was growing up, my family moved into a suburban neighborhood in Pennsylvania, and as my parents' first house, it was a decent-sized and beautiful place. I had 3 siblings at the time when we moved in, me being the oldest. I was around the age of maybe 5 or 6 at the time. But fast forward to around the age of 8 to 9, when I have the most vivid memories of the occurrences that I would always see glowing red eyes in the shadows of my closet. This, as well as my younger sister as well, who also would see and scream crying to our parents, rats with red eyes. They shrugged it off as children with a wild imagination, typical monsters under the bed deal. At some point, though, I would complain that I would have heard my name being called, but it was by an unfamiliar voice. My sister would say the same thing, too. We both slept in the upper level of the house. It was 2 floors with a half-finished basement. My parents were obviously concerned, but they shrugged it off for the time being. Eventually, my mother began to experience similar things, though, and started to believe us. Her being a Christian, she spoke with our pastor, who told us to cleanse the house, in which we recited a prayer and drew a cross in an olive oil on the wall. This only made things worse, though. The red eyes and the voices continued, accompanied by shade figures out of the corner of my eye, and at night, both my sister and I would shriek at these things and hide under the covers, begging for it to go away. Sometimes our parents would come up and turn on the lights to see the commotion and all that, and they would see that nothing was there. Sometimes things would fall too, move or shake on its own. Lights would shut off without an explanation, doors would slam, chairs moved, the whole shebang of ghostly stuff that you see on TV. My mother, being a paranormal believer, always tried to comfort us and give us the benefit of the doubt. My father, however, was a huge skeptic, until one night when I came down crying about the monster sitting on the steps to the basement, being told that it was okay, that there's no monster, when suddenly the door slammed closed, and I felt a push throwing me down the steps of the basement, absolutely traumatized, by the way, by that. My mother rushed to open the door and dragged me out of there, and I slept in her room while she said some prayers. This continued to go on for a few years, my parents constantly trying to cleanse the house, even having a pastor at our church come and do it, but it would always continue and just get worse. There would be cold spots and more intense activity there. I was home alone one day when I was about 12, I would guess, in our basement where the computer was set up. There was nobody there and no windows open or anything, when all of a sudden the shelves down there were forcefully pushed over, crashing down right next to me. I ran and waited outside until my parents came home, terrified of what was in that house. Events like this occurred regularly. My dogs would bark, I would see shadows, hear things, and my family experienced the same things. However, my sister and I definitely got the worst of it. It got to the point when I was old enough to sort of comprehend it that I would read Bible verses and rebuke the demon in order to fend it off or get the heck out of there. It never really worked, mind you. Another occurrence I vividly remember that shook me, though, to the core was I was watching a big shadowy sort of figure across the room to my sister's bed hover over her bed in a TV-lit room. I think it noticed me waking up in a sweat, and it must have noticed me staring at it, looked back, and I sat there in shock, eventually hiding under the blanket. I could hear it breathing, and I felt pressure of its presence over my body all of a sudden. I eventually must have passed out from fear or fallen asleep or something, because that's the last thing that I remember. When I was around 14, though, my cousin's caretakers, my grandmother and grandpa, had both fallen ill, and my grandmother passed away shortly after this. The three of them had come to live with us, and the events continued, and they noticed it too. We were all terrified of that basement and the upstairs level as well, where things occurred the most. There would be nights where all of us would sort of huddle in one room, laying closely, listening to things move and noises while nobody was there to be making them. The pastor came again, and sometime around then did the same old, and surprisingly it got better for a bit. But I believe that my dysfunctional family and negative events drew it back out, and they continued. Things went south for a while, and my parents got a divorce. My mother got into drugs and whatnot, and we eventually moved to a town home with my father, but even as we were moving and leaving that house, it was always creepy. To this day, I've had lifelong trauma, and I'm still uncomfortable in the pitch black. I don't like attics or unfinished basements, and I do believe that there was something in that house. I never really get to talk about this much except for with my sister, so I appreciate you guys listening to it. I wanted to share my experiences, and, well, I hope that you guys have a good day. So, to start, I want to say that although I've had, I think, some paranormal activity in my life, I try to be logical about it when it comes to experiences like this. I would say 99 times out of 100, there's a reasonable explanation for the weird things that happen. But lately, it's just been, well, strange. Some backstory to start, though. My husband has had tinnitus for years now. Some days are good, but mostly bad, and one day he said that he felt like he was going schizo, and I chalked it up to him going crazy with the ringing in his ears, and that reality was getting harder for him to deal with. I comforted him, but didn't ask too many questions. Sometimes he just wants to vent and not answer 100 questions. So fast forward to me sitting in bed a couple of weeks ago, and in the doorway I see what looks like part of a head poke around the corner, peering into the room, then quickly jerk back into the hall. I knew that nobody was upstairs, but I got up, saw my husband downstairs on the couch, and asked if he was just upstairs. He replied no, and I said, well, I just saw what looked like someone peering into the room at the corner of my eye. I joked about shadow people because at this point with living in our house, it's kind of been an on and off occurrence. I'm honestly not even really that fazed by it, more fascinated if anything. But he said, you know, it's weird because I felt like I've been going literally crazy. I've been seeing stuff like that a lot recently. We both were a little bit weirded out by that, but oh well at this point. Then a week ago, he was in bed and he saw something move at the corner of our bed, then suddenly disappear. Another weird occurrence I experienced was right before I saw the head in my doorway. I had a sort of strange sleep paralysis moment. I was laying in bed vibing with this sort of odd energetic flow, not realizing that I was asleep while my husband was laying to the left of me, when all of a sudden, a hand slid onto my stomach from the right side. I freaked out, screaming in my dream for help, and finally woke up. My husband was asleep and the weight of the sleep paralysis lifted, but sometimes when I wake up from that state, my brain feels sort of full, like it's still working out of the sleep chemicals and I haven't regained full alertness yet. It's very odd, but during this state I can see things move that aren't there. So I look and there's a shadowy sort of figure on top of him. I thought it was him moving his legs in the dark, but then I realized that it wasn't. As soon as I realized that it wasn't, I noticed this thing was holding something that looked like a phone screen almost. It was just a rectangular sort of white light. I told myself that I must still be in a dreamlike state because of the way that my head felt. I put the covers over me and tried to relax until I was more awake and with it. Then I looked at my husband's side of the bed again where his legs were, and whatever it was, it had vanished. I told myself that it must have been the moonlight even though my curtains were fully closed. Again, I'm so used to weird stuff that I'm just not even afraid of it anymore. Just really interested in what is actually going on, whether it's some scientific phenomenon or something actually paranormal. But then today, I got weirded out by something out of the blue. You see, I was working the lunchroom at my kids' school, and at the table where my kids sat last week, in the exact same spot, there was a sort of small Tupperware container missing a lid. Last week she lost this piece and only had the lid, and I noticed the missing Tupperware right away because, well, OCD I guess, and I couldn't find it anywhere. But here it was today, right where she sat. Today, that side of the table was empty with other kids sitting on the opposite end, and I was like, oh, someone probably picked it up and just put it there. But it was weird that it was exactly where she was sitting. Then, a little while later, one of the kids sitting at the other end of this table was very distraught all of a sudden. She had one strawberry left in her lunch and she got up, came back, and it was gone. I said, well, maybe you ate it and just forgot about it, or it fell or something. But she swore up and down that she had one left and someone must have taken it. I was like, well, we're going to have to let that one go, because if no one comes forward, we can't accuse people of taking it. I know that this is very off topic from the shadow people, but I definitely had some intrusive thoughts of maybe things are disappearing into another time or something. I even thought, is this table some weird time jumping portal, victimizing Tupperware and strawberries? I know, ridiculous, but that just can't be right, and it's just a case of kids being kids, right? And misplacing or taking stuff. But with all the incredibly weird stuff happening lately, I just cannot help that my brain is going to crazy places of thought. But if a lone strawberry magically reappears in that spot next week, well, it will be the end of my sanity for sure. I was also wondering if anyone else has been experiencing occurrences that seem strange like this, and out of the ordinary. I swear too that I really am a logical person and don't like giving too much weight to the paranormal like this, especially when there's most likely a logical explanation. But for whatever reason, the air just feels different all of a sudden. I also really enjoy hearing about unexplainable things from other people, so if you have anything to share, then I would love to hear it. I don't usually share stuff like this, but genuinely I'm freaking out a bit and I could really use some advice. So something really strange has been happening the last few nights. I've been too scared to tell anyone, but I feel like I have to now. It started 2 nights ago. I was lying in bed trying to sleep when I heard this sort of soft tapping noise. At first I thought it was just the wind or maybe a tree branch. But then it came again. 3 taps. It was coming from my window. I live in a 1-story house, so it's not that high up, but it's weird because really there's nothing outside of my window except our backyard and a tall fence. I tried to ignore it, but the tapping didn't stop. I finally worked up the courage to get out of bed and peek through the blinds, and that was when I saw him. There was a man standing outside, just staring at my window. He was tall with a pale face that looked almost empty, like there was nothing behind his eyes. He didn't move and he just kept staring at me. I panicked and ducked down. My heart was racing and I didn't know what to do. After a moment, I finally crawled back into bed and pulled the covers over my head, but I didn't sleep that night. The next day, when the sun rose, I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, or maybe it was just a dream or something. But last night, it happened again. The same soft tapping, the same man outside of my window. This time I didn't even look though. I just froze, hoping that he would go away. I told my parents about it this morning, but they didn't believe me. They think I'm just having nightmares or something to that effect, and they told me to stop watching scary movies before bed, but I know what I saw. Tonight, I'm scared to go to sleep. I mean, what if he comes back? What if he tries to get in? I've checked the window multiple times to make sure that it's locked, but I feel like it's just not enough. And so I really don't know what to do. Should I be calling the police or something? I'm scared and I just need someone to believe me, so please, do believe me that this is happening, and I really, really could use your advice. When I was about 7 to 8 years old, I lived near a woods called Lilford Woods, and me and my brothers and friends played there many times. We used to make rope swings from trees that were at the side of a World War II bomb crater, but one day, me and my older brother, and my best friend at the time, we were there as usual at one weekend, and this particular day, we could hear a flute playing music, and it seemed to be coming from sort of all around us. We searched all over to find the source, but we ended up giving up when it eventually stopped, and we decided to head home as it was close for us to be home time for tea anyway. So we started to head home, and then the music started again, but again we just couldn't determine its source. We made it to the edge of the woods and had to climb a small fence that opened up to a large field, and in the middle of that field, we could see a man sat cross-legged playing the flute. We approached him and told him that we could hear him from miles away. From my first impression, he looked out of place. His clothes didn't match the era, which at the time would have been the late 80s. He looked like he was from the 70s or the 60s maybe. His clothes didn't look like anything that you would see anybody wearing at the time. We asked him if he could play any other instruments, and he said that he could play the guitar. We asked him if he could play any songs that we knew at the time, which was like George Michael, but he said that he had never heard of him. We asked some other questions, but my older brother said that it was time for us to go home. We all started running across the field, which led to a tree line which we had to go through that led us to the dirt road again. It took us no more than 30 seconds to get there, but then as we were running down the dirt road, we could hear the flute playing again, and as we're still running, we looked to our left back towards where the man was. We could see him sort of running parallel to us on the field, but through the tree line. Then, as we're still running, we looked away from him to look forward, which would have been milliseconds at most. And about 100 meters away, we saw him jumping down a sewerage manhole. It took us about 20 seconds to reach it, and when we got there was no cover over the manhole, and all we could see was rushing water. But the hole seemed too small for a man to even fit through. We all thought that it was weird, but at the time we were young and naive and thought older people were just stronger and faster than us and could do things that kids couldn't. The following Monday, we all went to school and we were telling friends about what we had witnessed, and a lunch lady overheard us and asked us to describe him. And she also asked us if we had made the story up, and obviously we said no. And she told us that he fits the description of a 23-year-old man that unfortunately had ended his own life in the woods in the 70s. When I think back, I remember his neck looked very red and sore too. And if you understand what I'm saying, well, that's the way that he ended it. We never did hear or see anything again after that. I'm 43. 43, so is my friend, and my older brother is 45, and we all remember it the same way. My older brother is certainly the sort of guy that believes in facts and figures and what you can see, and even he can only explain all of it as supernatural. About 4 years ago, my husband and I moved into our current house. For the first few months, we had a roommate, and while she was here, we didn't notice anything weird. But over the past 3 years, we've been noticing more and more things. Like, I'll be home alone at times and will see things out of the corner of my eye. What I usually see the most is if the bathroom door is open and I'm looking in the mirror, I will see a lady standing in the kitchen. That doesn't really scare me since I've lived in a few different places that have been haunted, and I've dealt with quite a few paranormal things. In the past year, though, it's gotten worse. My husband has started sleepwalking, even though he never has in the past. Our dog will be barking at things that aren't there, and I can't find anything that he would usually bark at. He doesn't usually bark unless someone he doesn't know comes over. I have multiple times woken up with scratches, which could be me scratching myself, I admit, in my sleep, but that never happened before living here, so it's a bit odd. We hear whispering and footsteps outside of our bedroom door at night. Our dog has also recently started having seizures, which the only explanation the vet has had for that is that it could be anxiety related. Now, I've dealt with some pretty intense hauntings, but nothing quite like this. I've tried cleansing the house multiple times, and every time it calms down temporarily, but it never sticks. And I don't just mean just sage. I have tried countless types of herbs, candles, crystals, incenses, moon water, salt around the house, and even having other people come over who know how to deal with spirits. What I'm trying to say is that I'm certainly not a beginner on this type of stuff. In fact, a lot of people have come to me for help with anything like this in the past. We live in the basement of a house, and we have had multiple upstairs neighbors since we moved in, and each one has separately said that they have noticed things too. When we first moved in, our landlord mentioned that the previous tenants left after about a month of living here with no notice and no explanation. A few months after we moved in, right after our old roommate moved out, they were doing renovations upstairs and found a petrified cat under the floorboards. We have had different people come over to hang out, and multiple people have seen something standing in the same corner. We don't mention that the house is haunted, and anyone who comes over says that they saw something. Even my best friend, who didn't believe in ghosts before this place, said that he saw something standing in the corner. I always feel like I'm being watched too, even when nobody else is in the house. I am very receptive of energy and sense that whatever is here is malevolent, but I've been able to create at least a bit of a barrier between us, I think. I would usually know what to do in the case of a normal haunting and have successfully cleansed multiple places before, but this is way beyond my expertise. So, that's why I'm here. If you have any advice, it would be greatly appreciated. I also don't know if this is related at all, but I have an antique music box from Japan that I've had since I was a kid. When I got it, I didn't notice anything off about it, but when I started to pick up on energy, I realized that there is something attached to it, I think. I have tried to get rid of it multiple times, like throw it out and all that, but every time that I try to get rid of it, it always ends up somewhere that I end up finding it again. The song is extremely out of tune at this point. It wasn't when I got it, obviously, and it will sometimes play on its own still, even if the box is closed, even if it's been years since I wound it up. I don't know if it's just adding more to what's already going on here or if it's connected somehow, but I thought that I should mention it. Like I said, I've dealt with a lot of things, but this is all new for me. I'm willing to try anything at this point, really. I feel it follows me out of the house as well, and even one of my co-workers has told me that something has been following me. I I try my best not to be scared, since that usually gives entities more power, but I always just feel a bit on edge now, and that certainly cannot be good. A few years ago, I, a 35-year-old male, had a terrifying experience that still haunts me today. I was living in a busy city at the time, and I had just finished a late shift at work. It was around 10 p.m., and I was walking home through the quieter side streets of my neighborhood. I'm someone who's always been somewhat cautious, I guess you could say, so I was alert, keeping an eye out for any unusual activity. As I walked down the street, I noticed a guy about 20 feet behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. He seemed like just another person walking the same route. But something about his movements just caught my attention, I guess. He wasn't walking in a normal manner. He was clearly trying to keep his distance, but his pace matched mine, no matter how fast or slow I went. After a few blocks, I decided to take a detour. I turned onto a side street that was a little less populated, hoping that he wouldn't follow. I checked over my shoulder, and sure enough, he was still there. It's hard to describe, but I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up instantly. My instincts told me that something just wasn't right. I crossed the street, hoping that that would throw him off, but he crossed too without hesitation. I thought, okay, this is weird now. I had to make a decision, though. I wasn't that far from home, but something about this guy's persistence made me uncomfortable. So I decided to stop at a nearby 24/7 convenience store to try to lose him. The store was empty, save for the cashier, who barely looked up from their phone. I quickly grabbed a drink and stood by the door, hoping to see if the guy would pass by. He didn't. He stopped right outside of the store. At this point, I could see his face clearly through the glass, and he was staring directly at me. I panicked and ran back into the aisles, trying to calm myself down. I could hear his footsteps growing louder as he approached the door. I couldn't stay here any longer, so I tried to pay, but I was so rattled that I couldn't focus on anything. The cashier just sort of stared at me, probably wondering why I looked so frantic. I threw the drink on the counter, paid quickly, and bolted out the door. I ran down another street, not wanting to look back, but knowing that I had to. I didn't see him for a while, and my heart slowly started to calm down. But as I turned the corner to my street, that was when I saw him again, standing at the far end of the block. And quite honestly, it was like he had been waiting there the whole time. I really wasn't sure what to do next. I considered calling the police, but he hadn't really done anything illegal, just followed me for a while. I didn't want to overreact, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a coincidence. He was still standing there, watching me, and now he was closer. I took a deep breath, checked both ways, and made a beeline for my apartment building, not daring to look back until I was inside. When I got into my apartment, I locked the door and stayed there, staring out the window for what felt like hours. I didn't see him again after that night, but the whole experience really left me unsettled for weeks. I never felt comfortable walking home alone late at night after that too, even though I've lived in the city my entire life. I still wonder if I was just being paranoid, but there was something off about the way that he followed me. It felt intentional, and it left me with a gut feeling that I just cannot shake. I was 9 years old when me and my little brother, 5 and male, were invited to a sleepover. My mother, she had just become acquainted with a man from a church, whom spoke of his children wonderfully. I remember him saying that he had them for the weekend due to custody. When we arrived, we asked about the children. Turns out, though, that They were arriving sometime soon. The man invited us to the pool, and so we spent part of the day chilling and playing in the pool. When the sun went down, we decided to head back in and take a shower. I made sure to stick by my baby brother while the man was in the living room. I didn't trust the man for some reason. I also remember thinking about the children. I don't remember seeing any kid pictures or anything like that, not even on his phone's background. I think by then that it was clear that there were no children coming. In fact, no children ever existed. I remember that there was a Wii that we spent most of the night playing, but no children were ever seen. I don't remember much after that, other than telling my mother that we never saw any children. Of course, she was spooked, and never left us alone at church ever again. And also, we never saw that man ever again. This happened years ago, and now I'm a 19-year-old boy, and reliving the memories of the man with no children inviting us for a sleepover really creeps me out. So I live in Australia. It was 2017. After a long late class at university, I was walking home dead tired and just wanted to collapse into bed. The streets were quiet. Just the occasional flickering streetlight accompanied me as I walked home. As I got closer to my place, I noticed someone slouched in my doorway, a figure sort of huddled up against the door, wrapped in layers of worn-out clothes. As I got nearer, I realized that it was a woman, most likely homeless. Her face was hidden beneath a tattered hat. But then she looked up and our eyes met. Her face was tired, but her eyes were intense, as if she was guarding that spot for dear life. I froze. Slowly, she raised a beat-up walking stick and pointed it at me, her grip tight. Suddenly, she snapped. "Get out!" Her voice rough and firm. And her teeth, oh my goodness, were completely yellow and rotten. The kind of teeth that you would genuinely see in zombie movies. The threat, it felt real. She was clearly ready to use the stick if I took another step. I took a cautious step forward, my mind racing. It was my place after all. But she seemed so tense and defensive. I wanted to say something to calm her down, but words failed me. Before I could even say a word, she hit my head hard twice with her stick. Instinct took over and I turned, walked quickly, almost running, back down the street. A couple of blocks away was the university security station, and I practically stumbled in, trying to catch my breath. I told the officer on duty about the woman on my porch and asked if someone could come with me. The officer nodded, maybe a little bit perplexed, but he came along. When we got back to my place, though, the porch was now empty. She was gone. The officer did a quick look around and just shrugged. "Looks like she moved on," he said, giving me a reassuring nod before heading back to the station. I thanked him, relieved but definitely still on edge. The whole thing happened so quickly, but I felt like I'd been holding my breath the entire time. But even after she was gone, I just couldn't quite shake it. For weeks, every time I came home after dark, I found myself bracing as I got close to the door, half expecting to see her sitting there, eyes glaring up at me with those rotten teeth showing. I started leaving the porch light on, checking the lock twice before bed, just in case. It wasn't so much about feeling unsafe, I guess. I just couldn't forget her face, that fierce, weary look, or the way that she guarded my doorway like it was her last refuge. The memory, it stuck with me. Now and then I wonder what happened to her, whether she ever thought about that night again, or if I was just another stranger in her endless drift through the city. I I've never really had any kind of paranormal experience before this, but generally I've always believed that there was more to this life. So, the other week I was sat on my friend's sofa facing his living room door whilst he had his back to it, when I, out of nowhere, saw a long pair of greyish fingers creep around the door, and a woman that I can only describe as the woman from Shutter Island. Literally Google Shutter Island woman and it should show you exactly what I saw. Poked her head around briefly, scanned the room, locked eyes with me, and suddenly turned and disappeared from my line of sight. The weirdest thing is that another friend walked through that door almost instantly after she disappeared, and swears blind that there was no one there. I was so sure, though, that somebody was in the house that we looked in every room twice. I've tripped before years ago, so I know what that feels like, and even then you don't see entities with vivid clarity that I saw her with. The strangest thing is that two of my friends have seen an entity poking its head around doors in different locations, and I spoke to them both separately while holding back most of the story, and both of them filled in the gaps, ensuring me that they're telling the truth. So my question for all of you guys is, should I be worried about this, and how should I deal with her if she returns? This happened about 21 years ago when I was around 9 years old, but I still vividly remember that day. So I was with my grandmother and her dog, a big black Great Dane. We were walking on the side of a little country road in the middle of the woods. It was about a 20-minute walk from my house, and we used to come here for picking up chestnuts a lot. At some point, the dog went a little further into the woods, and I started to follow him. At the same time, a car arrived on the road and stopped. I looked at my grandma, and she made a sign to tell me to stay where I was. I saw her talking with the driver. He looked like a middle-aged man. From where I was, I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but I heard my grandma raise her voice. I saw the man open his car door. I was sure that he was about to grab my grandmother, and I was terrified. She screamed to me to run into the woods, but a big dark shadow ran into the guy. It was the dog. I think he must have heard the panic in my grandma's voice and that he understood that there was danger. The guy obviously got scared and quickly closed the car door, and then he peeled out of there. I asked my grandmother what happened, and she just told me that he was a crazy man and that we should go home through the woods and stay away from the road. She also told me to stay close to the dog, and thankfully we got home and didn't see the man again. From that day on, though, we never went picking up chestnuts in that area again, and we stopped doing the walkings around the house for many years after that too. We never went walking anywhere else without a dog as well, and I think that's also why I remember this day so precisely. And even if I never saw that man again, he left after him a feeling of danger around my home for a very long time. An encounter that was only a few minutes long turned into years of fear and anxiety for all of us. A fun fact too is that, despite his size, that dog was usually a completely harmless dog who basically got scared of everything, even cats or chickens. But that day, he was honestly the bravest dog on earth. I, a 19-year-old female, have been with my boyfriend, 21 and male, over 4 years now. Throughout our relationship, he told me that he keeps experiencing sleep paralysis, and that it became more and more frequent. He had maybe 1 or 2 the first 3 years, but last year, they definitely kept getting worse. We're both students, and for the past 2 years, he's been living in a rented apartment with a good friend of his. Sometimes I spend the night there as well. And one time in May, he told me that he experienced sleep paralysis again, and that he was aware and awake but wasn't able to move or say anything, like his lips were sort of glued together. He said that he tried to scream my name to wake me up so that I could help him, but nothing ever came out of his mouth. He also mentioned that he kept seeing in one of the corners of the room a huge black shadow that made him feel nauseous, and he eventually got out of it and went back to bed. Now, the next day I was still there. He asked me to stay with him in case something happened again, because he starts to get a bit scared by it. I tried to stay awake in case something happened, but I think I immediately fell asleep, which is just like me. Hey, don't judge, I'm weak like that, but this is how I was woken up in the middle of the night. So, I heard some sounds and I immediately opened my eyes. And he was my boyfriend, laying on the side with his back at me, resting his head on one hand and saying random stuff in a language that I have never heard before, looking at the exact same corner that he mentioned about when he had the sleep paralysis. I could have swore too that I saw something moving in the corner almost. But the weirdest thing is that it seemed like he was having an actual conversation. He would talk and then stop, like as if somebody was answering, and then he would talk again and so on and so forth. I was like, what the heck is he doing, and called his name. He immediately stopped talking, and then the heaviest silence filled the room for what seemed like an eternity. Then he started hysterically laughing for a few seconds, and then just passed out of nowhere. I checked to see if he was okay, and he started snoring, so at least I knew he fell back to sleep. I wasn't able to sleep that night. I turned around and cried until I saw the light outside. The next day I told him about it, and he apologized for scaring me. I said that it wasn't his fault, but it was clear that he felt bad. We asked his friend if he had heard anything, and he said no, which made me feel like maybe I was just dreaming. But then he added that he woke up as well that night but wasn't able to move. Felt like he couldn't breathe, and claiming that he saw the weirdest shadow in the corner of his room. The apartment, it is consecrated, but I always feel uneasy being there. Another thing I'll add to, although I don't know if it's important or not, but my boyfriend's roommate has nightmares pretty often as well, and would wake up screaming every time. If you've listened to me this long, then thank you. I've always loved paranormal stories and activities and creepy stuff like these, and I was pretty excited to share these with you. Although I will admit that it is another thing altogether to experience it yourself. So I am from Madrid, Spain. My family is from a small mountain city. We're all familiar with the mountains here. Even though I live in Madrid, I always go to hike in the mountain range surrounding Madrid. I would not consider us to be very superstitious and or believe strongly in supernatural events, although I am a huge fan of folklore. But this story, it happened in summer. Back when I was 14 years old, my mother took me and my brother for a week-long trip to a mountain range in the southeast of Spain, close to the old town of Rioja Viejo. We had already spent half of the week going on multiple hikes, and we visited beautiful lakes where me and my brother could swim, despite them being super cold. Overall, we had already had a lot of fun, and we were enjoying our small family trip so far. Now one day, while it was very sunny and warm, we went on a hike again to this kind of, like, abandoned trail, I guess, which some of the locals of the village, they had recommended it. It wasn't accessible by car, and there was no phone service. We didn't care, though, because we loved to spend time in nature, and we would just spend our time walking and talking instead of being on our phones. We found a crystal clear lake at one point, with beautiful turquoise greenish water, and lots of water vegetation in it too. My brother and I immediately jumped in, and afterwards we had a picnic for lunch. So far so good, right? Suddenly, while we were enjoying our lunch, we heard a loud scream. It was very high-pitched and sort of just overall scary, I guess. Considering the fact that we were next to the lake, in a small valley between tall mountains, we could hear it kind of echoing. All three of us immediately looked at each other, sort of startled. We were certainly not imagining anything. From what we could deduce, the sound came from the other side of the lake, in a very sort of bushy area, the lake itself was not very big, and we decided to make our way around it to investigate. Because, although we had not seen anyone during the entire day out there, maybe someone was in danger or maybe someone needed help. I cannot really specify what the scream exactly sounded like. In hindsight, it was not your typical scream for help, but who knows what humans are capable of sounding like when in dire need of help, right? Anyway, after a 20-minute walk, we were already getting to the entrance of the bushy area at the other side of the lake, all three of us approaching with our walking sticks in hand and in a cautious position. The first thing that we noticed was an awful smell of rotting flesh that, together with the scream earlier, made us feel a sudden sense of dread. Normally, you would feel welcome when helping someone out, but we didn't feel welcome at all in this place. My instincts were telling me that we should just backtrack our way out of there, while not losing sight of the bushy area, that is. However, we could not shake the feeling that we had to help if someone needed it. So we decided to proceed slowly instead. The joy and the laughter that we had on the other side of the lake was now gone. Whatever was going on at this side of the lake, it felt wrong and ominous. Now, I cannot talk to my brother or mother's behalf, but the hair on my arms was standing on end. And after making our way through the bush for 10 minutes, we finally reached a sort of clearing area. During this whole time, the sense of dread had continued, and the awful smell of rotting flesh had only increased. Finally, in the middle of the clearing, we saw what had caused this smell. In what seemed to be the perfect middle of this small clearing, we found the dead corpse of a deer, or at least what remained from it. The limbs were removed from its torso, and the head was, well, half-eaten. The thing is, though, is that the cadaver looked fairly fresh, as if it was killed that same day. However, the smell was still that of a rotting and decayed corpse, which, I don't know, that did not make any sense. We checked for footprints or dung in the clearing, but we didn't find anything. I guess a logical explanation would be wolves, or maybe even bears, since we have both of them in rural Spain. However, the missing footprints and the way of how this deer was ripped apart made it seem almost unnatural. After we had checked the surroundings, we left as quickly as possible, and on our way back, we did not stop to rest at the lake or anything. We just wanted to get out of there as quickly as we could. Now, when we were leaving the valley behind us, halfway up one of the surrounding mountains, we heard yet another scream, similar to the first one. However, this time, we didn't feel the urgency to check if someone needed help. Instead, we paced up our speed and we didn't go back. Somewhere in the evening, when we finally had made it back to our village, we went for dinner at a small old bar in the picturesque town square. We talked to some of the elder people from the village about our experience with their abandoned trail and all that, and they told us that apparently we had somewhere taken a wrong turn on the trail, since it was not very clear in that this was the reason we ended up at the valley with the lake. They also told us that a few centuries back, during the Spanish Inquisition, the local townspeople had gone to that valley because a so-called witch lived there and set her house on fire, killing the poor old woman. Since then, the locals never hike close to that lake or its surroundings in the valley. A couple of days later, we left to go back home, but we have never been able to shake the feeling of the dread that we experienced that day. Again, we are not superstitious or big believers of the supernatural by any means, but what happened on that day was, well, definitely weird. I was a third shifter in Wisconsin, US, around 2014, who lived about 20 minutes from my workplace in the country. Now, as I was pulling up into the section of the country back road that immediately led into the city, I saw probably the strangest sight that I have ever seen in my life, and I cannot explain it. It was twilight, almost evening, and so the trees were all black against the dark blue sky, and I simply happened to glance up at the top of one of the trees as I was driving, and what I originally thought was the top of the tree flew up into the air at lightning speed and disappeared. It looked like a humanoid thing with wings, but it was so fast that I could barely make out anything else. But it definitely had legs and wings. It just lifted up. The figure with wings that I thought was the top of the tree just flew up and disappeared, lightning fast. I've never seen anything fly that fast. Honestly, it was like a blink. I remember stopping my car outside of my workplace and just sitting there and thinking about what I just saw and wondering if I was crazy or if I imagined it. We don't have any animals or anything natural that looks anything like that, so I have no idea what it was. I decided not to tell my coworkers or anybody ever except until now because, well, it's been about 10 years and it's bothered me this whole time. Do you guys have any ideas as to what this could have been? It was the 3rd day of February 2012 in the Brazilian state of Rio Grande, and this is something I'll never forget. So my sisters, my mother, and me went to have some fun at the beach, pretty far from our home. Our mother had rented the house of a friend for a few days, which we used while going to and coming back from the beach. It was one of those very dirty sort of beach places where trash was dumped all around, and not that many people were going to it. But for us, it was a pretty fun getaway. I even remember joking to my sister that there are probably sharks in this beach. It was a hot day too, and I have the skin of a vampire, so after the first day on the beach, I was looking like Mr. Krabs, and I had to stay in that house while they went to have some fun, which for me was totally okay. I'm kind of introverted anyway. Now one day, my mother and my sister, except for my youngest one, had all gone to go to some specific place. One went to color their nails, the other went to have a massage, two decided to go back to the beach, and my mum was going to go to a club with her friends because she was a boomer or whatever. But my younger sister went to sleep, and basically, it was just me in this 2-floor house, which was way bigger than the home that I was raised in. But the place was kind of creepy, I guess, and it didn't help that the moon that day was full. I was young and a stupid kid, I guess you could say, who was scared to death by creepy nights and also full of energy. So I jumped over the fence of our house by climbing over it. My thoughts at the time were pretty stupid, but I was going to look for my mum. I did that without thinking about stuff like, the possibility of me getting kidnapped or killed by some robber or whatever. This is Brazil after all. Street crime is high, really high here. Anyway, I walked a little bit around the town, but then I realized that I was lost. I was utterly overwhelmed by the same modern buildings, and I had no idea as to where I was. I also had no idea of where my mum was. I knew the name of the place where she went, but I didn't know how to get there or exactly where that was. After the fear of being lost fully took over, I decided to give up and just go back to the house, but I didn't know where the house was at this point, so I just sort of walked around. There were very few people around that night, and I was way too anxious to ask anyone I saw for help or directions. Eventually, though, the road mixed with this path of dirt. It sort of looked like the path in front of the house that we were staying at, so I thought that I was in the right direction, since I took another path after getting out of the house, but there were several others which this path could lead to. So I walked and walked, and eventually I found a beach. Not the beach where I went with my sisters, but a different one. But little me did not know that, so I ran into the beach because I thought that I could find two of my sisters there and they could bring me back home. Obviously, they were not at the beach, but something else was. Now, this beach had these rocks leading up to outside the water. You know those sort of spiked rocks that normally sink ships? Those ones. And one of them was all the way into the sand, and I kept seeing something moving beside it from the corner of my vision. So I just sort of stood there and looked at the rock for a bit. Then, something came out from beside the rock. This thing. It seemed to be about the size of a fully grown man, but it stood straight. It had legs and feet, but whatever it was, it definitely wasn't human. And the biggest proof was the left arm that I saw. So, you know centipedes, right? Those black things with 1,000 legs? Well, this left arm was exactly like that. The thing extended to the ground and it moved like it had a life of its own. I could see all of the legs moving on it too. The whole body of this thing was weird, and not just the centipede arm. You know that green guy from Nightmare Before Christmas? Well, this man was kind of like that, but made of skin and with an egg-shaped head. I don't know what the man did after he saw me, because after seeing him in the clear moonlight, with the ocean backdrop, my child self was absolutely terrified, and I just straight up bolted away from there. I ran away as far and as fast as I could from that beach, never looking back. Eventually, too, while running on this dirt path, one of my sisters, thank the Lord, found me. It looks like they were looking for me for a while, and once we got back to the house, I got scolded real bad by my mother, who was angry as anything with me for running away. She thought that I was kidnapped or something like that and was about to call authorities. I did tell this story to my sisters. Obviously, they found it to be unbelievable. In fact, the only one that believes is the youngest, but she also believes in all that witchcraft stuff, so I guess her belief is sort of already wonky. To be clear with you guys, though, I don't believe in the supernatural stuff like werewolves, Bigfoot, greys, and all that stuff. I think of all of it as just conspiracy theories and stupid beliefs based on zero proof. But to this day, I really do believe that that man thing was real. I actually saw it. I wasn't hallucinating. It was there, and it was as real as I was. The memory, it's still very vivid in my mind, and again, I have no idea what it was, but it was real. I saw it, and I'll never forget it. I wouldn't call myself a complete believer of the paranormal, but I'm not someone who writes it off completely either. I'm a skeptic, I guess you could say, that's open and willing to believe if given proof. I have family that is deeply involved with this type of stuff, though, and has their own experiences with the paranormal. I've got a few things that happen to me that I can't entirely explain normally. However, the one that I'm about to describe is by far the one that has no type of logic that can debunk it, at least to my knowledge so far. Now, to better understand my experience, you have to understand the layout of my bathroom for it, because it happened in the shower. On my second floor, there's 4 rooms counting the bathroom. You walk up the stairs and you'll see one room straight across from the base of the stairs, while 2 rooms, they follow the wall on the right to said room, finishing with a room mirroring the one at the base of the stairs. Once you enter the bathroom, immediately to the right is my sink and mirror. The sink is about maybe 4-ish feet off the ground. Next to the sink is my bath or shower, blocked by a wall so it doesn't connect to my sink. Straight across from the door is the toilet, and I had my door closed, no one else in the bathroom, nor any pets. Since my shower is also a bathtub, there's a ledge where me and my family members will keep shampoos, body washes, etc., etc., etc. And I began to wash my hair, place the shampoo on the ledge. As I go to put it down, I placed it a bit too close to the edge and it fell off. I heard the bottle roll around a bit and ultimately come to a stop. I think, oh well, I'll just grab it when I get out. I begin begin to finish up in the shower, get out to grab my towel, blah blah blah. I look on the ground to find the shampoo bottle, but I can't. I sort of look around for a little while, and after a few seconds of searching, I look up to see the bottle sitting perfectly on the sink. Again, the sink is about 4 feet off the ground, and it's away from the shower altogether. I heard it rolling on the ground, and there's a wall separating my bath and sink. I have asked my family members if they did it or someone was just messing with me, but to this day, no one has claimed to have done it. And to be honest, I think I would have heard someone or seen them perhaps if they had come in. So, does anyone here have any form of explanation for this? I'm still scratching my head over it, and it really, really freaks me out. So this story takes place close to 20 years ago at this point. I was spending a lot of time with my friends Danny and Kate. But we were all sitting on Danny's couch watching TV one day. Danny says I'm bored and let's do something. As we suggest things, I say, "Hey, have you guys ever heard of the smelter?" For background, this all takes place in Arizona, Prescott to be exact, and the smelter is located in Humboldt, Arizona. It is very old, late 1800s I think. It used to process metals, I should say, but we start driving out there, smoking cigarettes and listening to music. We arrive and I start telling them how we hung out here every weekend in junior high. My best friend at the time, Mike, lived in Humboldt, so we would take girls to the smelter and just drink, usual kid stuff. Nothing even remotely weird ever happened back then, so I guess that's why I was totally unprepared for what was going to unfold. We approached the outside of the smokestack, and I noticed that the stairs had finally been ripped down. I guess whoever owned the property was sick of punk kids entering. I say, guess someone finally took the stairs out. I then explained the holes every couple of feet in the catwalk, how they must have used the holes to shovel the ash. Giving up on entering, we moved to the side, and after what I'm about to tell you, I'm glad that we couldn't get in. I mean, someone definitely would have been hurt. So, we're outside for about 15 minutes being loud and just joking around. Then it suddenly got really quiet and still, and thousands of bats came screeching out of the windows of the smelter. I mean, an absolutely ridiculous amount of them. I say to them, "We've been standing out here making noise for close to 20 minutes. We didn't scare those bats." And right when I said that, we heard a sort of loud thud hit the ground, like something heavy fell down a porthole, and then silence. Our eyes widened, nobody said anything, and another thud, then one more, and to this day, I will never be able to explain this next bit. We started hearing the loudest screeches like ever. Dust started flying up like a bird was dying on the ground, but nothing was there. They circled us, getting closer, and all we could really do was huddle closer together. It was like we forgot that we could run, I guess, but I forgot who ran first. I kind of remember being out of it, but not thinking correctly, I guess. But anyways, we ran, and the first thing Denny said was, if someone told me that story, I would never believe them. We eventually ran back, and we just got out of there. Anyways, if anyone has any leads, the rumor is that a girl was apparently killed here, but I could never confirm that. I always thought that it was an urban legend, but after this happened, there's something wrong with that place, and I don't know what it is. When I was 13 or 14, I'm 20 now, I used to go to Park at Open Gym. Basically, I went there for a few days, saw a girl there almost my age for several days. Then one day I just gathered courage and I asked her about directions, just an excuse to talk with her. Then we started talking. Then eventually we kind of became friends. I don't even remember a bit what we talked about, besides the direction question. The only weird thing is that no one ever used to look at her besides me. She only ever talked to me. She didn't used to go to school either. Not like I have a weak memory about anything too, but it just isn't there. Then she asked me to go for a walk. I went behind her and we started running or racing. Then she stopped me in the middle of the race and said, "Let's not go there, weird guys sit there." Which was true, a part of that park is filled with people who do drugs and alcohol and stuff. But I told her it's fine to come with me, and we did, and no one stopped us. We started running in circles on that park, and then the next day I came again and she was there doing some exercise on that open gym. I went near her and said hi. Then we started talking about something, which I really can't think of again, but she used to like talking with me, so she was showing some interest. Eventually I had a mobile phone. I handed her paper with my number and she took it. Then we again went for that run and said bye to each other and went back home. The thing that happened here, though, is that she called me the next day at exactly 12:02 a.m. and said that she wanted to see me and asked to come out. Then I had to cut the call because my mum asked who's there. I told her that it was the wrong number and I went to sleep. Obviously, I wasn't allowed to go outside around that time, but then the next day I gathered some courage again and called that number back during the afternoon. The exact same number. I told her that someone called me, a girl, and they said that he owns the number and doesn't have any daughter. In fact, he didn't even live close to that area because I asked him. Then I went to the park for more than a week, and it was regularly around that time that she was always there, but I never saw her again. No one talked about her too, and she never told me her house, nothing. She sort of just disappeared. Was she grounded by her parents, or did I just experience something weird? I'm not too sure, but what I do have is a recording of me walking, but I thought that she was there, but in the recording, there's no one. So I guess my question is, did I hallucinate this? Am I going crazy? But I still have her number, or the number at least that I called back that I swore that she spoke to me on. I don't know. The whole thing freaks me out, and to be honest with you, I just want to forget about it. I was about 16 years old, and I lived with my family in Levine, Arizona. The family at the time consisted of me, my two younger brothers, my mum, and my stepdad. So it was late at night, or early in the morning, I guess you could say. I had gotten out of bed upstairs, since we had a 2-story house, and I went downstairs to get some food. Eventually, my middle brother, who would have been about 13, came down too. We ultimately decided to watch some TV in the living room, so we stayed downstairs. I needed to use the restroom, so I excused myself and went to the half bath in the hall leading to our garage and laundry. My stepdad, he came downstairs and he told my brother to go to bed before sounding confused. "Who was in this bathroom?" he asked. "I am," I answered. From what my brother told me, he took a step back in shock. I then heard him say, "I saw you upstairs. You stood outside your room when I left mine, stared at me, and then walked into your room." Eventually, we all left the living room and returned to our rooms, terrified. We had also been finding handprints at the time next to my baby brother's room. So maybe the thing that pretended to be me was also peeking into my brother's room occasionally. But the way the handprints were, it seemed like they stood in front of my room and peeked into the baby's room. I cannot be completely sure about that, but we definitely saw the handprints and we have no idea how they got there. This happened close to 12 years ago when I was about 16 years old in North Las Vegas. To this date, I've never had such a thing happen to me again, but it's a moment that I will never forget, and I figured that I'd share it with all of you guys who might be interested. I would like to add that I'm somewhat of a healthy skeptic, I guess you could say, and not really religious, though I am open to the idea of higher powers and anomalies and all that. Now, my older brother and I were at a house party, and when the time came for my brother to leave, I insisted on staying, knowing that I would have to walk home eventually since he was my ride. Mind you, we didn't live very far, maybe a mile or two at most. Fast forward to me leaving though, and I was on my way walking home. I had a nice buzz, but I definitely wasn't impaired to the point of having my vision or motor functions affected in any way that I can't blame this on. I know the whole 3 a.m. thing is super cliche, but it definitely was around that time frame, so I'm going to go ahead and say that when I started walking home, it was probably around 2ish. The streets were wide and almost no cars to be seen. I know as a woman it's different, but as a guy I actually took comfort in cars passing at this time because for that small window, I felt like I wasn't alone walking when they were passing, if that makes sense. Anyway, the journey was eerie, but I made it to the entrance of my neighborhood. Unfortunately, my house was basically at the opposite end of this winding road, yet still a straight shot, so I had just a little ways to go at this point. Nonetheless, I knew these streets, and safety was definitely on the horizon. The houses are fairly sized, I guess you could say, and as I'm walking down the sidewalk, between each house there's basically an alleyway of darkness. In the day, it would be a walking path, perhaps to the backyards with, electric meters on the walls of the houses and AC units and all that. But at night, these alleys are pretty much pitch black when you look far enough. Now, as I'm walking down the sidewalk, I can't help but glare in between each house and start getting in my head and tripping myself out from my imagination. I try to slow down my roll mentally since I'm alone and stay en route. Cars have passed in a while, thus no comfort. I continue like this down the street until my house is finally in sight down the way. Obviously, I felt a little bit better with my destination now in view. Then a car comes north from the direction of my house, and I'm on the right-hand sidewalk with the road to my left, so I thought, sweet, another human to see me home, be it for just a moment. It was then when this car passed me, and after the flash of the lights, that I saw what I saw. Already looking towards the street, after the car passed on my left, something grabbed my attention in the corner of my eye, crossing the street towards me. The street lights were those yellowish ones, so the street was lit just enough for me to see it. And at first, honestly, I thought it was a dog, so I glanced directly at it. And what I saw initially, if I had to describe it, was what almost seemed to be a black silhouette of a little boy trotting towards me. I don't know if you've ever seen those typical little statues of toddlers, like in a garden section of a store, curly hair and all in a swing or whatnot, but if I had to describe the black silhouette, it resembled that of a little boy, I guess. I'm an avid gamer, so I guess I would assume that I know when to lock it in, but when this thing caught my eye with a raised brow after the car passed it, was when I did a double take to confirm what I had just seen, and I completely lost it. I remember turning directly towards it after the glare of the headlights, after any factor that I could have blamed it on passed, for but just a second or two, enough for me to analyze it. There it was, a shadowy little boy trotting towards me with no features, around 2.5, maybe 3 feet tall. The moment, and I mean the moment that I consciously accepted that this was happening, I literally gasped, already turning my body, and yelled as I took off full sprint towards my house. I kid you not too, it felt like I was passing a house every 2 strides, never ran so quickly in my life. And as I'm running, trying to collect myself, I literally reminded myself of what had just happened, and it was like I put on the turbos. I genuinely felt like it was right behind me up until this point. I was already running as fast as I could, but my survival instinct said otherwise. I never looked back once, and I ran all the way to my house, and thank God that they left the front door open for me. I literally slammed the door behind me, and there was my dad and brother, still awake, reclined, and watching TV. I'll be 29 this August, but I remember this night vividly, and it still gives me chills when I recall this moment. I've never really shared this with, well, pretty much anyone, and you're free to believe it or not if you want. Regardless, it's still somewhat of a relief that I can finally get this off my chest. I appreciate you if you've taken the time to hear this out, and I would be happy to answer any questions in the comments below if you have any. And if anyone who has listened to this has any ideas as to what this is, then please do share it, because I would really like to know. So growing up, there was this little red shack in the woods behind my friend's house, about a mile down from my childhood home. It was really small, like the size of a garden tool shed or an outhouse maybe. The neighborhood kids, they would tell my brother and I that there was a strange hermit who lived there, who ate snakes and skunks, and we thought that they were just being kids telling scary stories. Well, just recently at Easter dinner, I was telling my parents about the hermit guy story, that my boyfriend and I went to look for this shack again and couldn't find it. I thought that maybe I'd imagined seeing it as a kid, but apparently it was real, and my parents, they knew this guy. He used to be well known and respected in the community, and was very successful at one point, until something happened. My dad said that one time while my dad, was slowly driving around the potholes on our road, this man ran out of the woods and jumped into the bed of his truck and ducked down, and my dad really didn't know what to do, so he just kept driving. After a few miles down the road, the man jumped out of the bed of the truck and went, well, wherever he went. This was how he got around town apparently, forced hitchhiking or whatever, and did this to people a lot. Then my mum said that when she worked at the grocery store many years ago, he would come in and buy raw hamburger and a bag of sugar, sit outside of the store, mix it together, and eat it. There are a few other things that they said that I forgot, but what had happened was this guy's mother died apparently. He found her and couldn't accept her death, so he had kept her body in the house for a few months. It deeply affected his mental health, seeing her body decay like that, and he went from very successful to living in a shack in the woods. As far as I know, he wasn't violent or dangerous, just very unpredictable and unstable in a sort of non-dangerous way, I guess. He eventually ended up in a care home where he passed away within the last couple of years. I do hope that this hermit guy ended up in heaven. I heard that he was a really nice guy before his life went downhill, and while his behavior was very unsettling, I don't think he ever hurt anybody, and didn't deserve to have the second half of his life end the way that it did. One thing that I question now, though, is, are the stories that those kids were telling, are they true? This encounter happened about 12 years ago now, but it still makes me feel incredibly uneasy. At the time, I lived in our family home with my parents and two brothers. I had a lot of very strange and unexplainable things happen in this house, but this was by far the strangest. The house, it was a 3-story, and the attic had been converted into my brother's bedroom. I came out of the bathroom on the second floor to see a figure sort of rush past and run up the stairs to the attic. On the way, we had some boxes stacked up that had been knocked over in the rush. I walked straight to the boxes to stack them back up again, and as I did, I looked up the attic stairs to find someone stood there. The staircase was dark, but I could clearly see one of my brothers stood a few steps up there. the time, my brothers looked very similar. Same hairstyle, same build, same height even. So it was really hard to determine which one of them that it was, but for a few seconds we just sort of stood there and stared at each other in silence. But before my eyes could adjust to the dark to see who it was, he ran further up the stairs and into the bedroom. I heard his feet hitting the ground all the way upstairs, which made me feel uneasy as they didn't sound familiar, I guess. My brothers both have very heavy, distinct footsteps, so I could always tell who was coming before even seeing them. I didn't really question what had happened, but something just didn't really feel right, I guess. I had this chill running through me and a sinking feeling in my stomach. In any case, I made my way downstairs, and all I could think of was, which one of them is wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt today, as that is distinctively what I saw him wearing. I got downstairs and peered into the kitchen, and when I did, my stomach completely dropped, because our entire household was in the kitchen. Both of my brothers were there, both wearing shorts and colourful t-shirts. There was nobody else in the house too, so who the heck was that? It's not just the fact that I saw someone, but I heard them too. I can't describe it, but I literally felt their presence, and why did it look like my siblings? Why did it stop to stare at me and then just run away like that? Did it want me to follow it? And what would have happened if I did? So, there were these two guys that came into my work not long ago. It was normal, really, until my coworker pointed out that the two guys were staring at me very intensely. They were non-stop staring and even turning their heads to stare at me. They were not hiding it at all, is what I'm getting at. And the stare was very predatory-like and made me extremely uncomfortable. It was like they were watching my every move. Every time I would look in their direction, they would still be staring. For context too, I work at a restaurant and we have bottomless drinks. They ordered food and had eaten it, but kept on refilling their drinks, staying at the table for at least 4 hours, which is highly unusual as customers will typically spend 45 minutes on average or less there, as we're sort of like a fast food restaurant, I guess. One guy was on his computer, though, and the other was on his phone, sometimes, but the majority of the time they were both just staring at me. They were barely talking to each other and were almost silent. One of the guys left at some point, but the other was still waiting there until I had to clock out. The guy also asked me a few questions when he asked me for ice cream, that being where I'm from, because apparently I looked foreign to him and asking if I came from Spain. It was pretty unusual to say the least, but when I left the restaurant and I turned around, the guy was right behind me, so I panicked and sort of stopped. The guy walked past me and I walked in the opposite direction, calling my mum, and thankfully I got home safe. I am nervous about this though, and I'm feeling very uncomfortable. And although nothing really happened, I guess, I'm worried that this isn't the end of this. My gut feeling is telling me that they had bad intentions. And so my question for all of you guys is, well, what should I do? I was up at 3:50 a.m. this morning on my phone, and I decided to put it down and go to sleep eventually. But not even 5 minutes later, I hear sort of shuffling upstairs outside of my door, and for some reason I decided to grab my knife because it was a little bit too weird at this time. Laying in my bed, my door slowly opens super quietly, and I ask what's up, thinking it was my roommate, and he replies, "Oh, nothing." I couldn't tell you if I'd heard that voice anywhere ever, but all I saw was a hooded black figure. He then slowly cracks my door back, but he doesn't close it, so I'm freaking out. I shoot up out of bed to open it, and when I do, he's gone. I cleared the upstairs and saw that our front door was open still when I went downstairs. The only other roommate who didn't lock this door was wide open, but he closed it before he went to sleep too. Mind you, nothing was stolen, and why he would be coming in our house and stealing nothing, I have no idea. Thank God nothing happened, but it just doesn't make much sense. About a month ago, I'm assuming that the same person opened our front door and took off after seeing us awake. The doors, they will be overly locked from now on for sure, but I don't know, something tells me that this isn't over and that whoever this is, that they'll be back. This was about 5 years ago, and it still creeps me out. I'm a female and was 18 at the time. I'm now 23, and I was walking home from work at the local pizza joint and took my usual route home. It was about 9:45 to 10:15 p.m., and it was super dark that night. As I'm getting about 100 yards away from the street that I live on, a white van turns onto the street suddenly. Nothing too suspicious, but something just didn't sit right with me, so I yanked out my earbuds and paused my music. I then turned down my street, and as I'm getting closer to my house, I started getting a weird gut feeling. I look up from my phone as I was about to text my roommate, who was out of town at the time, that I was almost home, about 15 yards or so at this point. And as I look up, I notice the white van sitting in front of my house, and the man inside is just sort of staring at me, the yellow car light shining on his face. He had brown hair, glasses, and facial hair. His van lights, they were off, but his car was running. I stopped and put my back to a tree in my neighbor's yard and just sort of stood there, maintaining eye contact with this man. After what must have been about 5 minutes, he starts driving towards the stop sign at the end of the road. I didn't turn my back to him at any point. I kept my back to the tree and maintained visual on the van the entire time until it stopped at the stop sign. He just sat there for another 2 or 3 minutes, seemingly looking in his rearview mirror at me. All the while, I'm not looking away and my back is still on the tree. Finally, though, he turned right, the direction in which I had come from, and after about 20 seconds of making sure that he or anybody else wasn't coming, I bolt to my house instantly. I quickly get inside and lock the door. I go to the window and very quietly look through the blinds. I didn't turn on any lights because, well, I'm not that stupid. And after a few seconds of looking, what do you know? He drove back up and down the street again and then left. Afterwards, I texted my roommate what had happened, and then went to each and every one of the windows in my house to make sure that they were locked, along with the back door and the garage door too. I made sure to keep all the lights off for the remainder of the night. I didn't sleep a lick that night at all. I was so paranoid at every sound or movement. And after that, I never did walk home, ever again. So I'm going to start this by saying that I always had a weird feeling in certain rooms of the house that I live in. It feels like goosebumps, I guess, but only concentrated on one point of my body. I really never thought much about it before. I kind of just thought that I was just cold, even in summer in the blazing heat, which is weird, I know, but that quickly changed when I changed rooms with my parents, who, for some reason, really wanted to move out of their room in our house. So, it all started when I was 16 years old. I started to feel like I was getting watched while playing video games, to the point where I had to turn around and take a look. Seeing nothing but the darkness of my room, I didn't think much of it. But then my dog started acting weird, barking towards my doors and growling when they were open. Also, nothing, and I mean nothing, could get this dog in the rooms. 2 weeks after my dog started acting like this, doors would just randomly be wide open at a 90-degree angle. I obviously took pictures to be 100% sure that I'd closed them, but they were wide open every single time. I rarely open my window, and there is little to no airflow in my room strong enough to open these doors too. After that, doors started slamming and reopening in front of me. It all got worse too when, after a few months, objects started falling off of my desk and on my shelves and all that, and friends of mine started having panic attacks in my room. I would hear footsteps outside and inside of my room at night, and often had the feeling like somebody was sitting on my bed. Thankfully, I'm not the only person who experienced those things in my room. In fact, I have witnesses for most of the said things. But still, to this very day, sometimes, whatever it is, it comes back to show me that it is still there. I had first moved to Portland from Minneapolis in November of 2022, and this instance happened late winter, early spring of 2023. At the time, I was living with my aunt, and it was around 1 in the morning. Everybody was in bed, and I was in the living room playing the new Hogwarts Legacy game. All lights turned off except for the cast of the TV when, all of a sudden, I just get a violent chill up my spine, and every hair on my body stands straight up. I immediately break into a cold sweat, and I imagine that this is what prey feels like when something was locked on. My eyes immediately go towards the dark kitchen hallway, and I swear to you that I see long dark fingers wrap around the corner, and my breathing stops as I'm watching this happen in sort of slow motion. I know what happens next, and I see the head pop around the corner shortly after I make out the hand, and I am staring into just a completely black face of darkness. And I know it's staring right back at me, but as soon as it looked around the corner, it went back around, never to be seen again. I'm shaking at this point, but feeling like it was looking for someone specific and not finding them, like I wasn't who they were hoping to encounter. I really don't know, and granted, at this time I was living with people who unfortunately stayed within stagnant negative energy, and I cleansed myself as much as possible and tried not to engage in their constant stuff. But this isn't the first time that I've seen shadow people, but this is the first time that I've looked one in the face like that, and I absolutely do not recommend. So around 2007 to 2008, placing me around 5 years old, possibly 6, I was still in one of those transforming cribs, with a portion that could drop down and turn it into a toddler bed. This left the bed rather high off the floor, and at the time I lived in southern Arizona. Now, late in the night, or very early stages of the morning, one night, at around midnight to 3 o'clock, I was awoken by something grabbing at my ankle, feeling long sharp nails sort of digging in. Like stiletto-style nails from the now fragmented memories I still have of the night that this thing looked like a stereotypical witch. Wrinkled, wart-riddled face with a long nose and rotting teeth. It never spoke, but it did manage to pull me off the bed and under it. It startled me, understandably so, right? And it put a single finger up to its lips in the shushing motion. It never changed and simply vanished from the sight as the sun began to rise, and I guess I was just so freaked out that I never spoke about it, although my parents did find me under the bed in the morning. It wasn't some weird dream based on a memory, as at the time I wasn't a huge fan of any media with witches. It was a pretty hard-set Lilo and Stitch kid already. Plus, when I got up in the morning, my parents also noticed that I had digging in marks in my skin where this witch had grabbed me. So, I've had many encounters throughout my life living by a graveyard. Literally, right on the other side of the property line is a graveyard. We've had spirits come in all the time, and once I watched them touch one of my dogs when the dog wasn't expecting it, freaking out. I saw a shadow, and then I told them to get out of here to be respectful of the dogs. I've also been seeing apparitions around the house lately, and feeling certain energies, I guess, but nothing dangerous. But we do have something that loves the dogs, and also is a bit of a prankster. Well, tonight I get home from the bar a lot earlier than usual. I go grab my pup to get her into the room. She usually goes right for the bed, and sometimes I'll grab some water or some sort of snack or whatever. I went to go and get a drink, and that was when I heard her growl. I felt someone in here when I got in, but I figured they'd get the hint to leave us because I don't give the most welcoming presence, I guess you could say. But my poor pup was so scared of this thing that they busted a window out of my hallway door and ran into the back room. Now, she knows she's in trouble for the window, and I know she scared herself a bit with that, but she was too scared to go back into that room, and I have never heard her growl like that either. And so, what type of protections can we put up around the yard to ward off any of these spirits? My family is Catholic. I'm a recovering Catholic, aka non-practicing, so they do their stuff, but I genuinely think that we need more. I don't want these things on my property scaring everything, especially the animals. Every single animal that we have is a rescue one and has come out of some pretty rough situations, and we're trying to lessen the stress, not make it worse. So, for some context, it was about 9:10 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time in regional Australia, and I was sitting on a tyre swing at a mate's house just looking down at the phone when I put it down to see a shadowy figure that looked 3D until a normal shadow sitting next to my friend's neighbour's car in their carport shelter. They were about twice the height of the car and completely pitch black. They had sort of Arby's mitten man sort of hands with two big fat arms and a skinny body. The head looked very round on the top and slimmed down at the mouth. The lights, they turned off, and I instantly went into fight or flight mode and ran back to their patio where I was completely out of breath and just sort of rattled down to my core. I tried telling people, and they say that no one was there and that you were imagining it. Mind you, I am mentally stable with no noticeable symptoms of anything in the schizophrenic disorders umbrella, and take no medication that led to hallucinations or anything. I'm an Aboriginal man, and shadow people in our culture are evil spirits who have come to kill you, because in the past it goes that they had fights with their ancestors, and they see you as the person to carry out all this legacy stuff on, so they try to harm you. I still don't know what it was, to be honest, and it was just, well, plain scary to see it. I moved in with my sister and her ex in a little renovated garage unit, made into a living room or kitchen area, a one bed and bath in Berea, Kentucky. She told me that it was haunted, because she would hear footsteps and noises coming from the living room when no one was home but her. From the get-go, too, that place felt just off, I guess. Everyone always got the heavy feeling of being watched, everywhere else but the bedroom, that is, including the bathroom. One day, too, I told Henry that we didn't like when he stared at us, especially in the shower, and not to be a perv. That they only used the bedroom and the facilities when necessary, so there was no furniture in the living room. So when the neighbor gave me a couple of wooden chairs, I brought them over to the house. My sister, she didn't want them there, but I still just sort of sat them against the wall and went about my day. Well, the next time that I went into the living room, one of the chairs had been moved to the middle of the floor, underneath the ceiling fan. I asked if anyone had moved it, and she mouthed off, "I don't even want them here. Why would I fool with them?" So I just placed them back against the wall. And the next time that I went in there, it happened again. Now, we had heard rumors about a man hanging himself in there, and I suppose that just about sums it up, right? Also, one night my sister had her friend Matilda over, and we were all sitting on the bed in a triangle. Her friend and I were at the foot of the bed. We were just talking when I saw a quarter-sized black orb float from in front of the wall, up over the top of the blinds, and then disappear. The blinds were closed and it was nighttime, so it wasn't a headlight or anything. I stopped talking and said, I just saw something, and Matilda said that she saw it too, and elaborated exactly what I had just seen. We also always had bad dreams there as well, and it was a weird place. On another occasion, I was spending the night with my friend Raspberry at her brother Michael's house. Their other brother, Spalding, her boyfriend Barney, and 2 cats were also there. It was around 11 p.m. when she broke out her glow-in-the-dark Ouija board with the light-up planchette, and we all head up to the upstairs to the closet, including the cats, leaving no one or nothing to debunk our experience that I'm about to tell you about. But we were all very serious about playing it, and wouldn't have goofed off at all. So we sit down, light a few candles, and we begin asking if there's anyone there who would like to speak to us. We get a yes and all look at each other. We play on asking random questions, and I remember the last question being, "Are you in the house?" "No," it reads. Then immediately after that, we hear a really loud bang downstairs. We sort of say bye, but I admit that it wasn't the best one, but we pushed the planchette to goodbye and burst out of the closet and down the stairs to find that the pan that we had used to make biscuits earlier, and obviously left out on the top of the stove, had been completely thrown across the room, now sitting in the living room of all places. Safe to say, our adrenaline was pumping for a while that night, because that was seriously one of the most incredible things that I had ever seen. Later that night too, it was just Michael and I playing another round on the Ouija board, and we asked the spirit, "Are you human?" and it said no. And that was when the scratching on the closet door began, then banging and scratching as if something was desperately trying to get in. Like I said, we were all very serious about it and wouldn't have messed around. Besides, someone always fesses up to it at some point when they do play a prank like that, but in this case, no one ever did. We left the closet to find rather deep claw marks on it too, and that was the last time that I ever played on a Ouija board. This morning, I woke up as I normally did at around 6 a.m. I picked up my phone and started messaging my friends, and I was watching some videos as I normally did. Around 10 minutes in my peripheral vision, I then see a woman walk through my doorway. At first I didn't bat an eye. I thought it was just my brain playing tricks on me, so I looked to its direction, and when I did, my heart dropped to my stomach. It didn't disappear. It was a woman. Not a shadow figure, but a woman who I didn't recognize, who was very tall, around 50 years old as it looked, had long ginger curly hair, whose head was tilted sort of slightly, and who was just staring emotionlessly at me. I stared in utter paralyzing fear for what must have been around 3 seconds before I blinked and she was gone. At that point, I was frozen in bed, and my phone dropped on the floor for a solid minute before I sort of finally snapped out of it and threw my duvet off and sprinted down the stairs to wake up my parents like an 8-year-old. At that point, I was on the border of bursting in tears. My parents said that I was just tired, and they told me to go back upstairs. It was only later that morning that they actually took me seriously. It's also important to mention that at that time, I was not tired and was for sure not dreaming or daydreaming or anything. So are there any possible explanations for this? Am I going crazy? Please do let me know so that I can stop thinking about this, as I'm pretty shaken up. Also, After some research, I did discover that the previous owner of this home had passed away at the age of 67, and it turns out that the woman was quite tall, had long ginger curly hair, and stayed in this home for 24 years. The images that I saw of this woman, they pretty much matched perfectly with what I remember seeing. What really creeps me out, though, about this is that what I saw was a full human, not any sort of ghostly or shadowy figure. It was probably the woman's lost spirit or whatever walking around the home, but I actually saw her, a full body apparition like that. It's terrifying to go through something like this, and if you have any advice as to what I can do about it, then please do let me know. So in 2019, my brother, my best friend, and I were riding our bicycles across the United States to raise money for a cancer charity. Because we were doing this, it meant that we were camping every single night, most often in town parks or campgrounds if they have them. This particular night, in the middle of the trip, we arrived in Napoleon, North Dakota, literally the definition of the middle of nowhere. The evening was entirely normal, until just after the sun went down. As I was laying in my sleeping bag under a pavilion in this town's only park, I could hear the faint noise of radio static, almost like someone was flipping through channels or something, picking up bits and pieces of songs and commercials on the radio. The sound grew louder and louder until it was undeniable, and all that my brother and I could hear. Because we had just finished biking 70 miles that day and had 60 more tomorrow, I was pretty angry and wanted my sleep, so I left the pavilion to go yell at some loud other camper. And as soon as I got up, I noticed two things. One, I looked at my phone for the time and I noticed that it was around 1:30 in the morning now, which just wasn't possible because I don't even recall falling asleep, and it felt like I literally just got back from dinner at around 8:30. And two, the campsite downtown was totally and completely empty. In fact, the town was dead. By this time, I got a little bit weirded out but decided to continue investigating. I continued following the static, and it led me to multiple places around Napoleon. First, it took me to the water tower, then the main street, and finally it was leading me out into this large cornfield on the edge of town. I then realized that this sound was almost shifting in the wind, coming from different places just moments after it came from one direction. I decided not to follow it into the field because, to heck with that, right? And went back to my sleeping bag to get some sleep. But the most concerning part happened just then. You see, I put in my earbuds to block out the static, and just then the volume of said static only increased. The noise seemed to be coming from inside of my head. I know that sounds really weird to say, but that is honestly the best way to explain it. So, after a restless night, I woke up to a day of cycling 60 miles in a downpour, but my head, thankfully, was finally silent. I asked my brother if he heard the same thing, and he said that he did, but he just assumed that it was another camper. But again, the site, and quite literally the entire town, was entirely empty. This is unrelated too, but that morning I received news that my childhood dog died, launching me into my first ever experience with grief. Probably unrelated, but it was a weird coincidence. This story is from around maybe 5 or 6 years ago when I was a teenager, but I still remember it very clearly. For some context, this was a wooded area near my hometown in the UK that had established bike paths and people visited regularly, making it a decently known area, but it was still pretty large and had areas that no one would really go to. It all began when my friend and I cycled to the area to do some jumps and generally just sort of ride about, when we spotted a swing on the top of a hill and we decided that we wanted to go up to see it and use it. We did so and spent around maybe an hour or two just talking and swinging, and it began to get dark. My friend took off as he had to be back earlier than me, and instead of leaving, I sort of cycled around for a bit longer. I ended up cycling pretty deep into the woods until I was no longer on bike paths and instead barely visible sort of dirt paths. I went up another pretty steep hill, and this is when it happened. Below me, maybe around 20 meters or so near the bottom of the hill, stood a man wearing a black leather gas mask, some kind of military-looking jacket, and holding a really long sort of thick torch in his hand. The torch, it wasn't on, and he was just crouching down in my direction towards the hill, staring straight at the ground, and from what I could tell, he wasn't doing anything at all. But then he looked up at me. I couldn't make out if he was staring directly towards me, but the cold black voids of the mask's eye sockets really terrified me. I immediately nearly soiled myself and I leapt onto my bike. As I did, I heard a heavy and rough, fast breathing getting louder, and I rode as fast as I could for about 10 seconds before quickly looking back. He was stood still at the top of the hill, no longer chasing me, but just staring at me with the same cold black eyes. I never did tell anyone what happened, not even any of my friends, and still now, even driving past that place, it sends chills down my spine. I'm really glad that I had my bike with me that day because, to be quite honest, if I didn't, I think he probably would have caught me, and if he had, I shudder to think about what might have happened. I'm sitting in bed with a flashlight on at the moment, writing this at midnight because I'm just too scared to go back to bed. Let me preface this by saying that I live in a house that had been poorly abused before we moved in. I don't ever want to shame anyone, but they were really odd, possible addicts. There was freaky graffiti on the walls and a set of rules for the wife that was left unfinished, not to mention the holes, burns, and children's toys stuffed in the vents. We remodeled a lot of it though, but it'll never feel clean in this house again, I think. When we first moved in, I just felt the most overwhelming sense of dread standing in the room that was very obviously a child's bedroom at some point before. Seriously, just bad vibes. I don't think anyone has died in there though, but still. For the first few months, I was constantly waking up in the middle of the night, and one night, my glasses were thrown clear across the room at some point. Another night, every single figurine on my nightstand had been laid face down. I've woken up with bumps and bruises, but never anything too serious. Plus, it all happened at night while I was asleep, so I never put too much into it. My parents don't believe in spirituality, so there's no way that they would let me smudge the place or anything like that. But they would always just tell me to get over it. But for the past few months or so, right as I'm about to fall asleep, I hear or feel something walking up to the side of my bed and trying to tug my blankets off of my bed. I sleep face down with my blankets pulled tightly over for this exact reason. And last night, it was the strongest one that I'd ever felt. And I knew that it was coming before it happened. My face got hot and I just couldn't breathe. But something clamped down on my shoulder and started messing with my pillow right in front of me. I was terrified, obviously, but I've gotten to the point where I'm not too afraid to reach over and turn my lamp on. In fact, it brings me a bit of comfort at least to have the light on like that. When I did, nothing was there and nothing has ever been there. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or if there's something wrong with me, but I want to clarify that I'm always 100% lucid in these moments. What I'm getting at is that it's not sleep paralysis or some weird sleep cycle stage or something. I don't know what it is, but has anyone else had this happen? And if you have, what did you do about it? I'm not a believer by any means, but I just had something really weird happen that I cannot explain. So I work from home. I was talking to my wife inside. I said, I'm going to go take a lunch break and mow the lawn. She said, okay, I'm going to go and take a shower. Fast forward 10 minutes, I'm mowing a patch of grass beneath our bedroom window, which is frosted over because it's in the shower looking out to the closed-off backyard. I hear 2 raps on the glass and look up. There's a hand in the window waving at me behind the frosted glass. I assume my wife is in there showering, so I knock back. The hand waves in response and I wave at it. Maybe 30 seconds later, she comes out from around the corner, clothed, because she was apparently at the mailbox. She's been messing around in the house and she goes to the mailbox before getting into the shower, these days anyway. But this is my master bathroom that only my wife and I use. One kid's away at her friend's and the other was across the house in her room. I don't believe in ghosts and stuff like that, but I just do not have an explanation for what I just saw. So I live in a little farming community in Virginia. Nothing out here but cotton and peanuts, and, well, apparently ghosts. I knew that there was at least 2 in the store, but now apparently only 1. Number 1, he or she likes to knock things over, especially when we're talking about him or her. He or she also likes to appear as an orb in our security cameras from time to time. Number 2, the one that I'm fairly sure isn't there anymore, was a kind of, I don't know, it's hard to find the word, but maybe like a spirit stuck in a cycle, so to speak. In any case, it was a dude in a black hoodie. Now, I could easily say that it was just a trick of my eyes, were it not for the fact that I saw him over and over again, or occasionally mistook him for a customer sometimes, or one of the 2 men that I work with. The first time that I realized that I was seeing something was when I saw this man walk from the Coke window to the beer window. I thought that it was my coworker, James, fronting the cooler windows, only for James to come in from outside, as he had been walking the trash out to the dumpster. I got kind of a cold pit in my stomach when I realized that the person that I saw was technically not there. A few times I was shocked a customer had managed to get into the store without the doorbell ringing, saying hello is required by the company, only to check the security cameras beside my register and realize that the floor was completely empty. So I began to be more cognizant of what I was seeing. The pattern sort of happens like this. The man starts at the sodas, walks to the single beer window, and disappears. I started talking to him because I'm mouthy, and I said, "You can't drink that beer anymore, man, you're dead." And look, I know. You can think that I'm crazy if you want, but my other coworker Sam has seen him too. I guess I saw him maybe about 15 to 20 times in total, but one day I saw him do something different. Instead of walking from the soda to the beer, he started at the beer window and started walking down the candy aisle toward the register, and then disappeared. After that, I never saw him again. So personally, I hope that this means that whoever this guy was is finally found his way out of the store. I know it's probably weird to hear someone speak like this, as if ghosts are real, but for us guys here at the station, it was honestly just common knowledge. Whatever the case, rest in peace, my dead beer-drinking friend. Back in 2020, I was living with my ex and we lived in a terrible apartment. But later that year, he achieved his dream of being a homeowner and we began the process of moving into the house. Well, one night, he came home from work and decided that he was done with the apartment and we should pack what we had left and just move into the new house. So, we packed up our pets and the rest of our stuff and moved in, and this is where it gets a little creepy. You see, it was probably about 9 p.m. or so. My ex was inside the house setting up the internet. and I went out to the trunk of the car to get some stuff when I heard a woman screaming and calling a name at first that I thought that she lost her dog or something. But as she got closer, it sounded like a kid's name. Also, she was frantic, and then she said the words, "Come to mummy," and that's when it hit me that she had perhaps lost her kid. As she finally got into my view, I could see that she was a woman with blonde hair. She was carrying a lawn chair, and she was crying and panicking at this point. I was making no attempt to conceal myself from the driveway, and instead stared straight at her. I expected her to ask for help or something, since her kid was lost apparently. And I mean, that's what I would do, but she didn't. She looked at me for a moment, and kept walking down the street, still crying and calling his name. I ran inside and told my boyfriend what happened. Apparently, he could hear from all the way inside, and he called the police. The cops, they wasted no time in getting there, but still, she walked pretty quickly, and by the time that we saw the cop car, we didn't hear her anymore. I still don't know what happened after that, as it was a strange welcoming to our new home, and it never did happen again. I'm still not sure if she really was missing a kid, or I don't know, maybe she was just crazy or something. But her panic seemed so genuine. What really creeps me out, though, is how she didn't ask for help and just walked past me like I wasn't there. I mean, if you lost your kid, wouldn't you be asking someone to call the police at least? Something seemed really fishy about the whole situation. I do wish that I knew what happened. Hopefully she got her kid back, though, or at least got the help that she needed. This is about a kid that I went to school with. I'd known him since middle school, and he'd always been a bit weird, but when high school started, things just got worse. In middle school, he was just kind of cringe, I guess. Like stereotypical internet cringe sort of thing. You know what I mean? But by high school, he became genuinely horrifying. I have a lot of mini stories about him, but I'm going to be focusing on one for this. It's not that long, but bear with me. And for the sake of this, I'll call him Jay. This story took place in my freshman year. So every year at my school, before a new year starts, we have this back-to-school bash, which is just the kick-off football game with a chill little after-party on the cafeteria patio where we all dance and drink soda and stuff. Pretty standard school-organized party. My friends and I were having a pretty good time. We were sitting on a wall just drinking like Fanta or something, I think. I don't remember. But this kid, Jay, for whatever reason, thought that he was friends with me and my friends. I don't know why, but when I tell you that he trailed us at this party, I mean it. At one point, he came up to my group as well. We saw him coming and all exchanged sort of annoyed and simultaneous terrified glances. He came over to me and my best friend, looked at us, paused for a minute, and then asked us, "I'm trying to get girls to come with me into the woods. Do you have anyone you'd recommend?" My friend and I just sort of froze at this. We were too shocked by what he had said to even respond. I mean, who asks that, right? Who says things like that? And what were his plans? I guess we'll never really know, but he never got anyone, thank God. As my friends and I dedicated the rest of the night to telling all the adults what he had said, eventually I'm pretty sure that he got kicked out and had to have his mum pick him up. Again, thank God for that. Last I heard, he was still being very creepy and also drawing hate symbols on the walls of his new school. And that is a really ominous sign of something a lot worse that I really hope does not happen. So I'm 37 male from Ireland, and my wife is 35 female from Texas. I have an interest in horror movies and scary stories, I'll admit, but I've always been a skeptic in reality, I guess. My My wife had told me about experiencing paranormal encounters in her family home, which I just shrugged off as I've slept in buildings and castles 1,000 years old and always experienced nothing. So how could she experience such things in a 50-year-old home in America? Excuse my arrogant Europeanisms. I was wrong. I assumed that she was just overly superstitious, as she is Hispanic, which, like the Irish, have a rich culture history of everything considered paranormal: ghosts, witches, demons, etc. But on the night in question, I'm in San Antonio, Texas, visiting my wife's family. I'm awake, laying on her bed, just staring through a doorway that leads to the living room area. It belongs to my wife. Her bedroom is like a sort of mini apartment. It's dark and around 4 in the morning when I see a sort of jet black cloud float along the floor in the living room. When I say black, I mean absolutely black, almost like a bad Photoshop on a photograph. So here I am looking at this cloud as it suddenly starts to stretch from its right side into a sort of triangle shape until it couldn't stretch anymore, it seemed, and snapped back into itself and evaporates, leaving a head staring at me from the floor. The head is also jet black and is only visible from the neck up on the floor. I couldn't see its face, but I will always remember seeing the window light shining through its long curly hair. Obviously, I am in disbelief at this. I wake my wife as I'm still making eye contact with the head on this floor. I must have seen it for 15 seconds straight. Before my wife looks up, I turn on the flashlight on my phone in the head's direction, and it just disappeared. After the event, my wife told me that she used to sleep with a blanket wall stacked on the bed covering the view of the doorway that I was looking through. She said that she used to do it because she was afraid that she would always see something. She's experienced noises and heard the voices of people talking, yet never seen anything. But when we told her family, her mother and auntie said that they have seen super fast glimpses of a black head looking around the doorway of the kitchen and the dining room. I wasn't aware of this beforehand, so my description of the black head really dropped some jaws at the dinner table. Amazingly, I was not frightened. I was just absolutely shocked, to be honest, and almost thrilled that I now fully believe in ghosts and even the afterlife. I still don't believe in organized religion, but at least now I believe in something, right? I can't find information online regarding black shape-shifting cloud entities, but the cloud itself was blacker than black, with a sort of sharp rotating edge, almost like it contained like a cyclone or a black hole, but it was so dark that you really couldn't see any definition inside of it almost. And I guess I'm wondering if anyone has experienced something similar, or if you have any ideas as to what I saw that night. There was a time in my childhood where a lot of strange things happened to me. During that time, I used to have nightmares every night. Some of them were so disturbing that I woke up sweating and with my heart racing. One night when I was sleeping, I woke up because I felt a hand tickling me on my neck. The hand was cold and it tickled my neck very quickly and hard, so when I woke up, I still had the sensation in my neck skin. I thought that maybe it was just a dream, and so in the end I went back to sleep. But it didn't go away. The tickling started happening every night, and during the day sometimes I would ask my family if it was them pranking me, but none of them took me seriously, so it definitely wasn't them. A couple of days passed, and one night I realized that I had left my jacket at my neighbor's house, which was across a little park in front of my house. It was dark outside, but I didn't feel scared to go because it was like 5 minutes away, so I decided to go as quickly as I could. Everything was going all right until I started crossing the park, when suddenly I felt very uneasy. The place was extremely quiet and lonely, but I just felt like something dangerous was watching me. And that's when it happened. heard what I can only describe as a deep, long moan come from between the bushes, something like a sound a zombie would make. I turned around and looked into the bushes, and I will never forget what I saw. It was a tall, completely red man. He looked like he was covered in almost like bright red blood. I started screaming and I ran to my neighbor's house. They let me in and gave me a glass of water to calm me down. My heart was about to come out through my throat and I was shaking so hard that it took me a while to calm down and tell them what happened. After that, they took me home and I told my family about what had happened, and they just told me that I must have imagined it. I couldn't cross that park anymore from the fear that I felt from just looking at it. I had to cross it a few times after that happened, and I heard the noise again, just heard the noise this time. I never saw the man again, but no one ever seemed to hear it like I did, just me. One day, though, it just stopped happening all of a sudden, as well as the tickling and the nightmares. I still don't know if it was all just my imagination or not, but it was all pretty real to me at the time. That was clear. My mother lives in an apartment complex on the edge of the city, right where Parkersburg, West Virginia turns into Mineral Wells, West Virginia. The apartment complex is really on a dead end, but it's not quite near the dead end part. When I was living with her, I used to park my car on this concrete slab that was by the sign to the entrance, because I could pick up Wi-Fi from this person's house. I'm usually a bit of a night owl, so this must have been at around maybe 2 in the morning. I'd been sitting in my car for about an hour on my phone, and at this point, I just kept feeling like I was seeing something, like a shadow in my passenger side mirror, and I couldn't shake the feeling like I was being watched. I will say that I'd always got a weird vibe from the woods around here. Even walking down the road was frightening for me because I always felt this overwhelming anxiety. Sometimes it would be so bad that when I was walking, once I made it by the sign to the entrance, I would always take off running until I just made it near the office to the apartment complex. But after I kept seeing a shadow from the mirror, I decided that I was going to turn my headlights on because since I was on my phone, my eyes weren't acclimated to the darkness. So once I put my phone down, I couldn't really see. I turned my headlights on though, and all I can say is that there was this tall thing standing near the edge of the woods, and it starts slowly backing up into the woods. At this point, I hurried up and I started my car and I took off like nobody's business. I drove to the gas station and I just sat there and realized that there must have been at least 2 of these things because I know that there was something around my car watching me. Whatever it was tall and I remember it looking grey. I can't really remember the face, and I mean, it was a fair distance away, so my view wasn't really great. But I was so scared once I saw it that I just took off as quickly as I could, and I really didn't have time to focus on the face. To this day, I don't ever walk down that road when it's dark, especially if I'm by myself. There's also been a couple of times when I would walk from my friend's house who lived a couple of miles from my mum's, and it was on this country road. There's a certain part of that walk where I just get this sensation that I need to walk a lot faster because something is in the woods around the area and it just doesn't want me near there. I really don't know how to explain it, but it's just this feeling like something was really angry that I was there and wanted me gone as quickly as possible. I don't know. Maybe it is just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe there's some kind of ability that I have that I can't quite figure out yet. And well, if anyone has any suggestions to what I saw or have any suggestions about the feelings that I get near a certain area of the woods a few miles up from the road here, then do let me know because I'm just a bit stumped by all of this. This happened about 10 years ago. I must have been 27 and I'm female. So my partner at the time was in a band, and we stayed in this converted garage. Not really converted, I guess. It was still very much like a garage. Concrete walls, damp, but we made do. It was in a service lane. It's sort of like a street that has a business down in it, and the back of the houses and whatnot. We had come home very early that morning and gone to bed. His bandmate was living in a bus at the time, which was parked out the front as they stored the gear next to our flat in another garage. I woke up at around 5 a.m. hearing screams, mainly from a woman, but also very aggressive shouting from a man, "I'm going to kill you," and so on. The area that we were in is not the nicest by any means, although now the area is very hot property. It's not far from the beach, boutique shops, etc. But this was coming from a house that I had thought was condemned. 2 stories, dilapidated, torn curtains, rotten wood, about 5 broken down cars out the front that had been picked apart, and it turns out that someone was living in there. I woke up and went straight to the front door and saw a man stomping around a parked car on the side of the road, chasing a lady in her pajamas around it, threatening to kill her. She was screaming and crying, and out of instinct, I screamed out something like, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm calling the cops." They both stopped and looked at me, in my pajamas, standing near my door barefoot. The man, he had a full leather jacket, pants and boots, half a face tattoo, and even though he was across the street, I could see the whites of his eyes. He was obviously on something, and absolutely furious. He shouted at me, "I'm going to kill you," and motioned cutting of the throat with his thumb. When he turned to me, the woman escaped to the abandoned-looking house and locked the door. I, being brave and stupid, replied, "Come on then," and grabbed a large plank of 2x4. I kept it behind the door there as I found this area rather sketchy and would be home alone a lot on the weekends. I've never used it, but I felt better having it there. And walked outside in my pajamas and leopard print robe with the wood over my shoulder on the phone to the police. Now, I'm not the smallest woman in the world. I must have been around 80 kilos at that point, 5'10", but he would have taken me out if he wanted. But I think the idea of the police made him second guess. He got the hint and he took off down the road. My partner nor the other bandmate in the bus got up at any point. I must admit that I was pretty angry at both of them. I seemed to be the only one who had the kahunas to do anything about it. Another lady across the road came out also, and we talked about our menfolk not doing anything about it. Her husband stayed in bed too. And anyway, later on that week, a lady came to my house thanking me for helping her niece, that he was some crazy cracked out guy that had fallen in love with her and wouldn't take no for an answer, apparently. He had apparently come to her house without invitation, expecting that she would welcome him, drunk and cracked out of his mind, with open arms, only to be rejected, which is allegedly what threw him into a rage, to which he proceeded to kick and beat her and chase her around the street. Later on, maybe about a week later, I was told that he was arrested and taken away on my street. He was led away by police, handcuffed with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and I was glad to hear it, as I was terrified that he was going to come back when I was alone. So, I'd like to share a few things about the old house of my grandfather's prehistory. The house, it was built around 200 years ago. As far as I know, there were often soldiers in World War II there, and a few often given shelter as well. One disappeared after a few days without a trace, and it was also an old restaurant. About 40 years later, my grandpa found an old cross in the garbage and decided to restore it. After a few weeks, strange things started happening too. Mary and Jesus pictures started to sway without wind or any human influence. The whole house was shaking without wind that day or similar, and in Bavaria, there are also no earthquakes really, but they also had loud noises in the basement. My grandfather then mounted the cross on a nearby tree, and since then it is always foggy around that tree. My grandmother had cancer and died of it, and she had a phone in her room which was only connected to the phone in the living room if she needed help. What I mean is that she could not call anyone else with it, and a few days later when she died, the phone rang in the living room with the number of my grandmother's phone. When you answered the phone, you could only hear breathing and then it would hang up. This was weird too because, well, first, there was no longer a connection to the phone downstairs, and secondly, the contract of the phone was terminated. My grandpa then died December of 2015, and now, 2023, I myself have already experienced, well, many things. The first story is that me and a buddy went at about 11 o'clock at night to the house to get something. When we got to the kitchen, to get into the kitchen, you have to go from a hallway left through a door. We then closed the door behind us, and suddenly somebody knocked. We panicked, but still decided to open the door, but when we did, there was nothing there. Suddenly, though, there was another loud bang. We ran quickly back to the kitchen, and after a few minutes, we heard footsteps in front of the door. We then looked outside, but again, there was no one to be seen. We then heard someone from the hallway run toward us, but there was no one there either. At that, we just left and we didn't come back that night. The second thing that happened was I and a colleague have met in the evening and we were chilling in the living room. The living room is directly connected to the kitchen. After a few minutes, we heard above us a loud bang and loud footsteps. My friend panicked and waited outside, and I went upstairs alone to look around, and I looked, but there was no one up there. On another occasion, once, a friend and me decided to set up 2 cameras in the hallway. At the end of the hallway, there goes a sort of door straight into the stall, and on the right to a stair to the bedrooms, and there's an attic too. And my buddy pointed his camera towards the stairs and to the beginning of the hallway. I pointed my camera from the beginning of the hallway towards the end, and when we went to get both phones were on the floor with the camera pointing towards the ceiling. Both videos were cut off at the exact same time, and both fell to the floor at the exact same time. That seems almost impossibly unlikely, so we're still scratching our heads over that one. Another thing that happened was me and a friend went to the house at night. We wanted to film on the second floor, and at the top of the stairs there were 3 doors, one at the front, one to the left, and one to the right. We went to the right floor, and at the door there is a chair to block this door, so we got into the hallway where, at the end, right and left are open doors. We then went in and we discovered something really weird. When we looked at the recordings afterwards, you could see in the left door a hand and a face. It was clear to see, but we checked the rooms and there was no one there. We went back and forth a few times too. We went up the stairs, looked around, there was nothing there. Went back downstairs, looked at the live feed, and there was someone there. And finally, on another occasion, when my cousin and I were kids, we slept at my grandpa's house at one point. We went to the toilet at night when we suddenly heard very loud scratching on the front door. We then thought that we were pranking each other, but then it happened again at the same time, and we were talking, and my mother had lived there about 2 months after the separation with my father in the house because it is her parents' house, and she said that after a few weeks she felt really uncomfortable, not welcome, and always watched. She had a lot of sleep paralysis and also heard footsteps and loud noises like scratching on doors. She quickly moved out after this, and she never came back. Honestly, I could go on because things happened again and again in this place. Lights going on and off, doors opening on their own, things lying on the floor that shouldn't be there, footsteps, voices, things moving. Most of the time, people that came over felt very uncomfortable in this place too. At each visit, strange things would always happen as well. I'm going to spend a few days in the house alone, and I'm actually going to take a camera and try to film something. If I get anything, I'll be sure to post it here, and if you're interested, you can watch it. And what I'm hoping is that you can help me figure out what's going on here. And please let me know if someone has experienced similar things and what you did about it. Also, I'm sorry if this feels a bit unorthodox, this story. I'm actually German, and I tried my best to write this text in English, and hopefully it makes sense. In any case, like I said, I'm going to go back for a few days, and if I catch anything, well, I'll share it with you guys. I grew up on the top of this mountain that was mostly abandoned since the 60s when an old ski kill burnt down. There were 2 other full-time residents up at the top where we lived. The rest of the houses stood empty the majority of the time, or were abandoned. The history of this mountain dates far back, hundreds of years ago in fact, before the colonization of Canada. There were 2 native communities at war here as well. One of them lived on the top of this mountain, one lived in the valley below. At the base of the mountain, the 2 communities were supposed to meet for battle. During the journey down, the valley tribe snuck up behind the mountain tribe and slaughtered all their women and children. When the mountain tribe returned home, they were apparently slaughtered too. On the entire mountainside, these sort of vining wild strawberries grow there as well, and it's said that they grow from the spilled blood of the mountain tribe. Many people have died on this mountain. When I was growing up, there were hundreds of old crosses littering the twists and turns up the mountain, and my father also later became one of those crosses. In a small meadow surrounded by trees sat a small cottage, no driveways and only an overgrown pathway to lead you to it. If you looked inside, their breakfast sat still prepared, oatmeal and eggs untouched for years. The man that lived there was supposedly a fugitive who disappeared further into the mountains when the police came up and found him one day. We had these weird neighbors too, who would come 2 weekends a month from the city with their daughter who was my age. They would bring friends over, get high, drunk and naked, and get it on, if you catch my drift, in their yard or the forest. There was this eerie feeling that you had while in this mountain, which was aptly named Forbidden. I stood looking at my bedroom window at night, and I swear that I could see things moving in the forest below. We also had the highest concentration of mountain lions in the world, and I was often stalked home. One night, my mother woke to the sound of the sliding door opening and closing. She walked downstairs, and my sister was standing there sleepwalking, whispering over and over, "Here, kitty, kitty." My sister had never been a sleepwalker until this. My mother grabbed her, closed and locked the sliding door, then flicked on the lights, and there, right there on the deck, pacing back and forth, was a cougar. My father also became a violent sleepwalker while living up there. He would have screaming matches with the wall, sometimes ended up throwing items around. This wasn't something that he did until the last few years of his life. My father was a skilled driver and had driven up this mountain and many narrower, steeper logging roads around the area many times. And a few months before the accident, I started having waking nightmares of my father's death, sometimes telling me that he was going to die, and I remember waking up frequently and looking out the window into the forest during this period and feeling like, I don't know, like something was communicating with me that he was about to die. He kissed me goodnight one night and went out the door to go to town with his friends. They left in separate vehicles, him first, and from the accounts of what happened, it was a freak accident. They were driving below speed limit down a straight stretch nearing a cliff or a corner when my dad's truck suddenly just lost traction and started skidding sideways towards the cliff. My dad apparently opened the truck door and jumped out, and the truck suddenly veered the other way and flipped straight onto him on the ground. Something that really physically shouldn't have actually happened or been possible even. It crushed almost every bone in his body, and he survived for 8 days in hospital after being airlifted. The day that he died, though, I knew again. I knew that he was dead, and it was like this feeling that something was communicating this to me. I didn't need to be told. I was so sure of this feeling that I collapsed onto the ground the second that I got this feeling and started screaming that he's dead, isn't he? He's dead, just over and over again. I was 8 at the time, and I had never experienced death before, but that feeling, I'll never forget. There's a lot more too that went on up there to a lot of different people over the years. It's known locally as a haunted and weird place. Nothing good ever really happened there. People do weird and crazy stuff out of character things there too, commit heinous crimes, die, or just lose their minds apparently. We moved when I was 9, and after I moved, I never felt that feeling again anywhere else. That feeling of something insidious just all around you all the time. I've only been up there a handful of times since then, and every time I have been up there, that feeling always returns. So yesterday, I took my son fishing. He wanted to go to a nearby lake that we haven't been to in quite some time. It's not known to be a great area too. For some background, the last time that we went, it was about a year ago. A car drove by and screamed, "Nice butt," at me while I stood there with my young son. This kind of garbage behavior is unfortunately expected in the area. It's also known to be a late-night hookup spot as well as a late-night drug deal location as well. Due to the lake's reputation, I had made a deal with my dad that I wouldn't stay there past 4 p.m. without him. So, with that said, this is what happened. My 12-year-old son, who looks much younger than he is, and I pulled up to our favorite fishing spot, a small pond on the opposite side of the road as the lake. Almost immediately, an older gentleman approached us asking if we were fishing in the pond. I replied that, yeah, we had just gotten started, but nothing yet, but that we had caught fish in the pond on plenty of other occasions. He thanked us for the information and returned to his spot on the other side of the road. Maybe about 15 minutes later, another younger man approaches the older man with a dog. I can see and hear them chatting, but they've made no move to involve us in the conversation, which I'm glad for. I just want to enjoy a day with my son, and unfortunately, the water in the pond was incredibly low and murky, and I could tell that we weren't going to have any luck that day. I tell my son to pack it up, and we'll try another spot on the other side of the lake. As we begin packing our gear into the trunk, the younger man yells over, "Sorry if my dog and I ran you off." I tell him that it's no problem, and we were simply moving to a better fishing spot. He then starts telling me how nice it is to see a mum taking her kid fishing, how you don't see that very often, etc. I get this a lot, so I'm pretty used to it, to be honest. We have a short conversation about it as I pack up, and I then move towards the driver's side doors to depart. Before I can leave, the younger man starts up another conversation though, this time asking me how old I think he is. This feels a bit strange to me, but I'm nice to a fault sometimes, so I answer his question. I tell him that I'm a horrible judge of age, but maybe 25? He tells me, though, that he's 38 and I'm too kind, and I laugh it off saying something like, I work with teenagers, so they always guess me well above my age, just to be mean. He asks where I work, and I stupidly tell him my city. Turns out he lives there too, and starts going on and on about how he got a free apartment on such and such street because his baby mama kicked him out of their house or something. I think he's talking about some kind of government assistance program, but it was a weird flex, but okay man, whatever. At this point, I'm standing by the car door with my hand on the handle, and my son is already in the back seat. This guy can't take the hints and starts telling me all about his awful baby mama and how women are supposed to be submissive, quiet, and do what they're told. He specifically said, I mean, it's cool that you can bait a hook or whatever, but you're still a woman. Now, my alarm bells are definitely blaring. This guy struck up a conversation by commending me for doing a typically dad thing with my kid. Now, he's putting me down for the same thing. He's gone from being overly friendly and complimentary to agitated and ranting. I should have been rude and just got in the car and left, but I've unfortunately been conditioned, like many women, to be polite, even when you're uncomfortable. Instead, I start making comments in the hopes that he'll see that I'm not some meek, submissive woman who's going to just agree with him. I mean, after all, I'm a tatted-up chick with an eyebrow piercing and 2 lip piercings. I don't exactly look like a submissive little housewife. I guess I was trying to make him just as uncomfortable as he made me in the hopes that he'd just leave me alone. After he says women shouldn't be loud or opinionated, I tell him, "Oh, well, you wouldn't like me at all then." He tries to backpedal, saying, "I mean, it's okay to be loud, I guess, but don't try that with your man, you know?" I say, "My man doesn't tell me anything. I do what I want." This kind of back and forth goes on for a while before he finally shakes his head and says, "I just don't understand what kind of woman would act like that." I reply, "A strong one." As soon as the words left my mouth, though, the older gentleman yells from his spot on the bank, "Yeah, say that again, honey." And this distracted the creep just long enough for me to hop in the car and lock the doors. I still don't feel safe, though. Unbeknownst to Creepazoid, only 2 of my car doors actually have functioning locks, but at least they're on the 2 on his side. I put the key in the ignition and turn. No dice, nothing. And I mean, of all the times for my car to act up, why on earth did it choose then? Panic has set in now, and as I repeatedly try to start my car, I can see him out of the corner of my eye. He's taken notice of my car troubles and is trying to get my attention. As he takes a few steps towards my car, the engine finally roars to life and I peel out of there as quickly as I can. Only then do I let my composure crumble and I have a long talk with my son about what had just happened. I made a new deal with my dad that day to never go to that lake alone again, regardless of the time of day. This happened around 3 years ago, and thinking about it, it still makes me feel really uneasy. I live in a rural area surrounded by a nature conservation area. There are many nice paths here, and it's great and peaceful, and a quiet place to go for walks, ride bikes, etc. And on this day, I decided to take my dog for a walk there in the evening. I didn't want to go that far that day, and for some reason I decided to leave my phone at home, even though I usually take it with me just in case. Everything was going well, and as usual, I barely met anyone on there. But at some point, I got to my favorite spot, a wooded area. There's a field behind it, and I planned on walking all the way to the end. Then I wanted to turn around and take the same way home. As I continued walking after I made it through the wooded area, my dog started acting a bit strange. She kept looking back and didn't seem to want to go on. I thought that she spotted a deer or maybe a rabbit and wasn't concerned. I didn't look around right away, but then she let out a sort of little growl or bark. I had really never heard her do that before. I turn around and, sure enough, there is a man standing on the edge of the wooded area or field, like maybe 10 meters next to the path. He was fully clothed and didn't move, and he was just staring at us. My heart instantly was pounding, and no matter where I would go, I would still be in a secluded area for a while. I didn't think and just started walking quickly towards the end of the field. My dog still wasn't having it. When I turned around after getting a bit further away, he had also moved. Now he was standing on the field, still staring intensely. That was when I really knew that we had to get out of here. I didn't look back until we got to the end of the field. Because of some of the trees, my view was a bit obstructed, but I couldn't see him and my dog seemed a bit calmer now. Obviously, I really didn't want to stop for more than a few seconds, though. From there on, I decided to take the one path that would take me to some part of my town the quickest. We literally ran, and I was really relieved when we made it back to civilization, that is. Now, I still have no idea what this guy's intentions were. I will say that just appearing out of nowhere like that is strange, and the way that he just followed us and watched us, standing still like that, I don't know. He was acting strangely, and something just told me that something was wrong. I'm just really proud of my dog for alerting me, because if they hadn't, I really don't know what would have happened. About 8 years ago, my friends and I would download Plenty of Fish and meet random guys to take exploring with us. Urbexing, that is. Definitely not the smartest idea, especially since we were out in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. But anyway, this one night, we met a guy called Todd. Todd was an odd guy from the beginning. He seemed socially distant, and when he slid into the back of my SUV, I instantly got the feeling of regret. We were going to a place called Ronnie's Point, a very interesting place in West Virginia. You should look it up if you're into ghost and haunted history. Todd wanted to stay in the car for a bit to scope out the area while us girls went ahead to explore, which was a red flag. I was convinced at the time that he was about to try and steal my car, but we went into the abandoned hospital, and out of nowhere, here comes Todd around the corner. Scared us really badly. We let out a slight scream, in fact. Todd started making comments about how his great-grandfather was a security guard at the asylum. It's right next to the hospital, and that his grandfather told him stories about how they would shoot at the sick individuals for fun. He laughed and said, "How much fun would that be?" Well, we continued to explore, and Todd just sort of hung out in the background. We eventually left, and Todd insisted on sitting behind me in the car. I needed gas, so I started to drive to the nearest gas station. And maybe about 2 minutes up the winding road, I felt his slimy hands creep up and start massaging my shoulders, as I'm driving, mind you. I kept leaning forward to give him the hint that I was not interested. As he's massaging my shoulders, he's telling my friends and I how stupid we are for inviting random strangers out, how we never know who is getting in the car and how they might hurt us, etc. He started laughing again, and I will never forget the tone of his voice or the grip of his hands on my shoulders as he said, "Maybe that person's in the car with you right now." I pulled into the gas station, and I instantly demanded that he get out of the car. He did, and I just left him there. We got back home eventually, and my friend went on to Plenty of Fish to block him, but he had already blocked her or deleted his account. We never did hear from him again, but we definitely stopped inviting random people to urban explore and ghost hunt with us. So I work graveyard shift as a security guard for a recycling yard. I can't say the company for obvious reasons, but I've been on this site for 2 weeks, this being the second. Basically every hour I make rounds across a giant recycling yard covered in various precious metals that are broken down and sold. Now, during my shift I scan various checkpoints and ensure that nobody besides me is in the yard or facility. One of my other tasks is to go through some grass or bushy sort of terrain and over a set of train tracks to take a photo of a warehouse far across. This is to ensure that it's safe and clear. I have to use a flashlight with 2K lumens so I can see my way through pretty much the entire yard. And well, just an hour and a half ago on my round, I went through the grass and over the train tracks. I took the picture of the warehouse and submitted it, when all of a sudden I get this intense feeling that I'm being watched. My hairs on the back of my neck stand up and I froze. My flashlight is still on and pointing at the warehouse. I slowly turn around and point my flashlight behind me, and I kid you not, about 10 yards away, I see a skinny old wrinkled white man with a large white beard sitting on a chair. He was looking directly at me. He had dirty jean overalls and what I think was a Western-style cowboy fedora on. He was bare skin under the overalls too. Now, I'm a 6-foot, 220-pound guy, but I screamed at this, at a pitch that was honestly quite embarrassing. Accidentally, I dropped my flashlight out of shock. Mind you, there are thin, tiny metal shards literally everywhere on the ground. I can't see a thing now as the flashlight is facing away from my sight, and all I hear is a quick pace, a shuffling, a clanging of metal from footsteps quickly running towards me. Once the metal crunching footsteps are within about 5 feet of me, I hear them quickly veer to the left and past me. Within about 3 to 4 seconds, the metal clanging is gone, followed by the faraway sound of rustling bushes. I then grabbed my flashlight from the ground and pointed to the sound, but the old man was gone, past the bushes to who knows where. I was shaking from adrenaline and fear. I managed to catch my breath and called several emergency contacts. When they arrived, that old man was long gone, though. I believe maybe he was just there to watch the active trains move across. I say this because the metal chair was facing the tracks. It's still there, in fact. I took a photo of it, more as a memento, if anything. I am now in the office, honestly still a bit terrified and alone. I have to finish my shift tonight, and tomorrow do another 11-hour graveyard shift. I won't quit as I honestly need the money, but I just wanted to get this off my chest. I randomly recall this memory at times, and I am so glad that my parents taught us not to trust strangers, and I'm even more thankful for my sister actually listening. So back in the 90s, my two siblings and I were walking from our house towards our bus stop to go to school. For context, I was 7, my brother was 8, and my sister was almost 11. It was a foggy morning, and the walk was almost too quiet. We were the only ones in line of sight. We were a few streets away from the bus stop when a small white sedan pulled up next to us, slowly matching our pace. We looked over slightly confused and curious at a white woman with long curly brown hair in the driver's seat. She was staring at us intently. She was probably around 35 to 40 from the looks of her. This continued for a few seconds before she rolled down her window and said, "Hey kids, heading to school?" She had this weird smile though, and eyes that looked like they were looking through us. We nodded as it was obvious with our backpacks. She coaxed us with a wave. "Why don't you 3 hop in? I can take you to school." I, of course, being 7 and lazy, was all about a free ride. "Sure," I said, smiling. My sister grabbed my arm tightly, so tightly that it hurt me. "No thanks," my sister said sternly. The woman's smile seemed to fade and reappear in a fraction of a second. "Oh, it's fine, really. You don't have to walk. I can take you quickly," she said, trying to sound kind. That's when I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. "No," my sister said, even more stern now. My brother looked scared right now, and I was confused and alarmed at this facial expression that I'd never seen on him before. The woman then turned the wheel and pulled closer to the curb toward us. We all stopped in our tracks out of fear. "Get in the car," she said, as she stopped the car. Her smile vanished and was replaced by a toothy sneer. She was close enough that I could see her dark brown pits for eyes, and I swear that she just glared at us with what looked like pure evil. That was it. My sister picked me up and yelled to my brother to run. I don't know how to, but all of a sudden she just had this Hulk-like strength. She and my brother started sprinting as fast as they could down the sidewalk. I clutched my sister tightly, screaming. They almost fell twice in the process. Thankfully, the car never turned around, and instead it sped forward and turned down the street. They didn't stop running until we made it home. We locked the door and we were all sobbing. My mum and father both were working, so we couldn't contact them until they came home. But we only had landlines back then, and pagers were only for adults. And that's basically it. If it wasn't for my sister, I'm pretty convinced that I would have been kidnapped that day. I guess the case in point here is that you should teach your kids to never trust strangers, because apparently I didn't listen. My mum lives in Ohio at the top of a hill on a country road, and one day my son, aged 8 at the time, was riding his scooter up and down the road, something he wasn't actually allowed to do for safety reasons, but anyway, this country road has woods on both sides, but they aren't particularly dense on either side, and fields and a utility crossing splits the roadside woods from the bigger sections of the forest. Now, he suddenly comes running up the hill, white as a ghost, teary-eyed, and says that he saw something scary in the woods. He's almost inconsolable at this point. He finally gets calmed down and we ask him what he saw, and he says that it was kind of like a stick figure but thicker. It was all black but had no facial features, and looked just like the man on the bathroom signs. Of course, we went to check it out. He took us to a specific area, pointed out exactly where it was, even showed us how much taller it was than a dead tree in the area, roughly 7 feet tall. But he was physically shaking the whole time that he was showing us and talking about it, which I'd never seen that happen to him before. We told him that it was probably a warning to stay out of the road, but I don't know. What could it have been? Has anyone ever seen anything like this before? Also, to give a little bit more detail, this didn't happen recently. My son is 11 now, but he's pretty familiar with Slender Men, Bigfoot, I'd say even shadow people. He likes scary stuff. So I feel like if it was any of those, he would have called it that or even said it looked like one of those things. I've even asked him if it looked like a stick man, and he says kind of, but it really looked just like the man on the bathroom signs. He still remembers it too, and he's more curious about it than scared these days, but still, the fact that he swears by it, it definitely has me intrigued. This happened about 15 years ago now. So my buddies and I went fish camping at a pretty remote lake off of a 4x4 trail, about 2 hours from home. There were 4 of us, all men with me being the smallest at 195 pounds. The camping spot has great fishing as it has a nice deep spot with lots of trout right next to it, but the campground itself, it's rough. It is on the side of a steep hill with barely enough room for tents and a small ring fire. It is accessible by a rough, steep, winding 100-yard trail from where you park your 4x4 above the camp. But we had a great day drinking beers and catching our limits on some nice-sized trout. After it got dark, we made a small fire and we just sort of messed around the whole night. It was a great time, but suddenly there was someone shining a blinding light in our eyes from about maybe 10 to 20 yards away. We didn't hear this person approach at all. This person announced themselves as the sheriff. One of my friends asked, "Are you so-and-so, our county sheriff?" The stranger didn't respond to the question, though. Instead, he shined a light in each of our faces and said, "You have a good night," then just walked off. We sort of sat there dumbfounded, asking each other, what the heck was that? And after a minute or two, curiosity eventually got the better of me, so I lit up this person with my stupidly powerful flashlight. He was about 50 to 60 yards away at this point, right before a crest and bend off the trail, right before he was out of sight. And we all saw it. It was just some dude in a flannel shirt and jeans. I said, "That is not a sheriff." He must have heard me too, as you could see him start moving quickly for a second before he was out of sight. A few moments later, we heard an engine start, and that was that. It was pretty strange that we didn't hear the vehicle earlier, but I attribute that to being drunk and loud, I suppose. But what makes this kind of scary is, what if it wasn't 4 big dudes that he approached? What if it was a single person or even a couple? What did he intend to do? Should we have chased after this person? Well, that's debatable, I guess, but should we have reported this to the actual sheriff's department? Absolutely. But sadly and stupidly, we never did. So, this happened when I was about 11. I'm female. I had a friend over at my dad's house for the first time, 12 and female, and we were having a lot of fun that day. My dad went out into the front yard to take a phone call or something, I think. At this time, it must have been around 10:30 at night, and we were hyped up off of a Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew, and were so hyper that we went outside with my dad. We mainly stayed in the front yard until we decided that we wanted to go inside. Me and my friend jumped my back fence because we were right next to it. For context too, I had a pit bull and a very large German shepherd who were also in my backyard. Me and my friend, we went up to the second floor and were playing with makeup. Maybe about 30 minutes later, we went back downstairs because I heard my dogs barking and I decided to let them in. The dogs had their own fenced-off area in the backyard to not interfere with the garden. My friend pointed out that my dad was still out on the front porch, which, okay, cool, whatever. I went to my back door to open it, and I saw a man crouching by the back gate, staring at my back door. He was next to the side of the gate that we had previously jumped. I asked my friend to stay there and make sure the man stayed there too, and I was going to check if my dad was still on the front porch, and he was. For whatever reason, I never did tell my dad that this man was in our backyard. Instead, me and my friends watched him out there for about 20 minutes. After these 20 minutes, he moved across the street, crouched next to a car for 5 minutes, then comes back to the gate. I decided that it was unsafe for my dogs to still be out in the yard, so I turned on the light to help me see clearer and let the dogs gate open. After I let my dogs in, this guy is still crouched and not moving a bit. 10 more minutes, which seemed like a long time when you're going through it, pass by, and the man is still there but stands up. After seeing this man stand up, I realized that he is holding something. It looked a lot like a metal pipe. At that, I locked the door and me and my friend ran across the house to the front door to tell my dad to come inside. I never gave him an explanation as to why, but I'm guessing that he saw the urgency in my face or voice and he listened because he came in pretty quickly. After that, we looked outside, but by that point, the man was gone. I still think back to that day, and I often wonder if, when we jumped the fence, if he saw us, and I don't know, something tells me that maybe he was hoping that we would jump that fence again. I don't usually share this, but there's something that's been weighing heavily on my mind, and I just feel the need to share it. It happened when I was just 13 years old, and it's an incident that still remains a bit hazy in my memory, but I'll try to recall it as best as I can. So, the amusement park, the only renowned one in our state, had recently opened its gates as the seasons transitioned into summer. For privacy reasons, I won't disclose the park's name or the ride where this unsettling event occurred, but typically I visited the park once or twice a year with my friends, family, and occasionally my parents as well. We would roam around, indulge in tasty treats, and experience the thrill of the rides, just regular kid stuff. However, this particular visit was destined to make me swear off amusement parks pretty much for the rest of my days. It was a chilly night, that mix of cold and warm from all of the stuff around you. However, the sky remained clear, which was all the confirmation that my friends, Nick and Caden, and I needed to ask our parents if we could go. Miraculously, they all agreed, and in no time we found ourselves being dropped off at the park's entrance, brimming with excitement, ready to immerse ourselves in the vibrant, thrilling attractions. Among them, there was one ride that stood out as my personal favorite, and I'm certain that my friends felt the same way too. Housed inside of a dome-shaped building, this exhilarating ride dazzled us with a whirlwind of spinning lights and adrenaline-pumping speeds. It seemed like the perfect choice. Well, except for one thing, the dreaded line. Not only was it a claustrophobic person's worst nightmare, but it almost always guaranteed an agonizing wait of at least an hour. And on that particular occasion, the line stretched so far back that it reached one of the neighboring rides, about 100 yards away. Seeing this, we all let out exasperated sighs, realizing that we had no choice but to endure the line before we could move on. We figured that we might as well get it out of the way early. As the line snaked its way forward, we noticed that on the left side, where the line extended towards the forest, there were shrubs and bushes. My friends and I, we didn't really pay much attention to them at first, which is why we failed to notice something peculiar until we reached the large sign bearing the ride's lad's name. It was Caden who first spoke up, excitement laced with a hint of concern evident in his voice. "Hey, did you guys see that?" he exclaimed, pointing in the direction of the forest. "No? What are you talking about?" Nick replied, glancing over at the bushes. Curiosity piqued, I looked in the same direction, and there, crouched down among the foliage, was a person wearing a Jason mask. Initially, we just found it amusing, thinking that it was a part of some Halloween-themed event, or partly that the amusement park occasionally hosted in October. However, it was July, a fact that should have raised more suspicion in hindsight, I guess. Whether it was ignorance or just us being naive kids, we just chuckled, assuming that it was just some kid playing a harmless prank. Our attention quickly returned to the ride, and we dismissed the incident as an inconsequential oddity. In the end, we endured the line for a grueling 2 hours, and despite the relatively brief 5-minute ride itself, it was undeniably worth the wait. Afterward, we decided to grab a bite to eat and enjoy a few more attractions. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was time to head back to the parking lot, where our parents would be waiting. Unlike other kids who would typically complain, we welcomed the idea of leaving as exhaustion started to creep in. Amusement parks can be quite demanding like that, and with 2 hours in line, that seemed to do the trick. Navigating through the throngs of people also making their way towards the exit, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, a glimpse of that very same Jason mask. This time, I managed to catch a glimpse of the full figure behind it. The person, whoever they were, was massive, towering at least 6'6", with a build reminiscent of a freight train. This man was a behemoth, and it became glaringly evident that it wasn't just some kid playing a childish prank anymore. Subtly urging my friends to quicken their pace, we hustled toward the exit. As we reached the dark expanse of the parking lot, I finally gathered the courage to share what I had seen. I told them what I saw and how big this guy was, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. "Yeah, right," Nick responded, who was always the skeptic, especially when it came to this sort of stuff. Caden, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the park behind us, an uneasiness apparent in his eyes. "No, seriously," I insisted, my voice growing more urgent as Nick and I engaged in a brief back and forth. Caden's next words cut through our heated exchange, causing us to pause and snap our heads back in the direction of the park. Little did I know that his revelation would unleash an unprecedented terror, leaving a mark on my childhood memories. "Guys, look," Caden said, his voice tinged with terror as he began sprinting toward the parking lot. At first, all I could see were the masses of people flooding out of the park. I didn't understand what had spooked him so profoundly, and Nick appeared equally confused. But then, I saw it. The Jason mask once again. This time, the significance of its presence registered in our minds, and we just bolted in sheer panic. The colossal figure adorned with the mask was hurtling toward us, though, at an alarming speed, and seemed to be clutching something in his hand, a mysterious cloth that I never really had the chance to examine closely, so I really don't know what it was. But we ran as if our lives depended on it, eventually catching up to Caden in the vast expanse of the parking lot. Together, we gasped for breath, scanning our surroundings in a frenzied state, until we spotted my parents' car. Without wasting a second, we scrambled inside, screaming at them to floor it. Although they wore expressions of bewilderment and concern, my dad pressed down on the accelerator, propelling us away from that nightmare as swiftly as possible. Interrogation became the theme of our 1-hour car drive back home, and it was Nick who mustered the courage to offer brief, one-word answers to our parents' relentless questions. In truth, all of us were still reeling from the shock, I guess, struggling to process the enormity of what had just occurred. To this day, I still remain baffled by the man's intentions. What did he actually want with us? Why did he single us out? why did he do this with a ton of people around? And what horrors awaited us if he had managed to close the distance between us? I vowed never to return to that specific amusement park, although I visited others since then. Nevertheless, you can bet your bottom dollar that I always keep a vigilant eye, forever wary of lurking shadows, because these days, you just never know who might be hiding in the darkness, waiting to pounce like that. So, I'm from Brownsville, Texas, and one night I was at my girlfriend's house. We were having a normal evening, watching a movie and relaxing in bed at around 9 p.m. And since nobody else was home, we were surprised when we heard a sort of robotic-like voice coming from outside the window. I checked, but I didn't see anything. This happened twice though, and then we heard a noise coming from the kitchen. My girlfriend had cats in the house at the time, so we thought that it might be them, and we didn't pay much attention. However, the noises continued, and they were louder the second time. We jokingly checked the living room and the kitchen, but found nothing unusual, so we just went back to bed. Suddenly, though, we heard the noises again for the third time, and this time we decided to thoroughly check the entire house. However, we couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. The cats were also missing, as if they were hiding. My girlfriend went back to her room, and I followed her. Before entering the room, I had a strange feeling, though, and decided to look out into the hallway. It was dark, and I really couldn't see much, but suddenly I heard a human whistle. Thinking that it was my girlfriend, I smiled and laughed a little. However, when I looked at her, she seemed genuinely terrified and asked me to close the door. I locked it as she requested. In the end, we suspected that someone had entered the house, and I was ready to call 911. However, my girlfriend insisted that I shouldn't. Instead, we decided to run out of the house. I locked the bottom lock of the door from the inside, and I just went straight to my car. I was terrified and shaking, and I wanted to call my dad and ask him to bring a gun, but my girlfriend convinced me not to. Instead, I called my friends and asked them to come with a baseball bat. We waited outside to see if anyone would come out of the house, but nobody ever did. I told my friends that we should go inside and confront the burglar with the bats that they brought. However, when I tried to open the door, I realized all of a sudden that it was locked. It was then that I remembered locking it before leaving, so we decided to go to the restaurant instead and get the keys from my girlfriend's mum. I asked my friends to stay outside and call the police if they saw anyone. When we returned, we positioned ourselves behind the door ready to open it. I unlocked the bottom lock and turned the knob, but to my surprise and fear, the top lock that required a key to lock was also locked. We didn't have the key when we originally ran out, and this confirmed to me that somebody must be inside. I unlocked the top lock using the keys that we had, and we quickly entered the house expecting to find somebody inside. However, after searching the entire house, and I mean, we checked all the windows, doors, everything. Everything just seemed untouched and locked. Since then, my friends and I have been unable to explain what actually happened that day. The top lock, which needed a key to be locked, was locked when we returned, even though we didn't have the key to begin with. Moreover, we still can't explain the human whistling sound that my girlfriend and I heard, and the whistling had a sort of mocking tone to it. When her mum got home, we told her what happened, and she told us that morning that she heard my girl laughing loud while the TV was on, and she told her girlfriend, "Natalie is laughing so loud, I haven't heard her laugh like that in a long time." But my girl was not home that morning. She had slept over at a friend's house. In any case, a few months later, my girlfriend's mum was preparing to move out of that house. She was doing some final checks and making sure all the doors were locked. However, the next day when she went back to the house, she noticed that the back doors were wide open. This seemed strange to her, so she locked the doors again and turned in the keys. A few days later, the realtor who had the keys called my girlfriend's mum and asked if she had entered the house again and opened the back doors. She denied it, explaining that she didn't have the keys anymore. The realtor informed her, though, that the previous day, when they went to check the house, the back doors were wide open, and they had definitely originally closed and locked them. But when they returned the next day, the doors, they were wide open once again. I, a 23-year-old female, was recently in Africa on vacation with my family, and we stayed 2 nights at a desert camp in the Sahara. The first night, my sister and I, we were talking and hanging out with the guys who worked there, who were all probably around maybe ages 20 to 35. But they seemed friendly and harmless for the most part. I noticed at the campfire that night that one of the guys started paying more attention to me, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable, but I figured that it was just a language barrier or something. So, out in the desert, you can see the stars really well out there, and even the Milky Way on clear nights, but you have to wait for the moon to go down, which is at around 2 a.m. I guess it's a normal thing for the guys to come around to the tents, which are luxury tents furnished with beds, lights, a toilet, and shower, as well as a lock on the doors, so definitely not normal camping. They often knock on the door to see if you're awake and want to come out to look at the stars at night. My sister and I, we were sharing a tent, my parents in a separate one across the walkway. The first night at around midnight, I told my sister that I was too tired to go out because I was falling asleep, so she left to look at the stars without me, and I didn't lock the door because I didn't want her to get locked out if I fell asleep. Fast forward about an hour and I'm on my side asleep when I wake up suddenly to see a head peeking in from the tent door. I thought that it was my sister, so I groggily asked her, "What are you doing?" Because it was just really weird the way that she was just standing there. I start to wake up a bit more, and I then realize that it's this guy from the campfire's head peeking in my room while I'm asleep. Now, I know that it could have been a simple misunderstanding, but I felt totally violated with my privacy, especially because we were on their territory in the middle of the desert. Like, I'm not kidding, we had to take a 30-minute truck ride into the dunes to get here. Harmless mistake or not, I was in fight or flight at that moment. He literally woke me up with a panic attack, so I went to the door and told him that I was tired. He kept trying to get me to come out to the dunes with a blanket. The classic male move, right? But I just kept saying no, I didn't feel well and was tired, which was true. At this moment too, I really don't know where my sister is, I don't know where my family is. I'm disoriented like anything, and all I know is that this man is standing in front of me and was literally just watching me sleep. I don't know how long he was there for. It could have been a literal second, or it could have been, well, a lot longer than that. But either way, I was high-key horrified. I told him again no, and said that I'd go look at the stars tomorrow night. He told me that he wouldn't be at the camp the next night, and that's why he wanted to go out tonight, but I just wouldn't budge. Once he realized that I wasn't going to come outside, he asked if he could have my number, and I told him no, I have a boyfriend. I don't, but it seemed the only way that this man would respect my disinterest was by knowing that there was another man in the picture. After I said that, he asked me for my first name, and I gave it to him because I thought that it wouldn't do any harm. And then I said goodnight, and I locked the door this time. I went right to the bathroom after this, and while I was on the toilet, I heard him come back and start calling my name from outside the tent, but I just stayed quiet and I didn't say anything. I finished in the bathroom and I lay back down in bed. Still trying to calm down from what had just happened because my heart was racing. I heard him come back again calling my name. I laid in bed as still as I could and I didn't say anything. I tried texting my dad, but he was not answering and I didn't feel comfortable leaving the tent at that point. Finally though, my sister came back and my dad was with her, so I told them what had just happened and they were confused and thought that it was weird and that was kind of it. The next day I brought it up at breakfast again and My sister and dad basically told me that I was just being dramatic and that I should just stop talking about it already because it wasn't that big of a deal. My mum was the only one who was like, yeah, that's really not okay. And the second night, my sister and I were both out under the stars talking to the guys and relaxing. Keep in mind, it's very dark out here and you can't see any faces. So I was having a normal convo with this one guy, couldn't see him, and all is well. And after a while, he asks me if I remember him, and I'm like, well, no, I really can't see you. He's like, oh, shine a light. So I do, and wouldn't you know it, it's the same guy from my tent. I really wasn't expecting him to be the dude in front of me because he had told me that he wouldn't be there that night, which leads me to believe that he picked up a shift just to see me, but I really couldn't be sure. Surprisingly, he was fine that night and respected my boundaries, so I didn't say anything to the guys who ran the camp. I was planning on doing so if he did anything remotely uncomfortable, but he didn't. The next morning, we left the area, and a few days later, I start getting message requests on Instagram. Would you believe that somehow this guy found me? I mean, I tagged the entire desert, and you're telling me that he found me based on my name and a location? Not even a specific location, but an entire desert? And my name is not unique by any means either. Anyway, he messages me, and although I'm creeped out a bit, I'm also thinking, okay, well, now he's harmless. I might as well see what he says. And he says, you know, I'm really so happy to find your account. I was looking for you all the time. Which I found very creepy to even say to someone, but again, I don't know, it could just be a cultural difference, but who knows. I didn't answer, and he messaged me again a few days later saying, hey, how are you? But again, I didn't answer. But why I bring this up is I'm curious what you guys think about this, and if I really was just overreacting, or if you think my literal gut feeling was right. He seemed to be harmless around other people in the end, but I don't know. The way that his head just popped in my tent at night when nobody else was around and I was the only one there, it was weird, to say the least.
all your passwords safe.
The following program is rated TV MALV. It contains strong language and violence. Technology makes your PC a powerful tool.
And now they've even added an encyclopedia.
Awesome. I do my shopping at home, pay my bills.
And I can learn something new.
Prodigy now has a 21-volume electronic...
CBN's the only place to see Remington Steel.
I'm a man who enjoys impossible challenges.
It's one...
This morning, an earthquake at 4:31 West Coast time. Strong, jolting, and rumbling, it pushed its way through Southern California.
I also have to warn you as we begin this special report that what you're about to see almost defies description, and some of you may not want to watch it.
39 people in one house dead, and no one can explain why.
This is the body of the 20th victim found, a minister from Fairway, Kansas. It'll take a long time to get things back in shape. Some feel they never will.
Hello, thank you for I'm guided. Looking. Stroll into my local GameStop, looking to pick up a copy of Persona no Emblemu Waifu Jam Gaiden. Grab the game, take it to the charming maiden at the register. Pardon me, milady, but could you ring me up? A shame I don't have your number, or I'd ring you up instead. She giggles and takes the game, blushing as her fingers brush mine due to my fingerless gloves. Her eyes widen as she reads the game's title. Wow, I've never seen anyone buy this before. You must have special taste. I smile and ready a witty response when suddenly a voice rings out from behind. Ha ha ha! Look at what this guy's buying! That's not Call of Duty! What a piece of trash! I quickly turn around, my cloak billowing behind me, to discern the source of this most rude outburst. Generic dude bro caricature with team sports cap and the guy that beat you up that one time behind the school in early October t-shirt is standing there, guffawing. Excuse me, sir. You may disparage my persons if you wish, but it is untoward to swear in front of a lady. God. Screw you, dipstick. I smile quietly and tip my fedora low across my eyes, concealing them. All right, as you wish. I quickly swing my cane into his kneecap before he can react. He bellows and charges forward. I expertly sidestep him, and the cashier screams as he crashes into the counter. That's when I draw my sword cane and mutter a quiet oath as I drive it deep into his back. Resquiescat in pace. As I clean my blade, the girl walks out from behind the counter, twirling her hair with her fingers. So maybe you'd like to come over to my place to play that game sometime. No thanks, milady. It's single player only.
I've been posting my paranormal experiences on and off for the past few months when the thread pops up. Though, now I think I should retell one that I posted about 8 to 10 years ago. It's non-paranormal, but kinda fucked. Be me, 18-year-old dude. Work at a shitty retail job, mostly evenings and nights. Mindlessly easy work. Make the shelves pretty, help customers, and put shit back where it goes. Around 6 p.m. in the winter, getting dark out. Straining up the drink aisle, pulling bottles of shitty off-brand soda forward. Someone calls for me from the right. It's some mid to late 30-something-year-old guy. Asking me where the medicine and stuff like that is. I lead him directly around the corner. Find what he's looking for. He decides to try to strike up some conversation. Young, socially inept, and not wanting to come off as rude, I oblige and we talk. Normal small talk turns into him asking questions about me, where I go to school, and how old I am. Not creeped out yet, but starting to get a little uncomfortable. Almost immediately asks me to help him at his place, moving some furniture. I decline. Come up with some excuse that I'm going to be very busy for a while. He tries to bribe me with pizza, beer, and weed. Still decline. Haha, no worries, Anon. Dude hangs around for a bit before he steps off around the corner. I stay put for a minute, watching him out of the corner of my eye. Feel like something is very off about this guy. I don't want to be around him. Get called to the back of the store over the intercom. Start walking. I'm not even halfway across the store, and in the reflection of one of those reflective ceiling domes, I see someone following behind me, about 25 feet away. Glance over my shoulder for a second. It's the weird guy, acting like he's just looking around. Keep walking, glancing up the domes when I see them. Dude followed me all the way back to the warehouse door, but didn't dare to follow me in. Find coworker that called me in the warehouse. Mentioned the dude to her. Huh, he's probably just not good at talking to people and wanted to be your friend and on. Don't worry so much. This bitch.jpg. Help her stupid ass out with moving some heavy stock before returning to my regular tasks. Wander back towards the drink aisle, feeling kind of anxious. Glancing around as I cross the store, expecting to see the creepy dude. Sector clear, dot wave. Get back to mindless work. Forget about the guy for a while. A few hours later, when the store is mostly empty, I walk up to the cash registers and talk with the cashier. Hey, Anon, your buddy was asking about you. What? Yeah, he wanted to know when you were off. Something about plans that you had. I feel the anxiety come back as I seemingly stare through this fucking brainless land whale. I ask her if she told him anything. She says no, since it's against policy. I breathe a sigh of relief and wander behind the counter to grab the schedule for the next week. Can't find it. Dig around for a while. Land whale nudges me and points over the counter above where I'm looking. Ask her if she just pulled it out. She says no. Shrug and look at my schedule and go do some other shit in the back to kill time. Have a strange feeling for the rest of the night, even after I get home. Was off for a couple days. Went back. In canned food, moving shit around. Hear steps to my right. Look over and see the creepy guy. Put on my customer service face, not really happy to see this guy again. Dude doesn't even ask for help, just wants to talk. Talk with him for a bit, continuing to work as I do so. He asks me to hang out sometime. Decline, recycling my previous excuse. See something in the guy's expression change. It was really subtle. It's alright, dude. Maybe some other time. Guy proceeds to go on about shit going on in his life. That his mom isn't doing too well and that he's basically got the house to himself. Talks about this fridge full of beer and gallon Ziploc bags full of weed that he's got. Reply with simple shit like, oh, cool, and nice, while I'm only half listening. Guy says he's gonna get out of my hair, but tells me to consider his offer to hang out, and that his place is just across the street. Yeah, sure, great, .png. Guy walks away. I wait a second before I stick my head out and peek around, to make sure he's actually gone this time. Get back to work as normal. Close and forget about the guy for a while. A month passes. Store starts handing out radios to floor staff. It's quicker and easier to call for help. Also a good way to keep things subtle if you don't want certain customers to hear something. Creepy guy would show up occasionally, doing the same old shit. I got tired of it and made sure to tell most of the people I worked with about him. Tell them that if some 30-something guy comes asking about me, that I am not around, and to radio me when he's not nearby. Got a small promotion. Help out in furniture. Quick note, at this point in time, I was the only guy that worked at the store during business hours, hanging around in the aisles adjacent to furniture in case the manager needed help. Pushing around cheap-ass candles and scrolling on my phone. Get a call on the radio. It's the land whale cashier. "Anan, your friend is here looking for you." I freeze up for a moment, remembering that this land whale is also quite literally retarded. I asked her if she told him I was here. Yup. Resist the urge to call her a stupid cunt over the radio. Decide to save it for later. Quickly move towards the warehouse, since the dude hadn't followed me in there yet. Bump into the closing manager as I walk in. Explain the situation to her. She understands and tells me she'll keep an eye out. Tuck away in the corner. Find a nice little nook under the shelving. Listening to radio chatter and scrolling on my phone, when I hear the closing manager shout, "Excuse me! This area is for employees only." Glance around. Make out 3 people that aren't my manager, one of whom is the creepy guy. What the actual fuck.webm? Creepy guy is flanked by a Hispanic guy and a Hispanic woman. The guy is wearing some expensive brands. The woman is in a skin-tight red dress and lots of jewelry. Creepy guy looks like shit as usual. Creepy guy tries to explain that they're looking for me for, quote-unquote, help. Manager threatens to call the cops, and immediately, all 3 leave the warehouse. I sit tight for the next 20 to 30 minutes, until I get a call from another floor worker that the trio was gone. Get back to work. Super anxious. Never see creepy guy or the other 2 again. I talked to the closing manager when we were locking up, and I explained how long this dude had been showing up. She pulled some security camera footage from the very first night that he'd shown up, to try to build a case for harassment at the very least. Turns out that on that first night, dude distracted the retarded land whale and took pictures of the schedule so he would have an idea of when I would be working. With this evidence, the manager banned the guy from the store and filed a report with the cops, who didn't do anything about it. Honestly, I think the worst part of it for me at the time was seeing that this dude brought friends with him. The only theories my coworkers, friends, and even my parents could really produce was that the 2 people he brought with him were tied to some kind of human trafficking ring, or something of that nature. Not entirely sure, but it's been about 10 years or so since that happened. Thankfully, I got out of retail not long after that. Haven't had any kind of stalker since then, except the occasional tweaker on some job sites. It was April or May of 2009. My friend, let's call him Vinny, was in from out of town, and we decided to drink at about noon. We went to a party store and brought some 40s, and just walked around town, brown bagging it. We got a call from another friend, Justin, that he and his girlfriend Kim were going to drop by. By now, it was the early afternoon, and we made it back to my place. I had mentioned to Vinny that the house next door was condemned. It had a bright pink sign on the floor with condemned written on it because the garage behind the house was collapsing. I had never seen anyone in or out of that house in the 2 years I'd been living next door to it. I had just assumed it was abandoned or got foreclosed upon. We had a lot of foreclosures in Michigan. Yes, this is in Michigan. As kids, we would always love exploring the woods and looking for random things. It only seemed fitting that we go into the house and have a look around. We were pretty drunk at this point and just thought, fuck it, let's do this. We went in behind the house, through the partially collapsing garage. The door that went from the garage to the house was locked, but after a while, we were able to force it open. To our immediate right was the basement, so we decided to go down there first. We were amazed by the amount of stuff down there. There were so many tools and hardware supplies. In the back of the basement, in its own room, was a large train track set up. It was creepy. While we were in the basement, we got a call from Justin and Kim that they had arrived at my house. We came back out the house through the garage again, and I grabbed my Nikon. Kim and Justin were pretty pumped about going in and seeing what we discovered, so we went back in and showed them the basement. After looking around, we went back upstairs to the kitchen. Again, there was a lot of stuff in there. A table in the corner of the room was full of bottles and cans, which we planned on taking after looking around the rest of the house. There's a 10-cent deposit for cans in Michigan. We took some time poking around the kitchen. It, of course, smelled bad in there, but it wasn't overwhelming. The smell was just that of a musty house. I made the mistake of looking in the refrigerator, and the smell of that overwhelmed me from the rotting food. That smell was being contained until I opened it. There was a door that separated the kitchen from the living room, and I was the first to open it. It was a swinging door, and when I opened it, I caught a glance of a figure sitting in a chair facing away from me. All I knew was that someone was in the house, and we were trespassing. I quickly turned around while walking towards the back door, and I told my friends in a whisper, "Shit, there's somebody here," and we all ran out. We went back into my backyard, and I had told them that I saw somebody sitting in a chair in the living room. My friend Vinny, who was most likely more drunk than I was, said, "Fuck it, man. He has no more of a right to be there than us. It's probably a junkie." I was not as excited to go back in to confront a squatting junkie, but I was convinced when Justin informed me that he was most likely high as fuck and wouldn't be able to do shit. Justin had been addicted to heroin for a few years at that point, so I trusted his judgment of the situation. He's clean now. We ended up going back in through the back again, but more quietly this time. When we made it to the kitchen, Vinny was the first to open the door this time to the living room. The rest of us stood back and just watched the figure in the chair. Vinny swung the door shut, looked at us, and said, "That's a dead body." We all looked at him in shock, and it was obvious that he was serious. We all trickled into the living room and gathered around the body. His skin was black, even though we found out later he was white, and he was sitting in a chair facing the front of the house. It was obvious he had been there for a while. The smell near the body was almost unbearable. We needed to cover our mouths and nose with our shirts like respirators. This made Vinny and I sober up really quickly. There was a complete silence between our group of 4 while we observed the body. Nobody said a word. I can't really tell you what happened next, as it gets kind of foggy from there. The effect of seeing a dead body is kind of a surreal experience. We looked around at the house, upstairs, and out of the rooms on the ground floor, and eventually found a journal next to the body. We flipped through the journal, and every day he listed what he ate, the temperature, and how much money he made in returning cans that day, which I found strange because there was at least $50 worth of cans sitting in the house. I took some more pictures of the house and of the body, although at the time, Vinny was very opposed to doing this, and we left to go to the bar. At some point, Kim left, and it was just us 3, but I remember her taking in the experience quite well, and was not as disturbed by it as much other girls. Some people don't even want to hear the story, let alone see the pictures. We went to the bar that night, sat in the back, and just quietly talked about what had happened. After the bar, drunk again, Justin and I went back into the house to check it out one more time. I took some more pictures, and Vinny and Justin left for the night. I told my roommates about it, and one of them told his girlfriend. She was so disturbed, she said she would refuse to come over until the body was gone. She said if I didn't call the cops, then she would. The next morning, hungover, I decided that I better call the police. I called my friends to let them know, and they made me hold off on doing it until they came over. I waited and called an anonymous tip line when they arrived. When I called the tip line, I simply said that I found a dead body. The operator seemed frazzled and told me to hold the line. She told me multiple times not to hang up. I held the line and was put on with a detective for our city. I explained what happened and what the address was. He asked me my name, but I told him he had to be fucking insane if he thought I would be giving him my name. Right after hanging up, we all went to the front porch to wait for the cops to come. Not even a full minute after hanging up the phone, I saw a cop car round the corner with its lights on. We were really surprised by the response time, but it ended up driving by the house. A few minutes later, a few cop cars rolled up and asked us if we had seen anyone in or out of the house lately. I told him that I saw nobody near the house in the last 2 years I'd been living here. The police went in for a while, and a white van showed up. Eventually, some girls that lived across the street came over wondering what was going on. The police said they found a body, and we, of course, acted shocked. They took out the body covered on a stretcher. They must have had one hell of a time prying him from the chair, and also took out a gun that was in the house. The gun was an old-style rifle that had been leaning against a wall in the living room. I talked to one of the cops, and he said that the guy's family would have them check up on the guy from time to time to make sure he was doing all right. Apparently, he wanted nothing to do with the family, so they stopped doing so. He just wanted to be left alone. The only thing that we took from the house was the journal he kept. There's a bunch of nice handwriting in it, with addresses and such. The first entry was on January 21st, stating that the notebook was found in a dumpster. There's also an entry talking about when the power was turned out, and notes to buy oil. There were a bunch of oil-burning lamps in the house. The last entry in the journal, May 3rd, says, "Sick. Very flu. 4 cans. Sick as heck. Flu. Can't eat. It's eerie." The date matched up with the most current newspaper he had in a pile in the living room. We decided not to take anything out of respect for him and the family. I know that certain things were worth a lot of money, but I'm not about to be the type of person that loots a dead guy's house. I figured that the family would come and get the stuff, but they never did. The house ended up being sold, and I saw the people who brought it bring up boxes filled with sheet music, toy trains, and etc. The house has since been fixed up, and it's being rented out. I could find no information on either the house or the guy who died, even over a year later. I'm posting this just to share my experience. This happened in 2009, but I'm just now deciding to share it with everyone. I'm not trying to make jokes or act like it's a funny story. This guy died alone in his house and was found by strangers over a year after his death. Make jokes if you want, but this guy was alone and obviously had some problems. A little background to start. I work as a topographer/tracker for a local group in Colorado and Wyoming. My job consists of surveying areas and mapping out common game trails and popular places for herds to gather for hunting and ecological purposes. When I'm out, I'm mostly on an ATV until I find a game trail, which then I map out on foot. When I'm going long distances, I stop at outposts that have been set up along the trail to refuel and rest for the night, or go to in case of hazardous weather. I've seen some things that have made me question what's out there, such as mutilated deer, bull elks torn in half, holes dug through the fresh body of animals from the inside out, and while seeing things like this is unsettling, I usually shrug them off as some kind of nasty parasite or a bear attack. The thing that made me wonder whether or not I was up against something much bigger didn't happen till recently, while near the Wyoming-Colorado border, in between outposts in the first week of December. To start, it was snowing fairly lightly, kinda spitting really. The pines stopped most of the snow falling on me while I was walking back to my ATV. While it was snowing lightly, the layer on the ground was at least a foot deep off trail, making it pretty difficult to move or be quiet while lumbering through it. I got on the ATV and drove about half a mile up the trail, almost crossing over into Wyoming when I noticed another trail that looked freshly made. When I got off the ATV, I noticed some small droplets of blood in the snow going down the trail, with what looked like bear prints, with something dragging behind it. I grabbed my gun off of the rack on the ATV and slung it over my shoulder. The trail looked fresh, but the prints and blood were starting to get covered in a layer of snowfall. While walking along the trail, I noticed something kind of weird in the middle of the bear tracks. It looked like a human foot almost, but rather elongated and thin, with only 4 toes on the end. The tracks twisted within the bear prints themselves, almost like the animal's foot spun a bit coming out of the bear track. I continued on while occasionally glancing into the track, and sure enough, the prints were still there. When I go to the end in a large clearing, I stopped following the bear tracks. Something about being in this large clearing with an unknown animal was making me uneasy. I mapped it out and placed a red line over it, indicating a high predatory area. On the way back, I noticed something strange about my own boot prints. Now, I'm a pretty big guy, standing at 6'2" with a size 13 boot, but whatever had made the tracks had a footprint significantly larger than my own. But that's not the worst part. Whatever it was, had followed my boot prints back, heading in the same direction I was. Whatever it was, it had snuck behind me and was heading towards my ATV. I shouldered my rifle and I put a round in the chamber. I walked back, glancing down every so often to see if the twisted footprints were indeed still in mine. When I got back to my ATV, I noticed that the prints circled my vehicle and stopped behind it and shuffled a bit. I then noticed that my jerry can was missing, and that thing had left a trail of gasoline down the road from where I came. I hopped on my quad to get going in the opposite direction, hoping to distance myself from whatever stole my fuel. After crossing over into Wyoming, I noticed that everything was rather still. It was still snowing, but the flakes almost seemed to be suspended in the air. Not falling, but not static either. I couldn't hear anything when my ATV was shut off. No animals, no snowfall, not even my own breathing. Almost like something had stopped all sound from existing. I found another game trail, this time a few hundred yards off the trail. I dismounted and walked towards the opening in the trees, with pristine snow covering the rocky terrain around me. All along the trail, I would catch fleeting glimpses of a shadow. Not shadows, no, just one, moving along the trail with me. I put it off to lack of sleep making me see things, and on my way back, I got a chill up my spine, and my own boot prints were the same tracks I saw at the last trail. The same twisty, human-like print, but this time, something was touching the ground in front of them. A swipe here and there, almost like whatever it was tracking me by my scent. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and I reached for my sidearm, kicking myself for leaving the rifle on the ATV. I heard a ragged breath from my left, like if you collapsed a lung on a deer. I drew and fired into the trees, striking an aspen and blowing a hole in its small frame. I saw nothing. No movement, no snowfall, no animal. I started getting the same feeling that I was getting from the clearing, and I ran back to my quad. Whatever had been following me had beat me there. I followed the tracks around my ATV like last time, and stopped to see what it took next. It took my rifle. My rifle. A large rifle that would require something very large to carry it off in its mouth, or something with hands and the strength to carry it. I looked a little closer at the prints and found something I had missed every time. Inside the footprints, right where the twist ended, I noticed 4 very long appendages peeking through the twisted snow. It looked like a monkey foot, but longer and more hand-like, but not quite enough to be human. I mounted and hit the throttle, spinning out a bit until I got traction, and I went shooting down the road. I was too low on fuel to go back to a main road where I could get help, and I was forced to go to my next outpost. When I arrived, the small cabin/hut-like structure looked so comforting and protective, I almost cried. It had fuel for the quad, a safe place for me to sleep, and a radio for help. The sun was setting, and I was firing up the stove after starting the generator. When my radio crackled, it came to life. I jumped when I heard the static hiss. I ran over to the radio and requested an evac, or an extra team for a safe escort. When asked why, I lied and said I was being hunted by a bear, and that I lost my rifle on the trail. The voice on the other end scoffed, but obliged. My team would be there by morning. When I hung up the radio and started to get comfy and safe, I heard a loud thump hit my door. I froze in my bed, not knowing what to do. I finally got up after debating whether or not just hide. I'm no coward, I thought. I grabbed my sidearm and walked towards the door. I peeked out the small window to see if someone, or something, was out there. All I saw was darkness. Stupidly, I reopened the door and shouted, "If you don't leave, I'm going to kill you. You took one of my guns, but I still have the other." No response. I looked at my door to see what hit it, and only saw the remnants of a snowball. A fucking snowball. I waited to see if I could see any movement when another snowball came flying out of the darkness to my left, and it hit my shoulder. "You better run or I'm gonna fucking kill you," I yelled, as I slammed the door shut and ran out to confront whatever threw the snowball. I ran towards where the ball came from, watching for prints or signs of movement. I saw something in the darkness that looked like a man had fallen and was scrambling on the ground to get up, making that raspy breathing noise. I stopped and aimed, but saw that whatever was in front of me had continued to run on all fours at an alarming speed, faster than I could run. I froze when I saw that black silhouette dart off into the darkness, not sure what to do. After listening and hearing nothing, no breathing, no running, I headed back to my hut. Once I got to the clearing my hut was in, I stopped, relieved I had made it out of the woods alive. I took a deep breath, calmed myself down, and started walking towards my cabin, illuminated by the lone porch light on the deck. I looked down, trying to follow my tracks back to conserve energy, and nearly vomited. The twisted footprints were in my tracks, heading towards the cabin. I saw the trail heading back towards my cabin, each twisted footprint slamming down into my own until I got it to my porch. Amidst all the snow dragged on by the thing was my rifle and jerry can, placed neatly on the porch, leaning against the wall. The door was askew and jarred open a bit. I could have sworn I saw the leg of the thing dart in as soon as I looked at it. I wish I could say I bursted in there and I shot the thing dead, but I was too frozen with fear to do anything but stand there. I wish I could say I was brave and fought the good fight, but I didn't. I crumpled onto the ground, cradling my knees until sunup. I had spent 6 hours in the darkness, waiting for whatever that thing was to come out and finish me, but it never happened. My crew found me covered in snow, with my gun drawn and pointed at my cabin. They questioned me and searched the cabin. All of my food was eaten, my bed was torn up and made into a makeshift nest thing, like a dog would sleep in, and the radio was destroyed, but no sign of whatever was hunting me. Be me, age 9, very adventurous kid, natural naturist, go into woods by myself frequently, never scared, felt comfort at all times, like I belonged here. Live in Kentucky, split time between dad and grandparents. Dad lives in city, grandparents live in the woods. One time being exploring further than usual, never scared, woods were my friends. Naturally good at finding way home without trouble. Come across shrine of some sort. Looks to be covered in moss and some sticks. Angled to look like an arch, almost like when you have those menagerie of the manger with Jesus and such. Few rocks and things placed on inside. Sudden wave of sadness. Can tell it hasn't been used in a while, and that it was missing a few things. Gathered some sticks and long grass. Make a teepee in the middle, and something is just guiding my hand and make the sticks into fence, surrounding it all underneath this arch. Instant feels of relief and happiness once I'm finished. Lose my Swiss Army knife as I'm going home and get really sad. Next day, find Swiss Army knife against tree on edge of woods. Figure must have dropped it there, so pick it up. Go back to altar/art project, I don't know what it was. Fucking flowers blooming all over it. Kid, so just think nothing of this, and I'm like, wow, it's beautiful. Add some small touches and other things. Take some daisies and make a ring around the entire thing. As I'm leaving, see a big dog, bigger than a wolf in my child mind. Not really scared. Knows it wants me to follow, so start to follow it. Takes me real deep in the woods, which did freak me out a little bit because I'm no longer familiar with the trees and the rocks and the dried river around me. Calm down when I think I can just follow the river home. Dog stops in front of a tree and looks at me. I swear to God. The tree had a face on it like from Pocahontas, but less detailed. Had the eyes and mouth, but no nose. Just a slight grimace with eyes closed. Approach tree and feel feelings of sadness and happiness. Tree doesn't speak with words, but through feelings. Tell tree I'm sorry for what we have done to its forest, and that I will try to help. Dog nudges to touch the trunk. I of course oblige, cause don't want to piss off Cujo and Tree Mother. Stream of sap comes from Tree Face and touches my hand. Figure this is some blessing of some sort, so tell Tree, thank you. Spend day digging up flowers and replanting them near base of tree, arranging small river stones in semicircle around base of tree. All while dog is following me. Finish around 7-ish, cause sun is starting to set. Get a little worried I might get lost, but dog starts off at a trot and looks at me to follow. Brings me back to edge of forest line, to grandparents' cottage. Thank dog and tell him that I'll try to visit tree when I'm at my grandparents' house, but I would need him to guide me. Grandparents pissed I was gone for 5 hours in a forest without coming to check in, like I usually do. Apologize and tell them I will next time. Tell me for now I can't be out of eyesight of the cottage unless someone is with me. So, not allowed into deep woods anymore by myself, just 'cause they got scared once. Unfortunately, they moved a few months after, so I never did go back to the same spot. Sometimes I would see the dog in the tree line look at me, as if it wanted to follow, but when I tried asking my grandparents if I could go into the forest, they told me no, because they don't want me getting lost since I think it's okay to be gone for 5 hours. Alas, I never went back to Tree Mother, so my adventures never culminated past this. So I'll never know if I could have been some sort of forest guardian or some shit. We always think about the road untraveled, and this is one road I wish I could have taken further. Here's one from the old house I lived at. House is parallel to woods. Bedroom window has straight view at the woods, save the back fence. I start hearing something that sounds like a bird chirping in the morning, in the middle of the night. It sounds like it's coming from the tree line at the back. Look out there for a bit. See something. Can't see it right. Looks a bit like a black blob. Open the window and stick head out to attempt to get a good look. It moves. It begins to look more clear. Looks like a deformed/fucked up moose or deer. It's moving towards the fence. What the fuck ever, who cares, that JPEG. Looking at it a bit longer. It throws one of its fucked up limbs on the fence. Then it throws up another. It's climbing over the fence. It half sets itself down/falls into my yard. Moose and deer do not climb fences. Shit fills pants.jpg. Looking at it slumped over on the fence as my heart feels like it's about to explode. All the while, it's still making that noise. It moves again. It's moving toward the window. It's not a deer/moose. Looks like a mix between a deer and a dog. It's almost at the window. I snap back into reality. Fuck! Wakes up entire house. Slam window shut. Everyone in the house rushes into my room. What the fuck is wrong, Anon? It's still in the yard, but it's moving back towards the fence. I point it out to my mother. She starts screaming. Thing gets even more spooked. Basically starts half limping, half running to the fence. Does the same fucked up climb it did before. And goes back over, moves back into the tree line. The noise keeps coming from the woods. Entire family and me spend the rest of the night looking out the window, making sure it didn't come back. It gets quieter and quieter until it stops. It was morning by then. Spoke to some neighbors, confirmed that they heard the noise. Heard the noise a couple more times, never saw the creature again. Still don't know what it would have done if I didn't close the window. Took a trip up to Pikes Peak the other day. It's what they call a 14er, 14,000 foot summit. You drive up around 10,000 feet, then take a shuttle bus up another 4,000 near the peak. You have to actually walk up a long, steep flight of stairs before hitting the peak. I'm not in the best shape. By the end of the climb, I'm feeling it. Woo, lad. Catching my breath, I look out over my dominion, basking in its glory. Standing very close to the edge. An old man walking by remarks, "Careful. The winds up here can be pretty strong." Feel a breeze pick up, blowing at my back. "A lot of people have died up here." Start to feel dizzy. The old man grins. "Don't look down." The wind picks up, stronger now. The thought of jumping crosses my mind. Snap out of it. I step back from the edge. The wind dies down suddenly. I look around. The old man is nowhere to be found. The place is literally a mountain peak with no trees and no brush. There's no way he could have gone that fast. I only turned away for a moment. Did a trickster spirit try to kill me? So, my buddy's farm is odd. B13 with bro, late summer night. Camping outside a friend's farm, only 25 feet from his house's deck. Cornfield 10 feet behind our tent. Playing Game Boy. Hear corn shuffling and breaking behind us. Buddy what the fucks puts down Game Boy. Creaking stops. Hear faint movement now. See a faint shadow of a figure from the deck light. It moves closer, and a tall, lanky figure projects onto the tent wall. "Hello? Is that you, Mom?" Silence. I'm so scared I can't breathe. Then, the worst happens. Fucking figure places its dark, elongated hand on the tent. The tent starts shaking. We start to panic and scream. The hand moves, and the tent stops shaking. Our screams wake up my friend's father, who runs outside to the tent. Tells us he's seen something running into the cornfield, and to go inside. Nope, all night. Buddy's dad hopped onto the four-wheeler with his gun and drove around the farm for a few hours afterwards. He didn't turn up anything, but he can't explain what he saw. Bonus note. Same farm a few months later. Buddy calls me to the back window, overlooking the deck and field. "Anon, get the hell over here and look at this. I'm not playing." Look out window. See what appears to be a dark figure moving in the field. Corn clearly moving unnaturally and in a direction. Buddy is convinced we just seen something. I'm not so sure. Try to chill in his living room, noping about what just happened. His 6-year-old brother walks upstairs from his room. "Oh, Ben's sleepwalking again." This wasn't out of the ordinary, as his bro would do this once every few months. He usually would speak in mumbles and have his eyes half closed. But this was different. His eyes were wide open, and he spoke clearly. Follow Ben's sleepwalking procedures. Engage soft voice. "Hey, Ben, let's go back to bed." Completely ignoring us, he walks right to the big bay windows and looked up. "Come on, buddy, it's okay. Let's go." "I know it's okay, Anon. They're watching us." Fear level at 55%, Captain. "Okay, Ben, but we have to sleep." Still staring at the sky. "But I want to see them. They're here now. Very close now." Maximum fear reached. I'm about to puke, so my buddy gets up, grabs Ben's hand, and gently starts guiding him back to his room. "It's okay, Ben. Time for bed." "There's nothing you can do." Nope. Ben had no memory of it the next day like usual. But damn, it was freaky hearing a 6-year-old speak like that. Be me, 21, 27 now. Every June, buy fireworks in Pahrump, Nevada, and drive them home to California to sell for a profit. Around 1 a.m., driving on the 127 to Baker. There's no other cars on the road. Almost full moon, listening to ambient trance, dash, and stereo light low. Feels good, man. I spot a pair of eyes about 1/8 mile in front of me, 30 feet off to the right side of the road. Must be some kind of wildlife. Slow down to about 25 miles per hour, in case it runs in front of my car. As I get closer, I can see it's some kind of quadruped, but I can't really make out what kind of animal. It suddenly starts running towards the car. I drop gear and accelerate because I don't want this dumb animal to dent my car. The animal starts chasing my car. Mid-sprint, it stands on its hind legs and starts running like a man. Oh, hell no. It gains speed and crosses the road right in front of my car, turns around, and looks at me. It looks almost exactly like pig-related. except it has fur on its body, and its eyes were almost glowing. I start shooting bricks, accelerate to over 80 miles per hour, and it's still following me. I hear it cackle, almost a devilish cackle, interrupted by howling and growling. This goes on for 20 minutes. I track it in my rearview mirror as it crosses the road a couple of times, swipes at the air, and makes a series of jumps on all fours before standing on its hind legs to run again. It suddenly makes a hard right and disappears. For 15 minutes, I scan my surroundings to try and see where the hell it went, or if it's still following me. I finally get to Baker, stop to get a burger and a beer, and to calm my nerves. I tell the waitress about what happened. Oh, yeah, once in a while we get people saying they were chased by coyotes on the 127. I don't think it was a coyote. It had the face of a man and ran like a man. We are probably tired, hun, and the heat can make people see things. Bitch, I know what I saw. Be 7-year-old Anon. Remember having to travel to city for some kind of dental appointment. Remember waiting with mom and dad. Remember them being awfully kind of quiet. Nurse arrives and takes me to a big room. Don't remember what the nurse tells me before the dentist comes in. He says he has to put me asleep with gas. Being the little child that I am, I find it odd, but I don't question because I think I could beat the gas and stay up. They put a mask over my face, and then they leave the room. I remember thinking this won't work as I look around the room. But it does, and maybe 2 minutes after they left, I'm out. I wake up with a jolt and find myself in darkness with little light. I remember finding myself tied upside down, spread eagle with only pants on. I look ahead at the back of many heads, sitting faced towards something. I look past the heads to the giant screen they're watching. There's a person being cut up and operated on. All I could do is scream incoherently for my mom and dad. I remember one of the heads turning at some point, and they have a doctor's mask like in Pig Related, and they were wearing glasses. It was a man. He brings a finger up to his mouth and says something, but I don't remember it. He turns back around, and I'm stuck in this theater. At some point, I tire myself out, screaming, and I go unconscious. When I wake up again, I'm back in my house with my parents, and it's night. I don't know why, but I pull up my shirt to look at something that isn't there. I don't know if what happened was a nightmare or not, and it confuses and terrifies me to the point of not being able to sleep. In the morning, I asked Dad and Mom when we got back from the city, and they said yesterday morning. I don't know how to ask them the next question. I don't know the right questions to ask. So I just ask, did anything happen? They say, like what? Anything weird? I ask. Did you have a nightmare, Anon? I only look at Mom. Well? No, I finally say. Then why did you ask? I don't know. Never tell anyone what happened all these years because I wasn't sure if it did happen or not. But the fucking sheer feeling of dread and horror still remain. And I still clearly remember flying out to that city with parents and waiting with them before the nurse got me. Be me, 14 years old, summer break. Go to Ukraine, I'm Russian, to the sea for 2 weeks with my brother and his wife. Sea blows dick, and the city is old as shit, nothing to do. My brother and his wife just go to clubs all the time. I just sit around at the apartment we rented for the vacation. It's on the first floor. It's 2 in the night. I'm home alone. Just talking to my homies back in Russia via my laptop. Look in the window. Very dimly lit yard. See a person staying in the light. Staying in one place and swaying a little bit. There was something unnatural about the way he or she was doing it. I tell my homies about it over Skype. They ask me to take a picture. I go to the other room to get my phone. When I come back, there's no one in the yard. That's weird, considering he, or she, was standing there for quite some time. Go back to put my phone on charger. It's a very old house, maybe about 50 to 70 years old. I can hear the door to the main entrance of the building slam back because someone just walked in. I can hear someone stopping on my floor. No one knocks or does anything. I don't pay much attention to it. Next morning, my brother comes back and says the apartment door wasn't locked. I had chills when he told me about it. So, I was 19 or so, working at a gas station in the Great Plains. Pretty chill job because non-chain gas station. One day around 8 p.m., an older heavy-set white dude walked indoors and gave me that look like you know they're about to do something wrong. Not nefarious look, but like a pre-guilt look. He was carrying a plastic bag with a purple logo that seemed familiar. He headed straight to the bathroom, which isn't unusual. Plenty of people come in for a piss before getting back on the highway. About 15 minutes pass, and he leaves the bathroom. He gives me that look again, and I get a better look at the bag. The logo was for a local sex shop. I what mentally and go into the bathroom. In the stall, I find an empty plastic shell for 10-inch black dildo with suction cup. As well as in the trash can is a used single-use strawberry lube packet. Oh great. The guy was so torqued he couldn't wait to get home and had to get off in our bathroom. Then, my gaze shifts to the plunger. Apparently, our hero had to work his way up to his new 10-inch friend. On the plunger was a sheen of strawberry lube and what I could only describe as a Hershey kiss left on the tip of the plunger for this poor wagey to find. Needless to say, the plunger was unceremoniously disposed of in the dumpster, and my boss bought beer for me. Be me. Stepmom makes me do everything. Her son doesn't do anything because he's busy. Sits in his room playing Warzone with his friends. Bitches at me 24/7. Idea. Wait for her to come home. Opens the door. Bashes her in the head. Tie her up to a chair. Rip her teeth off one by one. Break all of her fingers. Make her watch me skin her son alive. The screams of him make her cry. Pour rubbing alcohol in her eyes. Cry about that, lol. Eventually suffocate her with a plastic bag. Dead. Dad walks in and sees them dead. Looks at me. I'm proud of you, son, for sticking up for yourself. Pats me on the back. My face went. Thanks, Dad. Be me. 23 years old. Dating Feminon. Things going okay. Be talking to Feminon. Discussing personal issues and feelings. Feels good, man. Open up about how I haven't been single for more than 6 months since I was 14. And how I may have jumped back in a little too soon. Fast forward to today. Be me. Going to meet Feminon in her town like normal. Come upstairs. Cousin, mom, and dad are in the living room. Ask me to sit down to talk. Oh fuck, .mp7. Don't go. She's setting you up. What? Turns out my cousin overheard Feminon's friend in voice chat saying that things were going down today and the police would be involved. My face went. Text Feminon. The people you talk to are terrible at keeping their mouths shut. Just say what you have to say. Feminon was talking to my cheating ex. Feminon decided she didn't like or trust me anymore. Was intending to meet me at a gas station and have cops pull up and arrest me. Was intending to say that when we first met today, I pulled a gun on her and threatened to beat her. My ex helped plan it all. My family just saved my life. But as a result, I now have 0 friends, am single, and I guarantee you this isn't where they're gonna end. What the hell do I do? Okay, X. I've got something to share with you. Be me. Last night, lying on couch, watching some TV show. Shitty weather, raining and cold after 3 weeks of unbearable heat wave. All of a sudden, I hear someone inhale and cough. I shit my pants at that moment since I know that I'm the only one in the house. Girlfriend is pulling night shift. Turn down TV. Can't hear anything. Shrug it off as sound from TV or my mind playing tricks. It was pretty late. 10 minutes later, I hear footsteps. Oh fuck my fucking life.jpg. Now I'm 100% sure that I'm not alone in the house. Jump up, turn on the light, and run to the hallway to get my bat. I grab the bat and start checking rooms. Light from hallway is illuminating parts of kitchen. Notice dirty tracks that lead to the basement. 6 feet away from where I was lying. Oh my fucking god, that WebM. Slowly open the basement door. There's no fucking light down there. Go to get a flashlight. Return with flashlight in one hand and bat in the other. Slowly go down the stairs. I can hear something rustling in the far corner of the basement. Someone is breathing heavy and digging through stuff. I stand near the boiler. Peek around the corner and I can see a tall figure standing, illuminated by the dim light of a streetlight from small basement window. Scared shitless, I turn off the torch in hopes that he won't notice me. He was tall. I'm 6 foot 2 and he was taller than me. Anyway, as I was standing near the boiler, I noticed that it was leaking all over the floor. Has anyone ever had that kind of problem? Can I repair it myself or do I need to call a repairman? Every time I post these, people say I'm LARPing. Okay, here goes. B12. Live in shithole town in Arkansas. Always have burn nights and our burn barrel. Great grandma had a bunch of creepy dolls that we think were haunting the house. So, we burned them. We'll post about those happenings after this. Anyway, Dad and Mom were sauced, smoking weed inside. I decide to go back out to the fire to chill and rub fireflies on my arms. I'm all alone. Dogs won't follow me for some reason. Standing in gravel carport. Dogs are just barking. One is whining. Wonder what the fuck they're barking at. Squint to see the edge of the yard. Had a bunch of uninhabited land and a creek behind our house, but it was separated by a stone wall, plus a fence on top. See what looks like a pale humanoid. Had no face or fingers or toes. Looked like a squid, kind of. At least the head did. Was about 6 feet tall. It just stayed there, completely motionless. Never made any movement or sound. Head started to hurt. Vision blurred. I pass out. Wake up in the bathtub in different clothes. An outfit I never even owned, actually. Was about midnight when I woke up. Had a dream about the Baldur's Gate game I was currently playing for some reason. In the dream, I was absorbed by the gelatin cube enemies in the game. For some reason, was scared but then aroused. Parents and friends never believed me. We'll continue with spoops about the house and the ghosts in it, and various UFOs that me and my family have seen in the area. Maybe even post about the other spoops in other states. House we lived in was definitely haunted. Used to be part of a larger house that enveloped the whole block. Was a slave-owning plantation. One night playing Vice City and have to pee. Go from my room to the bathroom and, on the way, see a ghost of an old lady. She was wearing a pink silk dress with sunflowers on it. Looked almost Japanese. But the old lady ghost was white. She had no hands but was wearing matching pink silk slippers or shoes. She also had no eyes, just dark holes. She reached up at me. Instinct takes over. I scream as loud as I can and run through her. Was very cold and icy inside of her. I go inside the bathroom and shut and lock the door. Scream for my mommy. Since I locked the door like a dumbass, she couldn't even get in. When we first moved into the house, my grandma had so many dolls. One in particular was very creepy. It was an angel made of ceramic. I was trying to sleep on the couch and the doll had her hands out like she was holding something. In her hands, a glowing ball of blue light. I remember feeling very peaceful and went straight to sleep. Now, here's the creepy part. Next day, think I like sleeping in darkness more. Look for the plug-in in a nearby wall socket to unplug the doll. It had no lights of any sort or any cords running to it. Would often swim at night in our inflatable pool. Was very humid and hot in the summers. If you've been to Arkansas, you would know. Laying back on a floaty, looking at the clear sky, saw what looked like a rocket fly across the sky. It was very bright and went faster than any plane I've ever seen in my life. Was slower than a shooting star though. Some say it was a meteor or satellite, or even the ISS. Went on a pretty particular path, so maybe they're right, but it gave me a creepy vibe. Second UFO I saw in Arkansas. Be driving with my mom to McDonald's. Wanted some late night burgers, nuggets, and fries. Don't worry, I'm not fat, and never will be. See a triangle-shaped UFO above us. It keeps warping in a triangle formation. Like, it would be here, then there, and then another place. But only in a triangle shape. We start talking about it. Dad is like, yeah, whatever. He was always a skeptic until he saw a ghost of his friend that committed suicide. We'll post about that later. Anyway, after warping around for a while, UFO goes to center of triangle. Each of the 3 lights shoots off, each in the direction of the triangle formation it was making earlier. Could be military shit, who knows? Okay, I'll post the rest of the spooky shit now. Definitely not everything that's happened to me. Dad lived in girlfriend's house. Her mom committed suicide because her brother died years ago, and she couldn't take it anymore. Since she killed herself, so did her boyfriend. Dad goes out for dinner. Friend says, "You go on without me. You'll see me when you get back." When Dad gets back, friend is hanging in closet, dead. Dad isn't afraid of the dark, so he's chilling in the dark of a dead man's house. Sees the guy's ghost with no eyes. Walks into a mirror in the hallway. Later that night, or just later, he had a dream about the guy who killed himself. Kept saying, "You gotta get my eyes back. My eyes." Apparently his eyes were donated to a kid in California, so he could regain his sight. B23, living in California. Live up in some hills in the Bay Area. Smoking a bowl on my back porch. Porch light is out, so it's really dark. Hear footsteps about 20 to 30 feet down the hill of my yard. Sounded like someone wearing shoes. Definitely human sounding. Used the light on my LG smartphone. Couldn't see shit. Could still hear the footsteps now, getting closer. Say fuck that and go inside. Locked door. Wasn't allowed to smoke inside. Was my family's house. Say fuck it and smoke weed in the garage. Can still hear someone crunching around in my yard. Yard was very big and slanted, so you could easily lay down or hide behind a tree. I come back out with a more powerful light and my bastard sword. Scream at the top of my lungs and charge the tree where I heard footsteps. Start chopping at the tree, looping branches off. Be full-blown autismo and say, "Get the fuck off my property or I'll cut your head off and rape your dead body." Heard someone run away into the neighbor's bushes. Neighbor was super old and retired, so it wasn't him. Couldn't shine light in time. Whoever, or whatever it was very fast. A couple nights later, I saw a pale naked humanoid, kind of like in my previous post, jump my other neighbor's fence. Saw that one from my bedroom window though, which was in the garage. I built it myself. It was like a makeshift room. Years ago, when I was 16, in high school, live in not quite a city, more like an old town that expanded more than it could really support. Decent amount of run-down and abandoned buildings. Get into a kind of urban exploration kick, sneaking into places and checking them out. Occasionally engage in minor looting. Sometimes you find neat stuff. Managed to talk a few friends into coming with me sometimes, but only 3 are relevant for the story. One was an old buddy of mine, who I'll be calling Bill, and another was a girl that I had a minor crush on, who I'll call Susan. The last one is the most important. He told us his name was Eli, and there's probably not much point in censoring anything for him. Bill, Susan, and I all went to the same school, but I met Eli while I was checking out some old restaurant. Spooked the hell out of me because I had just snuck in through a window, and he speaks up from right fucking behind me. He thought it was funny as hell. We get to talking. I tell him about my hobby and ask if he's doing something similar. Yeah, more or less. I like to keep an eye out for unusual things, or things that don't belong. Okay. Seems kinda weird, but he's friendly. And I'm running around scavenging junk in a half-wrecked diner, or whatever, so I can't talk. We chat for a bit. Turns out Eli doesn't go to my school, which explains why I've never seen him around before. He listens more than he talks, and doesn't volunteer much info about himself. But I don't want to pry too much, and he seems alright. We clamber back out, and I startle a cat that was sitting by the window. Eli pets it before it runs off. Part on good terms. A week or so later, I'm hanging out with Bill, showing him this old 3-story apartment building, or motel or something. Planning the expedition like we're getting away with the heist of the century. Suddenly, still exploring. Jesus fuck, Eli from behind me again. Bill actually jumps, and I laugh at him like I hadn't nearly soiled myself. Introduce the two. They seem to hit it off well enough. Ask Eli if he wants to come with us to explore the place Friday night. He just kinda looks at me for a second, then tilts his head and stares at the building. Good 10 seconds of silence. Yeah, might be a good idea. Neat. Friday night rolls around. I managed to talk Susan into coming with us, so it's me, Bill, and her. And Eli when he finally shows up. I'm watching this time, you bastard. Not again. He casually strolls down the street in plain view with his hands in his pockets. He's grinning at me. He knows I was expecting another jump scare. Whatever. I introduce him to Susan, and we're all friends now. Let's rock. So it's about 7 p.m. Still got some light out. We're standing outside the place. Building is kind of dilapidated and boarded up, but shouldn't be too dangerous to wander around in, and we've all got flashlights. Also, apparently a nesting ground for stray cats, because I can see 3 of them sitting in what was probably an old flower bed or something. And another just darted under the front steps. The front door is still locked up, but there's a side door that doesn't properly close anymore. It looks like it used to be boarded up, but that had rotted off. I may have helped it along. So, we enter the building. This was a bad idea. The place is mostly normal. Old, dirty, has that slight moldy, decrepit wreck smell that all abandoned places tend to have. We wander around the ground floor a bit. Nothing really interesting, it's mostly just a lobby. Figure we might find something more interesting on the 2nd or 3rd floors. That's where the rooms are. The 3 of us are joking around, but Eli's pretty quiet. Whenever we would go into a room, he would just kind of stare into it from the doorway, then pace around the walls. Whatever works for him, I guess. The rooms are all empty though. Guess they cleared the place up pretty good when they left it. Only thing we saw was a few more cats darting down the halls. We look around for maybe 30 minutes before deciding to call it quits. Wasn't a bad time, but I'm a little disappointed that we didn't find someone's old luggage, full of plus-size ballerina outfits or something. So we head down the stairs. And keep going down the stairs. Conversation peters off. Why are there so many steps here? Did we get turned around and somehow go down the wrong stairwell? Maybe we're coming out of the basement. Starting to smell kind of funky. Probably some nasty mold down there. But there's the door, so let's see where it goes. Eli hasn't said anything for the last 10 minutes. Turns out to be another hallway of rooms. The 4 of us are standing by the stairwell, looking down the hall. Kinda confused. Subterranean apartments are kind of an odd choice. We decide to go back up and find the right stairs again. Eli is at the base of stairs, looking up. I ask him what's up and look where he's looking. Something is standing at the top of the alcove. My first reaction is that we're about to get shanked by a drunken homeless man. Then, things start registering. It's big, but kind of squashed and wide, like if a person was stretched out from the sides. And its legs are even more disproportionately short and stumpy. What I thought was a really grimy coat is actually long, tangled, really ratty-looking hair, or fur covering its body. Can't even see any eyes, just hair. There is a mouth, though. I can tell because it starts screaming at us. The mouth is too wide. It looks like it starts on the side of its head, and there aren't any teeth, just thick lips and spittle. I almost would have preferred shark teeth or something. There was just something really revolting about that gaping, empty mouth. And the noise itself was just fucking terrifying. I can't even describe it other than to say it's not a sound that a person could make. Like, it went into my ear and started throttling the caveman part of your brain that identifies threats. It started to stagger down towards us, still screaming. We were all screaming. Except Eli, who was shoving me back into the hallway and manhandling the others into running. We didn't need much encouragement. We're sprinting as fast as we fucking can down a dark corridor with God knows what screeching behind us. It's not very fast, but we can hear it chasing us with uneven stomps. The flashlights help, but we're moving so spastically it's throwing crazy shadows all over the place, which does not help our state of mind. There's another stairwell on the other side of the hall. If we can go back up, we can find the way out. Except, it only goes down. There's no fucking up staircase, just a wall. Susan's sobbing by now. I'm not far off myself. Eli shoves us forward again so we don't stop moving, and we go down. The hallway down here goes forward a lot farther than the other floors. The ceiling is a lot higher than it seems it should be, for how far down we went. That rancid smell from earlier is a lot worse. And we can hear the thing half tumbling down the stairs after us. I'm about to start running again when Eli sprints past us towards one of the doors and wrenches it open. In. It's safer. I guess we're hiding. No one argues, probably because we're all still freaked out, so we'll take even slightly helpful direction at this point. We run into the room. I almost freeze up because there's something in there with us. It's another cat. Eli's standing in front of the door, holding it closed. No one moves. No one even breathes. Hear the thing gurgle and scream and gallop towards our room. Then, from farther away, a loud feline yowl. Then several more. The thing roars again, and we hear it go past us. I'm looking at the cat sitting in the middle of the floor. It's staring at Eli. A few seconds go by, and he quietly opens the door again. The stairs are just fucking gone. It's hallway in both directions. One of us is making a high-pitched whimpering noise. I'm not sure who, but I wouldn't rule out any of us right now. Stressful doesn't quite cover it. The screaming's coming back. I think to go back into the room again, but Eli's already moving down the hall. The cat's following him. Susan goes after him, and so does Bill. I hesitate by the first room for a second, torn between hiding in there again and making another run for it in the open. Decide I don't want to be alone more than I want to be in that room, and I run after them. I nearly freak the fuck out when something brushes my leg. It's another cat, running beside me. Not hurting me, just ignore it. Eli's ushering Susan and Bill into another room ahead of me. I see them hesitate for a second before entering. Eli's staring at me now, holding the door open. I hear the scream again. I run through the doorway and stumble to a stop as Eli closes it behind me. Bill and Susan are there. And so are the cats. Like dozens of them. The room is full of them. Bill's just standing there, twitching, and I can hear him repeating, "Fuck, fuck, 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 fuck," very quietly. Susan's sitting on the floor, half curled into a ball. There's a circle of cats standing around them. Some of them are watching them, but the others are staring out into the room. All the other cats are either stalking around or sitting and staring into space, getting freaked out again. This is not normal behavior. Hey. And then there's Eli, who is much too calm for the situation, and has somehow acquired a platoon of disturbingly focused alley cats. Seriously, there's maybe 6 of them at his sides and his back following his steps. Stay here. You'll be okay. I'll make it stop. Too fucking panicked to question him. Also, don't really know what the hell he's pulling with the cats. And suddenly don't want him focusing on me. Susan proves she has bigger balls than me and manages to ask him what's happening. When he looks at her, so do all the cats following him at the same time.